tool against heterosexual Black Americans. I'm trying to say we're being like biased in any way.
Mm-hmm.
If you get what I'm saying.
Understood.
No, I definitely understand, and I agree with you. From what I understand, it's rumors of now, so I don't want to say anything that might be false, but I've seen it on multiple social media outlets.
Wow.
Yeah, the picture they had going around, it was absolutely crap. It was literally the same picture with a person with a fade. And then the other thing was they people posted another picture of her profile pic on like IG or something like that. And her profile pic, I guess they said she had some masculine features, so they were trying to say she was a man. But I don't want us to do that, you know?
Yeah, understood. I do know this, and this is unrelated, and this is allegedly, of course, because everything's allegedly. On my profile, it says all opinions are allegedly, just so we're clear. But there is this seeming history, with World Star, and all of that, where you have Black women being engaged in fights with trans women. There's a ton of these videos out there. So I think the reason why people would believe that story is simply because we've seen it a lot, unfortunately. And so, just putting that out there that, it'd be one thing if that wasn't like a regular seeming occurrence through social media and these fights that people post. But I think because you do see it enough that you could kind of say, oh, wow, maybe, maybe this is credible just because you see it happening on a regular basis with the post of these fights. And you always see them, and this is, I'll just say it like this. You always see the males who transition over to females who are very aggressive towards Black women in that sense. Whether this has anything to do with that or not, again, it's one thing or another, but they just seem to be always wanting to fight and blah blah, whatever. So, yeah, and really not my business as far as that goes because that's not my world that I live in, thankfully. But this is just the opinion that people are gonna have because of what they're seeing. Baby sister.
Peace and reparations like yesterday. Hey fam, I think we need to start preferencing what you just said. When we see these stories and when we make our comments, so far as myself, I'm going to preference it with there's been a lot of transgender videos that are out. And I wonder why. And then the other thing I'm going to start to connecting with that is, be it may, whatever, allegedly, but we need to let it be known that Americans are not even being respected outside of America. So if we can twist that narrative back to bring it back to even in America, we're not respected. And now it's overflowing, air quotes, because it is what it is. And we know it's already been out there. But I say we correlate that situation with we're not being respected in America. And now outside countries are disrespecting us because they know that we're not being even respected here. So shame the devil.
I kind of disagree with that. I live outside the country. I've been traveling for 30 years.
And no disrespect in that regard. So I'm saying for every single video that we see with I think there was a young lady who was in her school, and this white guy said something like nigger or go pick cotton or something, and she straight off went off. There was a tweet, there was a space, because I like to look at the other, the world spaces and shit, and there was a comment made in reference to that, and I thought, wait a minute, hold on, is he talking about what I'm thinking he's talking about? And it was a comment that he says, Black Americans, I think he says the ADOS and the FBAs or whatever, you're not respected here. So why would you think that you'd be respected outside? So granted, and I've traveled too. I have a passport. That's neither here nor there. So but the last time I went to Germany, which was like 2 years ago, it was as disrespectful as you could ever be toward a black person. So that was then, let alone now. So I I'm listening to what you're saying, but when I heard that person say that, it was like a ding, ding, ding. They think they have the right, just like the people here will come up to you and say something. I had a situation where the other day, this white woman was about to walk in front of me. Clearly, she saw me, and I said, "No, I was next." And so she says, "Bitch, I didn't say that." Seriously, y'all.
Wow.
I had to just like wipe my glasses. I was like, "What did you say to me?" So I checked her, but it's just that type of that vibe that's out there now. I mean, you go someplace. I mean, why didn't they do that to her while she was here? God forbid. I'm just saying. But all I'm saying is this. So when I see these trainees, these videos that are becoming very, very more frequent, I'm going to start referencing that. There's a lot of videos that's popping up now, and I wonder why. And I wonder why we're not being respected outside of the country even more so, because now people are starting to see in our dirty laundry. So that's all I was saying about that. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you could go someplace and be welcome, or you could go someplace and have your friends kill you on foreign soil by an alleged man, all allegedly, because they see this shit outside the they'll give a shit about y'all there, so why we give a shit about y'all over here? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that person was supposed to be her friend, and do you hear the voice of the person that was taking the video? And to me, that sounds like I don't know, but I was thinking it was probably a gay person, and what the information State Power just gave to me, that gave me even more evidence to say that that person was gay that was taking the video. And the thing is that she paid for 3 people or more to go on this trip with her. So
it gives credence that they were just hating. You could tell that they were just haters. She had it going on. She was making money. She, paying for people's tickets. And, we know how it goes. But it gives credence to it. Yes. I'm sorry, Miss Giselle. Go ahead, baby.
Damn.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I kind of feel like, all right, I'm 100% like planning of like it's pushing a narrative, but at this early on this, we've seen it too many times where they flip the narrative and they make us the abuser or the problem. Even here it is, the whole woman is dead who was not being violent. You can clearly see that girl wasn't fighting back in that video. If we go off and start saying trans this and trans that right now, and if a trans wasn't involved, this is an opportunity for them to be like, oh no, see, they always blame us. This is why we need protection. Then it'll be protection.
You're right.
And we are already in a situation. I'm a mother of a daughter. And that's really why I'm thinking like this. I'm like, I'll whip somebody ass, or I'll pick up something to beat their tails down. And sorry, I know this space is being recorded, but I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure I get to my
destination. No, you're right. You're right. They will jump on that. You're right, G.
Yeah,
you're right.
And when I'm saying, oh no, it's a trans and it's not, they're going to sop this up. This is going to be that opportunity. And that is going to be the messed up thing about all of this. Because I can see right now, if that is not a trans, that's our ass. Because this is going to be more against us. And then we're going to be another 7 to 12 months into fussing and argumenting and marches about Black people, shows on television about Black people. And this woman's death is going to go down in vain. So I just say for our own sake, let's just see, like make sure. Because if it is, let's go all the way. I think we need to scream this situation to the top of our lungs.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Zell? What do you think about the narrative of us getting ahead of it by saying, what is our country going to do in regards to this? Because our country treats us like this. This dissension is amongst our own people. So, you know, they don't even respect us even more or less. So, you know what I mean?
Everybody knows that the American government doesn't respect us, right? This situation.
Yeah, look, I don't think like that. I don't think people don't respect me. Look, the only way that you can get respect is that, you know, you have to think that people will respect you. It's the way you carry yourself. Look, I do not think nobody nobody respects me. I don't think like that. You know, people do respect. No, I'm not military. No. But I travel all over the world. I've been to many countries. I lived in many countries. You know, I had homes in different countries. I'm married.
Is it safe for you to? But is it safe for you to blanket that and not give any wiggle room? Because when somebody says I don't feel disrespected. Oh, you know, okay, you could be a light skinned brother. You know, I'm just saying. You know, maybe
I'm a dark skinned. I'm a dark skinned person.
But that's what I'm saying. We're talking hypothetical. But is it okay to say I don't feel that way? And when I'm outside the U.S., isn't it safer to tread on? Yeah, they do, especially in this day and age. I don't understand why the opposition to saying that's not really true. I find it more true than I would find it not true. And when we give them credence to say, you know, we don't treat, you know, non-Americans in our country that way, then, you know, the people that just, you know, just got slapped or whatever, I think they would beg to differ. So I would just err on caution instead of saying, no, I don't feel that way. Because that's all they want is one person to say, that's not true, when, you know, the percentage may not be that way. I'm just throwing that out there, you know.
Okay. All right, this is the way I look at it, right? All right, I'm American citizen, right? I come from the most powerful country in the world, and I feel powerful, and I'm a very powerful person, right? Let's say I'm in a country like Vietnam, right? And let's say Vietnamese people are treating me bad, right? Right. Now, look, these people are poorer than me, right? They have no opportunity, or they have a lot less opportunity than I have. They have a lot less of anything that I have, right? Look, I'm not going to give these people power and say, hey, these people in Vietnam are treating me bad. I don't give a hoot that, you know, what I'm going to do is, I'm you know, maybe I'm not coming back to their country, but I'm not going to give them power and say, hey, people in Vietnam will treat me bad. I'm just not coming to their country again, and they better not come to my country. You know, I don't.
Yeah, but they treated you bad, right?
But the thing is, I'm not. Well, the thing is, they have never treated me bad. I have been to almost all the Asian countries, and I have never been treated bad. But the thing is, I'm not going to give people from a poor country power over me. I don't see myself as a vulnerable person, or a person being I'm sorry, I'm lost for words. A weak person. No, I'm American. I can take care of myself. I have power. I have more power than any other people in this world. That's the way you think. And when you go to those countries and be like that, they're gonna say, "Damn, this person is a powerful person." Nobody
I hope you make it home.
Look. I live in another country. I've been living in this country over 20, 24, 25 years, and I go back and forth to the United States. Look, I have no problem. But the thing is, if I die, if somebody kills me in this country, right, I'm not going to blame them that, hey, these people took advantage of me, or I'm vulnerable, or they hated me. I don't think like that. I don't think like that at all.
Yeah, let me
You
throw
know,
this in here, because that might be, it might be generational, it might be because of your experience. It sounds like an individual perspective, and you have a lot of freedom of motion, whereas many Black Americans don't have like a global freedom of motion in terms of being able to travel and jet set all around the planet. However, there was just a recent story at the beginning of this month where three Black Americans died in an Airbnb. They said it was carbon monoxide poisoning. But so here's another kind of example of Black Americans going to Mexico, and not coming back, to the point that I think Baby Sister is trying to basically say that while the FBI decided to get involved in this young woman's case, that's not always the case. That's not always the case. And um,
well, the law, there's a law. Look, this international law with American police, right? If American gets killed outside of the country, right, the FBI has to get involved. They automatically going to get involved if American citizen is murdered outside of the United States. They will audit the State Department and the FBI will automatically get involved. I knew that
They must be doing that because they're not doing it here. So maybe that's why they're not doing it here, because they're doing it other places. You know.
Well, the thing is, when you're an American citizen and you get killed outside the country, they're going to investigate that. They're going to make sure, because your parents might call or family members might call. So the FBI, they're going to get involved. They say, okay,
like they do here. That's sarcasm. Like they do here. Okay,
right. But the thing is, look, then if we don't trust the police, right? Then we have to do the policing. And we have to. That's the way I think. If you don't believe that somebody's gonna, if you don't think someone's gonna do the work better than you can do the work, then you do it yourself. That's the way I think.
I'm going to listener.
Yeah, no, that's the ultimate goal, is to be self-governed and self-policed, of course. But obviously, in this tragedy, unfortunately, the location is not even really that relevant because it was people who she trusted, she went on this foreign trip with, and who ultimately, me personally, they should be charging everybody, that the person who was recording, everybody in the room, everybody that was involved. There's a conspiracy, and whether it's second or third degree or whatever it ends up being, they all should get charged, to be quite honest. And because anybody at any point could have jumped in, could have stopped it, could have separated, whatever the case may be. So
yeah, I think everyone in there should at least be minimum 25 to life.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, hey. I can't disagree with that at all. Yeah, I'm just online trying to do some searches of Americans found dead in Mexico. There's a lot. I had a niece who went on a trip earlier this year with her friend, and when I did because I actually did a whole post about how the cartels in Mexico literally skin people alive, among other things, chopping bodies up, chopping heads. I mean, it's very demonic, very very savage the way they treat human bodies. They have dumping grounds, and it's like, man, in my opinion, I'm like, this seems to be like a young thing where these, again, maybe it's fueled by the internet, Instagram. I don't know where this desire is to go down to Mexico and party, whatever, blah blah blah. But it's like, man, you got to be very very careful when you go into these foreign countries, trying to party it up, live it up, turn up, whatever, because if it's not something that's as tragic as that, it could be that you end up incarcerated for some nominal offense, whatever that may be. So, you just got to be careful and when you're traveling to another country. And I think these incidents seem to be happening in a certain age group. um my niece is in her mid 20s, I believe. And so it seems like mid 20s, mid 30s, that's the age group where they just want to go party, party, party. But you got to be careful. That's all. Shout out to News Toter on YouTube in space. I'm trying to get the fan base up. I don't know if a lot of people are on there, but I do want to at least try it out, see what it sounds like. I was in the space that Terrain, I think his name is Terrain Walker, did with Isaac Hayes as a co-host, and he was giving out a lot of really good information, a lot of really good advice about how these social platforms grow over time and just like kind of being patient. Saying that he went from 300 to I think they're at 30,000 now or something like that. So it is a process. And again, we earlier we were saying how Twitter is really being overly abusive to black accounts. Every once in a while, I'll see a large white account that they've suspended or whatever, but they're usually very conservative and they got a lot of conservative ideology, politics, whatever. They step over the line too. So, um, but for art, for what our purposes are, being black, political, black empowerment, reparationist, etc., they are absolutely targeting our accounts. And I've said some pretty intense things on here. I'm shocked I haven't had at least another suspension in a very long time, but I try to be careful not to go after the blue checks. And now there's so many blue checks. It's like it's like damn. But that just kind of is what it is. Miss Giselle. Miss Giselle, if you can talk, you got it. Nope.
I'm so sorry. Hold on.
Oh, that's fine. So I changed the title a little bit to "Stop Belittling. It Causes More Harm Than Good," because I do want people's opinion on what I feel like is sort of like a cult environment that has been created in some of these spaces and some of what seem like organizations. Um, it seems like, and that, I mean, this has been going on for a while, to be honest. I mean, I think we've all understood since the spaces started where some individuals who are leaders of some groups have been trying to verbally abuse and crack the whip on people who challenge information in these spaces. I think it's turned a lot of people off. And I think it's caused a lot of conflict unnecessarily so. But just wanted to talk about, this, what I believe is like charismatic leader kind of setting up themselves for a cult like following. They got a bunch of minions who run around and try to set you up to get you deplatformed or set you up to get into, not even intellectual conversations, but just attacks, personal attacks, back and forth personal attacks. And so just trying to let everybody voice their opinions on that. And, because we're not going to be able to change it, but just kind of be aware of what's going on. Oh, Trump's back up.
Hey, yeah, Greg. Look, my thing is like I just want to get away from the victim. I hate. I don't.
Trump's back in the building.
I can't even explain myself. Like I just hate that victim. The victim mentality.
90%.
I mean,
90%.
If you feel like a victim, you're not going to go to another country and build relationship with other people and 'cause when you travel the world, right, you'll notice that people got things that you don't have in your country, and then you can use their resources to make income. because people always have different ideas in other countries, and that's how I made it, because I was able to take ideas from other countries and use that to make money for myself. But if you feel like you are a victim and that people hate you anywhere you go in this world, then you would never receive any benefit from what the world can offer to you, because you feel like everybody hates you and you're a victim to everybody. Even though we come from the richest, most powerful country in the world, I'm not going to be a victim in the poorest countries, where everybody in those poor countries are uneducated. They had no opportunity. They make less than $3, $5, $10 a day. How can I be a victim to those people? So that's what I'm talking about. I ain't no victim to nobody. So I think that's if you want to live in this world, you can't live in this world as a victim. That's all I have to say.
Understood. We got News Toter up to speak. You got it. Shout out to News Toter. If you're not following News Toter, please do follow and subscribe to News Toter.
Hey, what's going on, Black? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hey, how's everybody doing in this space? Let me give a shout out to the host, the co-host, Miss Giselle, Baby, Black Native, Professor, Shism, Mel, Unapologetic, SO, and everybody that's in the space. I just want to say what's up to you. I haven't been in the space for long. I kind of was just chilling with the family, watching a little bit of football, kicking back, trying to relax and whatnot. Serving out this Twitter suspension that I got. I think I got about 3 more days and how many other hours left on this actual Twitter suspension. But just getting to the topic, because I haven't heard everything that you guys were talking about, but just in terms of like some of these spaces and some of the information that you're talking about, yeah, I'm to the point myself, man. I just try to go into spaces, the people I'm familiar with, people that, you have something in common, that you're trying to build something with. I want to be in spaces that's educational, motivational, inspirational, things of that nature as well, too. I really don't want to hear all of this, the drama and the BS and all that kind of stuff like that, the back and forth. When we try to have spaces, we're trying to relate to what's going on in the news cycle, what's relative to Black people, Black Americans in this country, trying to find solutions, trying to have, intelligent conversation. I like to have an open mic and just have people that's in the space come up and share their thoughts, their views on, what's going on, what's impacting our lives and stuff like that. So I definitely get what you're saying, that a lot of times you have these spaces and stuff like that where it just becomes, just an attack space, and people up here sitting up here just constantly talking about this person, that person, or if they have a beef with somebody else, they bring it to your space, and now you're involved in all this other crazy madness and stuff like that. My whole idea of spaces is supposed to be, like I said, you're trying to share content and you're trying to share ideas and things of that nature, how you can build and form coalitions on Twitter and outside of Twitter as well, too. So all of just the madness, the craziness sometimes that, that goes on social media, it's kind of draining. I would tell everybody, go ahead, man, and, come on social media, but also, take a little break from it as well, too, to recharge your battery, because some of this stuff, is just, some of the toxicity that gets involved in some of these spaces, and it's not spaces alone, just being on Twitter, social media, all these different social media sites and stuff. We have people going back and forth. I myself got caught up in, a back and forth with somebody who came out of nowhere, somebody I didn't even know, sitting up here just running their mouth, talking about being on the sideline, and I can't talk about reparations and this and that, and pretendians and all this other nonsense stuff. I mean, it's stuff that, I had nothing whatsoever to do about. So, I definitely can speak from experience. I would say that one of the top features on Twitter is something that I don't use often, but I would recommend anybody else, instead of going and having a back and forth with somebody that really is only there to troll you and try to go ahead and get you off your game, use that block feature. Don't even feed into it. Either don't comment, and even the more powerful than the block feature sometimes is just letting people just run their mouth and don't even respond to the comment, like you don't even see them, like, you know, just totally ignore that person, because a lot of times people on here just to get underneath your skin and trying to derail whatever you're trying to do positive. So, you know, I would just tell all my people, go ahead, either ignore the person or block them. Just go ahead and keep doing what you do. Stay positive. Focus on the greater goal, and just go ahead and, you know, just try to do things for your people and your community, and just stay out of the BS as much as possible. Sometimes that's not possible. I can tell you, you get your name drug into stuff sometimes that you really don't, you really not even trying to be into. But, you know, just for the most part, man, just try to stay as positive as possible, and try to just keep pushing forward. That's pretty much it, Black.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I do block people. I just had a little back and forth. Like I said, this white, probably middle-aged, milk toast, prejudicial Republican out of Minnesota who had been following me and really been following a lot of our accounts. I went through his likes, 4,000 plus likes, and I'm seeing people that we interact with that he's reposted or he's liked some of their content. And he came at me like, "Oh, I rarely see anybody post anything that's so egregious. I'm gonna have to unfollow you." And I'm like, "What? I don't even know. I've never interacted with you really like that. I don't know who you are. I had to figure out your race based on your fucking likes." Like, you know, but I didn't take my anger out online. Like I said, I simply went through, screenshot all the bullshit that this dude was liking, and I sent it back at him, you know, and I'm just like, you know, get out of here with that goofy shit, man. We're not gonna have a back and forth. So I'm glad that you don't follow me anymore. Cause what were you following me for anyway? Cause all the black people, other than, you know, the reparationists, it's what is the dude, Jesse Lee's of the world, the Tom Sowells, like all these pathetic Republican puppets, you know, is the Candace Owens of the, you know, that type of black, that's his perfect image of what a black person is, needs to be. And so whenever someone like me steps out of that mold, it's like, oh my God, I can't believe you're like this dude. I was never here to you know, appease you or make you like me in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, you just gotta either ignore it, block it, or just don't really engage that much. There's this white dude who got my other account permanently suspended. He's a professor of African American studies, believe it or not. And you know, we're going back and forth, and I just, you know, back then I was a little more aggressive. And yeah, that was like my third suspension in like, I don't know, a couple weeks. And they were just like, they just took that whole fucking account from me because of that. So gotta watch them. On this account, I've only been suspended one time for 12 hours. It was another fucking white dude who came in, you know, commenting on a post, and then we do the back and forth shit. And I'm just telling them, man, you motherfuckers ain't been on the planet long enough to really have a comment or a position against black Americans, period. And they actually fucking you know, gave me a 12-hour suspension because and I was just laying out scientific facts and evidence. It wasn't even crazy like that. So man, you know, oh my God. Yeah, just be careful. I think Miss Giselle and then baby sister. Damn.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was gagging on my my water, so I had to pause for a second. But yeah, you're absolutely right about the like I wanted to go back to say this thing about fan base and then to the other part that you were talking about. Fan base, I've been on there for a little over a year.
Oh, nice.
And
Nice.
it's been pretty good. A lot of glitches in the spaces there, but overall it's like an IG
Yes.
with a chat feature like this space.
Yes.
But I haven't seen anybody that I know get suspended on there, and they're all reparationists, like for the most part, as well as like business colleagues and things. But it's a good networking space, and he did work on the fine tuning of the sound quality of the spaces, because it used to be if you stay in the spaces for too long, the sound quality will go down. So now he did like some some really good work to it. So now the sound quality is better. So we'll be hosting music history class lessons over there.
Nice.
Spaces again, because that's what we were doing it at first. Another thing, you can earn money. I actually have money sitting over there from just hosting spaces. So if you host a space and all of us sitting over here, Twitter's only making the money. You go over the fan base and the amount of people we get into all of these spaces, you will be making money. And I only been in a couple of them. I got like $13 sitting over there, $14 sitting in the account over there. After I get to $50, I could cash it out or something like that. But I know people who was over $100 in like 2 weeks. So, and I know people who are treating, it's a lot of people who have monetized over there in ways y'all would not imagine. If you want to come into that space, it costs $25 to sit in this space. And if you don't pay them the $25, they put you out because they build up like that type of stuff. So it's a lot of money people are making over there. Like some spaces, you're like, is this the strip club? And it really is like a damn strip club. I don't even want to go into details, but I have seen that. And another investor, which is I think the dopest feature, and it's only $250. So once the website pop, it's gonna be amazing. Some people feel like he's everybody's person. Why are you everybody's person? Why don't you talk about it being just a Black platform? And I noticed in the room that we were in yesterday, he had the white guy talking about, y'all don't know what's going on with this. And he tried to push the George Floyd conversation. I don't really like the way they were using that, like marketing it, because it was kind of like they was trying to sell us on trauma. I don't like that move, but overall, Twitter sells us on trauma all the time when they allow Black death to be featured. But anything that happened with these white people, they censor it. So I think overall it's a good opportunity for us, and we will bring the attention to that space. That's the biggest thing. He wants to move Black Twitter because Black Twitter actually sways the damn government. And that's the thing that people don't get. What we're doing in these spaces, the government is paying attention and they're making changes based on the conversations we have. So it's so much power in these spaces. And as far as the other rooms, I try to keep my peace. So if I feel like it's off the chain, I just fall back. And it's no offense to anybody in those spaces. Everybody got their own thing. I'm just trying to ride on another wave. That's just me, though. And I win.
Hey, real quick, Miss Giselle, what was the name of that site you was talking about? That's a social media site? You said fan base?
Yeah, fan base. Yeah. You can buy hearts. And you can send people like these super hearts. You spend I have bought hearts a lot of times. You just buy the hearts, sell them to people, give them to people, and they earn because you're giving them a heart, they make an earning. So it's like, you know how we doing claps in here? It's like for sale. Everything is priced. And I like that because you're not really wasting money. You can still like people's stuff, but on that platform, you get paid for certain things. And a lot of this information that we're giving here is valuable, very valuable. And you'll see the value there. They've actually applied a price tag to it. It's kind of like Bitcoin. They didn't have a price tag to put on it at first, right? They just knew it was going to be valuable. Now they have a price tag on it and you apply it accordingly. Same thing over there with likes and follows, etc.
Okay, appreciate that. I may have to check that out. I've never even heard of it before, so.
Yeah, it does sound pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find you on there, Mrs. Zell. Miss Rella's been on there. I signed up last week, and I did post that on social to try to get everybody to, try to sign up for it, because if the rooms work the way that Mr. Zell was just talking about, it will be a way for us to at least have that. The Instagram, that was when you said IG, that's the first thing I got. It's set up to look like Instagram. So if you're used to that look, then you'll it'll be something you're comfortable with. I never really understood how Instagram works. So I was never really just the aesthetics of it is a little different for me coming from Facebook, trying to find an alternative. I got to Twitter and it was difficult at first. I finally figured it out, but Instagram, I just never was able to figure out because it's a lot of materialism. And so I'm a look for you. I'm gonna look for more of the political side of it. I wish there was like, if you know of something I could search for on there to get to the political content, please let me know.
Now that's the thing. This is the wild, wild west for them. So anybody that's going over there now, like we are known over there for speaking Black empowerment and reparations. That's what I've been doing over there. Everybody that knows me over there, that's what I do, But everybody, this is the wild, wild west. You can make it into whatever you want it to be.
Mm.
And once this stock pop, even if it goes to $5,000 a share, right? I'm just randomly throwing out numbers. You only put in $250. Even if it goes to $1,000 a share, $500 a share, you've made things from it, and you are an investor. So that's the big thing. You can invest on a $250, or you can invest on a $500. I think it's like a $500 thing, but only when they open it up, and they're not going to do that for long. Anybody can lose $250 if you waste money out in all of these places. Just saying.
You saying you can invest money into fan base?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Or you talking about
because
crypto?
It's a startup. You can invest money in fan base.
Okay.
Investors. He was selling his basic investors for $250. For the other ones, it's like $500 for another tier. Tier is like two different tiers that you can invest in. And you will make earnings off of that website once it pops. So it's a long-term investment if you invest in a platform like Fanbase. But where have we ever got anything for what we talk? People host rooms in these places, 25 and 30 people, all 5 and 10 days apart. Like I've seen it where people hold a room, the same room, for 3 days or so. I've seen it for a week and on Clubhouse. I mean, that's just for clapbacks. Imagine you do that over there. You will make money from hosting that space that long, and all of the people that come in, the attention that it draws. As people come in, you get paid for that. You get paid for the how long people, or how much people can contribute in the space and everything. So you can make a lot of money. That's why it's people over there right now. A lot of foreigners are killing it over there because they saw it early. We always late to the party, but not too late in this case because they only been around for like about 5 years now. So this is our chance to get into the wild, wild west, create our own space in the metaverse on Fanbase.
Let's see what happens.
And then there, it doesn't matter what platforms you go on to. We already have a space here on Twitter, and we're building followings on Twitter. I have a large following on IG. I have a semi-large following on Facebook, but I don't let everybody be on that page. But it just depends, and this is the metaverse, and these are just the different countries in the metaverse, so you call it, if you want a visual of what the metaverse is like.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no question. When I just signed in, they sent me to that investment. It's a different app or whatever. And I kind of had to close out of it just so I can log into it. But I guess it's open now. And he was talking about trying to build the platform up. So he was comparing what he's trying to do to what Robert, what's his last name? BET founder. At any rate, the guy, Robert, who founded BET, when he sold BET, he said that was the time when the most Black millionaires were created from the sale of a business. So that seems to be his motivation. And obviously it sounds really, really good. If you get in early on any investment, that's the time to do it, is in the beginning, of course. And at 30,000 members or 300, I forget what the number was, It is still
300,000.
300,000. Okay, so yeah, it's still very early in the growth process, because he's not even at 10% of Black American population. So yeah, so it can only go up, and I don't know if I'm gonna invest, but I am gonna at least try it out. And I did post it on social. I'll try to put it in the featured section so people can try to sign up, and we can actually do both along with the YouTube channel. The thing about YouTube, it does give us 6, 7, 8 out, 10 hours, whatever, of recording time, and it's locked in. Social, unfortunately, has this 2-hour event limit, and I'm hoping that they will open that up, because I wouldn't even use YouTube if I could just have a consistent stream of video on there. For someone who does very short YouTube videos on social, that 2-hour window is more than enough. You can do one a day. For people who don't like to do very, very long videos like what we do here, a lot of people like to do like 15-minute videos or whatever the case may be. So you can definitely get that done on social, and and you can load them right up to YouTube or vice versa, whatever the case may be. So definitely try to invest in that. Just time wise, there's no monetary investment today. Um, but just keep that in mind. And like just Miss Giselle said, it's like you can have, because on my phone I could have 99 windows open. On most computers, I don't think you're limited. It's just the space that you have on your home screen. But you can have a Twitter page open. You can have a social page open. If you're going to do fan base, you can have a fan base app open, and you can navigate around each one of these three. If you got Facebook, whatever the case may be. So I think it's to our advantage to start to think in terms of bouncing around these platforms, and building our presence, building information on all these different platforms. And in that way, if you get a suspension somewhere, you still are active in other places, and it's not like you put all your eggs into one basket. So definitely shoot for that. Baby sister, she kind of disappeared. I see people getting in and out. It's probably glitching a little bit. I'm gonna let King Za go. I see Black Native. I see Tank Commander. I see a few more folks. Facts out if you want to come up to speak. Miss G Watts, straight no. Son, or let me make sure I get that right. Oh, Sony. Yeah, so feel free to come up, get a mic, and have
What's
a
up,
conversation.
guys? I had a question for y'all. I see that y'all have the Great Migration 2.0. I'm actually interested in taking part of that. I mentioned last night in one of the chats that I was trying to move to Mississippi, but I had a question for you Southern brothers. What is like a good city in Mississippi for like a young Black man such as myself to move? I'm trying to build stuff, for like land and like be around, other Black people and stuff from a jar. So.
Oh man, I lost.
Hey, look, I'm not an expert on Mississippi, but the city of Jackson and Biloxi, those are the two largest. Actually, there's a third city. There's three relatively decent sized cities in Mississippi, and Biloxi and Jackson, I think, are the two best. Jackson is the capital, and it's where your banks and your other corporations are. Then you have Biloxi. That's sort of like a tourist city. It's a port city, tourist city. They have casinos. A lot of tourists go there. So those are probably the two best cities: Biloxi, Mississippi, and Jackson.
Because I'm trying to basically, if this is going to work, we're going to have to make these strongholds around the South. So that's why I picked Mississippi, right? Because it's more remote and it's harder to get to me there.
Right. Well, what state are you in right now?
I'm in Washington now, so it's pretty remote up here too. But I'm just getting ready to. I'm just packing my. Well, just like
Washington State. Yeah, Washington State.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Mississippi. It's a lot of states you can choose. Savannah, Georgia, Charleston, South Carolina. Are you close to the ocean, or are you close to Seattle?
Yeah, I live near Seattle, so I'm close to the ocean right now.
Right. So yeah, I mean, there's
here.
Yeah, there's a number of seaports on the Gulf coast and the Atlantic coast. So yeah, there's many places you can choose.
Yeah,
in the South.
I think it's just like it's so cold weather for me. It's like they already got their white ethno state up here, believe it or not. I'm like, that's what people don't realize. And then once you get here, you're like, wow, what the fuck? There's so many white people I didn't even realize. And it's just like they talk all that. I'm not trying to be political or anything, but they talk about the liberal stuff. And you think that it would be diverse, but then you get here, it's like, oh my God, this is a white ethno state.
Right now, Seattle has a very large, relatively large Asian population.
Yeah, but they just Asians are so white, and they're so foreign that it's like you don't even notice them, really.
Right.
Well, guaranteed, the Asians that come to America are coming here for whiteness, and they're gonna assimilate into the white population. And when they get their numbers up, when they get their numbers up, they're gonna be just like white supremacists. There's no doubt about that. I want to mention South Haven, which is just outside of Memphis, just across the state line. It would give you access to the Memphis metropolitan area, but you still would be in Mississippi. So that'd be another area to look at as well.
What was it called?
South Haven is just outside of Memphis, just south of Memphis. Yeah. And it looks like the demographics are like 25+% black in that. It's a small town, but it's close to a major, black city in Memphis.
I think that's the best bet, being in a small town that's close to a big city.
Yeah.
Again, so especially considering the nature of this mission that we're on.
Yeah, I agree. I live outside of the inner city. I grew up in the inner city, but as soon as I became an adult, I moved to the smaller towns, and it is a little bit quieter, a little bit safer, of course. And then I try to live close to my employer, so it cuts down on transportation costs as well if you can make those moves happen.
What was the resort town that y'all said? Because I'm just writing it down.
Biloxi, Mississippi.
Yeah, let me.
Biloxi. Thank you.
Grab a drink.
Yeah.
Drinky dink.
In Charleston, South Carolina, you have Wilmington, Delaware. I'm sorry, Wilmington, North Carolina. I'm sorry. Wilmington, North Carolina is a nice little tourist town or seaport or coastal city. The southern states have many coastal cities, so a lot to choose from.
Let's get the hand up.
It's not even because I'm from New Jersey originally, but here it's like Seattle. You would think that.
You already, man. You were followed up on here. I don't know how this works, so I don't know if
because it's on the sound, you don't really get like all
I don't know if you're talking or I'm talking or how
like
this is
the
working over
Mississippi,
here.
like the third coast, like the warm.
Can you hear me
town.
in here?
Like we're pretty much on a huge lake.
Let's
basically.
See. Okay, I turn my mic.
Right.
Let's see. Oh, you know what? I have my volume down. My bad. Yeah. I can hear you now. I have my volume down. My bad. Okay. Okay. So
Hilarious. Yeah. So this is family.
yeah, okay,
It's pretty
I'm gonna open it up so people can hear you on Twitter. So Miss Giselle came over to fan base, so it's me and her in the space. You guys can get a chance to hear what it sounds like. Go ahead, Miss Giselle.
yeah. So it's pretty much just like Twitter. So you create your space. I don't know if you can change the name to your space during the room, but I know you can do it right before. And the only thing is, when you put people out of the room, sometimes they can come back. Sometimes.
Mm,
So you just gotta fully have them fully blocked because I don't know if they fixed that feature yet over here. But the little ghost at the bottom of the screen, that's how you leave. So you're ghost out.
nice.
And this one over here, we called it the hood. And so downstairs is called because it's like the neighborhood or whatever. So I think the goo is I think that's on Clubhouse, but we called it somewhere else in the space. I gotta figure that part out. I don't remember what we called it over here, but yeah. So it's pretty much just like Twitter. Like you talk in the spaces, you let people up, you drop them back down. Um, you of course you have your photo. You see the heart over top of your head.
Yep,
I know you see the heart over mine, right?
I
So
do.
click the heart over top of my head.
Okay. Love packs.
Yes. So these are the ones I was telling you about. So you can send me 100 loves for
Damn.
99 cents.
Okay.
And you can actually have people come in, like for News Totter when he's doing his shows, or when you're doing your shows. People can come in, and if like, especially if we host some debates, I think going into the political system, season, it'll be good to host debates over here,
Mm.
because we could say, hey, it costs 300. It costs 30 likes or 30 loves to, ask a question.
Mm.
And
Okay.
that's how you can. I'm not saying you're forcing people to build a revenue, but why not, right?
Right. Right. I
It's a
mean, man, either
yeah. So
support
it's
the either
flexible.
support the revolution or become a revolutionary. The funding is mandatory.
Exactly.
Man, there's no question about that.
Exactly.
Yep.
You
Okay.
either the customer or the boss.
Hey, actually, I'm losing you guys. I can't hear you.
Okay, let me do. Okay, can you hear me now? Hello?
You still in the metrics.
Okay, I'm in the matrix on Twitter. Okay, let me bounce out and
I
come
think you have
back
to
in.
mute yourself over here. Mute yourself over here.
Okay, let's see. Okay, how about now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, wow. So there must be like some feedback between the two mics. Let me move this a little bit further over. Yeah, there might be some feedback between the two mics then. Having them like right
Yeah.
next to each other. So yeah, I mean, her voice sounds really, really clear. It actually sounds like a little more, treble, bass, mid range. Like there's a lot more volume in her voice versus what I'm hearing on Twitter. And it looks like it's something that could work. So again, I'm gonna make sure on social we have it up in the feature section at the top of the page, so people who want to come over and do black politics on fan base, they can, as not just a backup but also as something that we kind of do simultaneously and have these discussions where we can kind of go back and forth. Thing about YouTube, people can be on there but they can't interact. On fan base, they can actually talk and put their hand up, and and again, she was talking about the ways you could either set up to make money or support the person who is talking. What's interesting and this is what's so crazy, like there's some large platforms that would really benefit in an amazing way from having that feature, because I've seen some of these larger platforms, they only have one speaker at a time, and they might have, who knows, 100 people in the queue trying to get up to the mic to speak. And if they could have it set up and established to a way where they say, like she said, if it's 100 hearts for $1 or whatever it is, you need to put up 500 hearts or $5 in order to get to the mic. while we have thousands of people in this space at that time. So I could see how someone who has a very large platform could use that to fund their revolutionary action. So it's definitely
And
something.
smaller ones.
I mean, the smaller ones need it more. To be honest,
Right.
the large platforms don't even need the money. But and that's where it comes down to, again, support the revolution or become a revolutionary. There is really no middle ground. We've been
One
talking.
last,
Go ahead.
yeah, it's one last feature I wanted to tell you about. Did you see that crown that you have beside you, your name?
Yeah, the crown. I see it. Yep.
Okay, so that crown, you know how in Twitter Spaces, if the host that create the space crash,
Mm.
the whole room goes down.
Oh wow.
In this space, you can pass the crown.
Nice. Make
So
someone
you
else
can
a
pass the
host.
crown to somebody else. They can hold the room down until you get back or until you fix whatever issues you're having. And then it's like a gray crown for
Co-host.
like just a co-host.
Yeah. Wow.
But then if you want to, that golden crown is the host, period. And if you don't shut this room down when you leave, that crown is going to come to me.
Oh.
If
Nice.
you ghost out and don't close the room.
Yeah. Nice.
That's
Nice.
what
You know what? That is very innovative. And it sounds like they took what they've seen in Clubhouse and Twitter and wherever else. Because I think they all have some type of audio room now, or at least they're working on them. But it looked like they saw a flaw and they improved upon it. And that's, man, that's so shout out to Isaac Hayes the third for being in a position to advance the conversation, advance technology, and basically create a platform where everyone, as Miss Giselle said, can go, and do what we got to do, and kind of, you know, not necessarily get off of Twitter, but at least have an alternative to it, because the way that they are censoring, shadow banning, throttling, I'm still seeing people coming in and out of this space because they're kicking people out of the room. I lost a co-host already, lost a bunch of other folks that I know would, at least say something before they bounced out. So it's just the way this Twitter space thing is for certain accounts, because other people that have accounts, even they don't even have to be blue checks. They're just regular people, regular accounts. They have no problems holding spaces and having people stay in the space. It's really a thing where Twitter has decided to attach some type of code to these black empowerment accounts, maybe to some white conservative accounts. Although I was just told that Donald Trump is back on Twitter. I know there was a post, and I kept seeing the post. Last time I looked at it, had over 8 million people who responded to the post. I didn't respond to it because I don't care one way or the other. I think it would be more entertaining, obviously, and would give you something to talk about. But other than that, I could care less if he's on here or not. But I guess through the poll and the democracy of majority rules, right? Because that's what black majority states is all about. It's about establishing a black majority, because in a democratic republic, majority rules, and there's nothing more powerful than that. The majority rules. And so he set it up in that way, and I guess I got to assume more people voted for him than didn't. So he's back on the platform based on a democratic majority rule system. The reason why you have a republic is because you have representatives who represent you in the majority, because you can't have 300 million people voting on every single piece of legislation. That would be nearly next to impossible, but also would create more problems than it actually solved, especially when you have federal, state, local, county governments, and then you got all these other municipality governments. I think the last time, I think Black American Homeland might know this, I think it's over 50,000 governments in the country. You couldn't run that with everybody voting on everything. So you have the representation of your elected officials to essentially do the will of the people. And as most people are saying in some of these spaces, how do they know what the will of the people is? You have to reach out to them, write them letters, at them on Twitter and social media in a non-threatening way, to get their attention about the voice, to voice the opinions and issues that you're concerned about. For Black Americans, for me personally, I don't think that's an effective strategy long term. I think it may have temporary results or temporary benefits, but for us long term, we have to be in control of as much of the system as we possibly can get control of, and that only is going to be developed through Black majority states. There's no other. There's no. I don't care how much money you got. Most people, when they talk about money, they're talking about influence anyway. Why would you want to spend your money on influence in anything when you can actually control it? So it's just a different way to think. It's a way to not think nationally, but think state wise, county wise, local wise, regional wise. But we got to stop thinking about the nation, because the nation is going to take care of itself regardless of what we do. And this nation is balkanizing itself into Mexican states, uh, ethno white states, and then everybody else. And if we don't get control of the states that we can get control of, we're going to be slaughtered. Our grandchildren are going to be slaughtered. So we gotta get on the ball here. Go ahead, Black American.
Yeah, look, I look at the 50 states as independent countries, right? Like there's 50, imagine there's 50 states. The 50 states, right, they have their own state constitution, they have their own court system, they have their own state budget. A state can have government to government relations with foreign countries. A state is very powerful. A state like Georgia has a 600 billion GDP. That's comparable to many, medium-sized European countries. So the states are very powerful government units. And with our population, we have 50 million Black Americans, right, living in the United States, right? We are powerless, with our population separated in 50 states. But if we can concentrate 60, 70, 80% of our population into 7, 8, or 9 states, right, we can take supermajority population of those states and take political control of those states.
Damn it,
so we can do it. That is my this is what I advocate for the past 12, 15 years, and I think we can do it, especially with the white population decreasing, for the next 5, 10, 15 years. The white population is going to be only 42% of the national population by 2050. And the Black population, I think, is going to hit around 18, 19% of the national population by 2050. So yeah, I'll land my plane there.
Absolutely. No question about it. The only thing is, do we have the will to do it? That really is the only question. It's not, can we do it? Yes, we can. We have the population to do it. Even though people don't seem to believe this, we actually do have the finances to do it, because during the Great Migration North, our people moved with nothing, literally nothing. They made those moves with absolutely nothing, and oftentimes on horse and buggy, so it is possible. It's just, do we have the will, the political will? Do we really want to be in a position of self-determination and self-governance and self-policing, self-education, or do we want to just continue to complain about it for another 50 or 60 or 100 years? Because there's a whole transhumanism movement. There's a whole digital movement to where, in my book, I talked about Black Americans being back in bondage, back enslaved, and most people would have read that 4 years ago and probably thought I was crazy. However, as you move into a digital enslavement where, much like biblical prophecy, you can buy or sell anything without their permission, without them tracking you, you can start to see a lot clearer how they absolutely can take the marginalization of a population and ramp that up to a degree where they literally choke you to death because you just can't compete in this society. And yeah, I mean, I've seen government digital currency where they're talking about being able to deny purchases. They like quite literally to have that level of control over you trying to make a purchase, and based on what the purchase is, them being able to stop it. And the only way, I mean, I just posted something about this lab grown meat. They're calling it what the hell are they calling it? Cultivated meat. Now, cultivated, that sounds like upper class, elite. You cultivate something. It sounds really, really good. So they're masters at deception, but this is lab grown meat. Imagine, I mean, we can all imagine, how does the government operate? They implement things through the military because they have no choice. They implement it through the public school system because they literally have no choice. Through the prison population, they have no choice. And then it'll be the lowest the people who can afford food the least through public welfare programs, who will have to buy this cultivated meat that they've created in a lab, while the rich and the upper middle class are continuing to eat real meat. Yeah, so this is where we're headed. This is the way the global elitists want it, and there ain't nothing we can do to stop it, except if we had control over state government, we could simply say, in this state, these products have to be labeled, and people will have the option to know not to buy, because we can educate the population and say, do not buy this type of meat, these genetically modified products, these lab grown, whatever it is. Do not buy it.
But one thing I'm gonna say, brother, to all that is we're gonna face opposition from the small hats because it's causing disruption. So it goes back to what you were saying about being willful, right? We're definitely gonna have to be willful against small hats.
Yeah, the religious occultists, and that's 3Ks is what I call them. But here's the thing. Everything's about education. So we all know what and who those people are, and their religious books are available to everybody to read and study to understand who and what those people are. They have sway over individuals and over organizations. They do not, cannot, will not control a sovereign state government, period. They just don't have that level of authority. And in fact, a state authority will be able to investigate those people within our jurisdiction. So we're talking about a completely different relationship, and that's on all accounts across the board. So yeah, this will put our population in the position to where we don't have to be concerned with the things that today we have no defense, no protection against. We just or essentially hear sheep being set up for the slaughter. We talked
exactly.
about, yeah, we talked about the woman in Mexico, and I talked about the 3 that died in the Airbnb. Well, I'm reading through the news reports, those all happened on the same day. 4 Black Americans died on the same day, which is mind-boggling. but I wanted to say that to say this. Kyrie, who is a victim of the religious occultists, did donate a significant sum to her GoFundMe. Um, I think it was over $60,000. I'm not sure the exact number, but he's done that. He's been that person who's, he sees something, he sees there's a need, and he contributes to the need. And he's done that without wanting any credit for it or any social whatever. That's just the heart of that man. I think it's going to be determined that they owe him back pay. They're going to reinstate him, either through a lawsuit or just because they realized that they kind of went too far. They overstepped the boundaries, and I'm sure they've gotten a lot of pushback. I guarantee you, even even Ye has gotten.
Fucking Jews almost starting a revolution with their dumbasses.
Well, I'm sure Ye has gotten a lot more supporters than he's ever realized because of him speaking the truth to power, as they say. So that kind of just is what it is. We try to avoid the J word. We've seen some of our black accounts. We've actually seen entire spaces collapse because of it. So, we try to avoid it because what's the point? We're not going to fix it today. We're not going to fix it on these spaces, of course, but at the same time, it's like we can just use our terminology and everybody knows what we're talking about. Go ahead, King Za.
Yeah, I was just yeah, like you said, you were saying that they overstepped the boundary. I was like, it's kind of like, we do need the super majorities because these small, there's only 2 million Jews in the U.S. and there's 40 million black people. So, I mean, for us to be bending at the whim to these people, and they're small. I mean, shoot, they can hold on to all the gold coins they want to, but just look at how they live and how they act. I mean, I grew up in New Jersey. I know a lot. The small hats and stuff. It's just their culture is.
Here you can tell, or
is all
I heard it. Like I heard the difference in the value.
Oh, so that's what you mean by small hats?
Yeah, I see 40.
Okay.
40
Yes.
hearts up there.
I just sent you 40 hearts. So now let me show you how you look it, because you just the longer you stay.
See the small hat on their head.
So you push down the all rooms.
Right.
See the little arrow.
All rooms, little arrow.
Hey, Black. Hey, Gray. Look, you had there's this guy named Tank.
Oh yeah, I got
Commander.
it. I got it.
He was in the space. He just left. But you was in a space about 4 or 5 days ago, right? And I saw your picture and his picture, and I said, man, these guys look, kind of similar. So
see, create.
So I couldn't. So he was just in the space. I was going to invite him up, but he just left. So
you see the little house, the magnifying glass, the plus sign, the bell button, and then.
Do you talk to him? Did you invited Tank Commander to our space?
Hold on one second. Let me answer this. Yeah, so I did invite him in, but he might have got kicked out. And I don't know if he left or he got kicked out because again the room is glitching. But yeah, so he's got a YouTube channel. He's been around for a few years. He's got this Real Man campaign, which I enjoy it. His information is pretty solid, I wanted to talk to him about the military aspect of helping with our movement, because we need Black U.S. military veterans and active duty to participate in this migration. Is very, very important. And so I always try to connect with Black American military personnel. So I'm gonna try to have an offline conversation with him about that, because we could.
You don't want to invite him back, see if he wants to speak.
Yeah, I mean, if you feel like reaching out to him, for sure, just let him know.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much. I saw Miss Georgia came up to speak, but she got dropped down, which again, that's how the space is. It's people having connection issues or the space is dropping them. So I got Mrs. Giselle. She's trying to run something to me on fan base. Go ahead, so everybody could hear. Okay, Mrs. Giselle, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so what do I need to do here?
Yeah, so at the top, when you see all rooms.
Oh, the little
You should
house.
see. Yeah. Do you see the thing that dropped the little arrow to minimize your space?
I see create room. I see the space in green. I don't see a little arrow though.
Okay, so in the upper right hand corner, you should see your icon, and then you see the number of hearts you got for the space.
Do I need to go back? Let's see.
Yeah, you probably have to go back.
I see the hearts. I see the all rooms. I hit the all rooms.
Push the arrow down.
Yeah, I did that.
All right. So at the bottom of your screen, after you do that, you see a little bell at the bottom of your screen.
A little bell. That I don't see. I see what looks like a fire and some sticks of wood. I see the house at the top. I see create room. I see this space in green, and then I see a bunch of other spaces.
Okay, so do you see, okay, so that looks like it's
I'm gonna start working my own like thesis for all of this and try to like make some sort of essay.
Okay, so that's probably the difference. All right,
okay,
so
let me hold 1 second, Mr. Zell. Say that again about a thesis. I'm sorry.
Yes, I was thinking of writing. I just got a laptop today, so I was just thinking earlier in the week to like write something up because I work in construction. I'm civil engineer by education, so I just want to write something up like for logistics and stuff before I try to speak. Just so I can have more clear, concise logistics and how we're all gonna do this, right?
Yeah, so I wrote a book 4 years ago, but I'll be honest with you, I've probably written 2 books since I've been on Twitter, just in my post alone. I've got a lot of threads. There's a lot of information under this account. I got a Delaware thread, which has a lot of information in it, a lot of posts that would probably put you on the right track. But I don't know if you're really good with searching Twitter. You basically do an advanced search and then you just do keywords under different accounts, but you could do an @ on my account and keywords.
Yes.
And you'll pull up a lot of information. It's been evolving, but the thing about a revolution, if you're not evolving, you're revolving, right? So if you're not moving forward, you're just spinning in circles essentially. So yeah, we just try to keep adding and building and then going deeper and deeper and deeper and understanding.
And I'm just honestly go ahead. Were you gonna say something? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you thinking about moving to Mississippi, there was a time where we looked at the numbers and said we need 1 million people to move to Mississippi. But when we got deeper into the state and we looked at how these elections are ran and how many people it takes to actually win these elections, that number is almost cut in half because there's apathy in the voting population. 100% of the people do not vote. It's somewhere around 50-60%. Some states it's less. During the midterms, it's much, much less. So it turns out 500,000 new voters with the nearly 1 million voters that are there, you should have a solid voting base to take over the state of Mississippi. But that's something that is taking some time to understand that by looking at Delaware. And then you just kind of apply the information that you've learned by looking at the smallest state and applying it to the larger states. You want to have a multitude of the counties as Black majority counties, because in the state legislature, you need to have more districts that are Black majority districts, so you control not just the governor's mansion, but you actually control the House Senate or the state Senate and the state House of Representatives, because that's the only way you're going to get legislation through. You got to control the 2 houses and the governor's mansion. So, it's just a matter of looking at the information, applying it, and then growing and growing and building and building and building. And you just we can chop it up back and forth, DM me and stuff like that. I'm gonna try to understand what Miss Giselle's trying to do on fan base, so I could have it for the future sessions that we're gonna do here. So I may actually do like a midweek fan base and then stick to this Saturday Twitter thing to try to build it up a little bit and see how it goes like that. So
So what do you think will happen with like the coming future for Black America as far as like the Great Migration? Because I was like Googling and I've seen it, it's already hit the mainstream. They're read articles and stuff. It's catching on. So
yeah, so someone sent me information. I hate to bring up the name, but Mr. Blow, New York Times writer, wrote a book about a year ago. And someone texted me or posted to me that they are in talks to make a movie out of his book. And he said he spoke to the director, so I don't know if this is like a large production or if it's just like something that would be straight to Netflix or whatever. And I just thought, wow, that is very interesting because I know that that book had the effect of elevating it to a bigger audience, a national audience. However, most of the people in this book that are black celebrities or politicians told him it's not going to work. It's a bad idea. But having a movie is
that what they said?
yeah. If you read the book, most of them said it's a bad idea, or just that they didn't think it would work. But having a movie of it is going to be something that would be very inspirational for Black Americans to actually see a movie that, because I thought about that when I wrote my book, man, to turn it into a movie and have an audio visual presentation of the idea is very powerful. You can't deny that turning this information into a movie is going to have a different level of interaction and persuasion.
Influence on the community.
It's just going to be a game changer. So for what it's worth.
But guess what? I see major problems with that.
I'm gonna run.
And you
down.
understand what I'm going to. The fact that I believe, and I can say for a fact that he got that information from me from going to my website, my videos, and reading my tweets since 2014. So if it becomes a movie and it's written off of his book, then that will force me to get involved in something like that. Now, I try to stay away from suing Charles Blow when he came out with the book. However, something like a movie will cement him as the person that came up with the idea. If you understand what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, what you're saying. You're saying a book is different than a movie.
I'm saying the simple idea, Charles Blow got the information from me. The supermajority black states, Black American moving down to the South purposely to take supermajority population and political control of several states in the South. That is my idea. That's all I'm saying. He got that information from me in 2014, 15, 16. He actually, what's that word I'm looking for? He actually made comments to my tweets back in 2014, 2015. And he said that it won't work. He said that for every for every black voters, there's even more white voters. So, so I always thought that he was against the movement. However, in 2021, in January 2021, I got a tweet that said that Charles Blow is writing a book or is publishing a book in January about about Black Americans moving down south to take political control of the South.
Shit, I would sue him already if I were you, bro. To be honest.
Say it again.
I said I'd be already suing his ass if I were you.
But I don't want to take the picture, right? I just want to post the picture.
Yeah. Family members, friends, they all told me this.
At least build a case or something. That way, when he comes out with the movie, you already have like, oh, see, that'd just be one more thing to add to it and shit. But that's just my 2 cents, bro.
But but the thing is, I don't want to feel like I don't want to be the person to what's that word?
I got it. It's on there now. So
I mean, for me, this is very difficult because I don't want to be the person to like I can't even think of the word. I don't want to be the person that
makes it a negative thing.
You're right, because people can say I'm being selfish because instead of looking at the whole 50 million Black Americans, I'm only thinking about myself. So I don't want to be seen as a selfish person. But when someone steals an idea from you, it becomes very personal. And he's a relatively famous person. He's a professional writer, professional journalist. And then, and when he sees information that, like, wow, this is great information. This is a great idea. I can make money off this. So I've never seen it as a profit, making profit or making money. I just wanted to give my information, put my information out there. So, I had a website. I published the book on my website. I did videos on YouTube, and I've been doing this since 2012. So, yeah. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah.
I land my plane.
Oh, nice.
You there, Greg?
So another comment that I was trying to make, was it just like I was watching this one video. It's like teaching our people, bearing arms. Basically, like I just got into drones and stuff. If we can learn how to survey the land with the drones and just keeping up with the technology like that, because arming yourself is democratized these days. They got the 3D printers and stuff. Just like little stuff like that, trying to teach the people.
A little bit of money off their content. That's a motivating factor for sure. So, all right, let me get back into this Twitter talk. Let's see what they talk about.
There?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Miss Giselle just showed me how the money's made on fan base. Man, it's crazy. She broke it down. I could see since we've been on here for about an hour or so, I made 24 cents, but we've been racking hours, hours, and just did a quick calculation. It'd be, I think she said $364 for this year had we just been on there, the whole time as well. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good motivating force for people who want to hold these rooms and have content, and they got supporters who want to support their message, the reparationist perspective. People like that come to mind. and then you can also tip within, people can tip you within the app with these hearts, I guess. So yeah, I like the way that's set up for sure. Yep. So
So
man,
what you saying you want to do a fan base?
yeah, well, I set one up last week for this week, and that's where Mrs. Zell's at. She's on fan base. I'm on there, and I posted on social last week that I was setting it up so that people could, create their fan base account. And it was I guess it was like, I don't believe in coincidences. It just was the way the universe works, where Isaac Hayes III had a whole space about his platform and how it works and everything in the middle of the week. Taurine Walker, I believe, is the one who held that. So if you missed it, you can go back and check it out. I think it was a couple hours, but at least you'll get a firsthand understanding of it, because from what I remember, he didn't allow other speakers to come up, so it's just him and Chuck Modi, who I think he's a white like news reporter or something. I think he's involved in the media somehow, some way. I've seen his post a lot throughout the years. But he was another speaker, and Miss Giselle said he was throwing something in there about George Floyd or something like that. I kind of missed that part, but I came in on the end, and it was just essentially Isaac Hayes talking about the platform and explaining how these other platforms have taken like a decade to take off, to really, really hit their stride. So just telling people who have platforms like social or whatever to kind of be patient and go through the process of building it up, you know what I mean, and adding value over time. So he was confronted with the question of a lot of other assets that Black Americans have held. They eventually sell them off to white corporations. And I was like, wow, that is true, as the person was asking the question. But then his response to it was what I said earlier, that he feels like his mission is to build this platform up to make people as wealthy as he possibly can, the investors. And that's where the investment in comes in. And then he said, essentially go and make another one, or do something else. And you do see that a lot in the business world, where like I've always said, the way they kind of control Black American entrepreneurs who get into those spaces is like Ye, he's a prime example, is they'll have partnerships. Instead of you being the owner, having 51% ownership, where you can basically call the shots, it's always a bunch of partnerships. And then they're able to squeeze you out, buy you out, essentially terminate your contract whenever they feel like it. So we definitely want to get away from those type of situations. But yeah, it's just all the way around interesting. If his goal is to try to build up this platform to later sell it off, create wealthy investors, and then essentially do something the same or something completely different, whatever. I mean, at least if you know that going in, you kind of know what the game plan is, and you can, not be disappointed if that does happen, because up front, that's the goal. That's what the point of it is. So enjoy it while it lasts. He did say it multiple times, nothing lasts forever, and that is very true. MySpace didn't last forever. America Online didn't last forever. There's countless computer websites that were big, huge platforms back in the day that just didn't survive. And some of these ones that we know and love today, they may not be around in 10 years as well, because a lot of technology, a lot about life is driven by the next upcoming generation. And so, like, I don't expect social to get a bunch of like college age kids on it. We would love to have them there, but it's unlikely that they would see that as the place for them to be, because of the content is more news oriented. It's more of an adult conversation. It's not like let's get lit and party and shake our booties and stuff like that. But I don't think there's a whole lot wrong with that content as long as you're not talking about killing each other, and raping each other or whatever, because some of that stuff is really poisonous. But if you can have a positive party atmosphere, I'm all good with it. You know what I mean? um I just don't like the criminal, negative, rob your friend, set this person up, et cetera, et cetera. I really don't like that content, and I grew up with it.
You know,
Hmm.
yeah, great. You know what? This fan base reminds me of. I used to have a website back in 2005, 6, 7, 8 about how to retire in Southeast Asia, right?
Oh no.
And the content is very specific, right? And something like fan base, if you have specific content that people can use, like let's say, men they're in their 50s and 60s, they want to retire outside the United States, but they don't know, they don't have a clue how to do it, right? But I do.
Right.
I've been to all these Southeast Asian countries. I know their laws. I know, getting married or buying property or setting up a bank account or, just little things like getting an apartment. I know all those things, right? And these older men or men that are about to retire, they looking for specific information. And I think that will be very valuable to them on fan base because, they are willing to pay for specific information.
Let me get this back up here. Okay. So
understand?
I do. So on social is a platform that can be monetized. We don't have any monetization yet because no one's put their content to do it. But essentially, what you're describing are called courses on social, and it's a way for you to monetize your content. So what you would do is you would have your subscribers come over to social. We create a community for you that has a paywall, and then they would pay whatever your subscription is. It could be individual lessons, it could be a monthly subscription, and you could have that information in a course format. So essentially, you would record videos. Maybe you have some supplementary, written information that you can type into your community, and then you would interact back and forth with the community to kind of help them navigate their way through what you're talking about, moving to Southeast Asia. It probably would help people who are moving to other parts of the world as well. But it would, but obviously you're talking about something that's really specific. So we can establish that with a course and a community with a paywall on it for anybody. That's one of the reasons why I established social, was to give our people the opportunity to monetize their content. You just have to have a support network already to bring over, because even on fan base with 300,000 people on it, again, there's not a lot of political content on there from what I can tell. It's really more like Instagram content. So it's, look at me in my new car, look at me in my new shoes, look at me in my new dress, look at me on vacation, look at me, look at me, look at me, is essentially what the first impression of it to me was. And I know that's big in that, high school, college demographic, maybe late or early 30s to mid 30s demographic. It's kind of like a show off culture. And they can monetize themselves on there because that's kind of what they're into. But I don't know if you would find the people that you would be looking for even on there, necessarily. You may get lucky and find that, but the way it's set up, is more or less like you hold spaces according to Mr. Zell, and they're going to give you 24 cents or whatever, however it works every so often. And you can kind of build up money, just let it bank up. I guess maybe once a year you pull money out of it. I don't know. And people can tip you, which is cool with these hearts. I guess these hearts are essentially money as well. But I don't know if they have the ability to set up your own paywall and have your courses, which is what you're talking about, essentially doing is educating people, helping people. And if you had a monthly subscription and then you had individual lessons that you monetized, that would be a much more efficient and dedicated way. And then you would just have to promote your community on social to, all of your followers in a bunch of different places across social media or whatever the case may be. And yeah, so that'd be a way to accomplish that. So I'm going to our first cult figure. I'm trying to pull up this story now. This guy's from India. This is called the Plaid Zebra. I'm not sure if that is what it's about, but it was a sex cult. They're calling it bioterrorism. I'm gonna kind of scan through what this guy did, and you're gonna hear when you hear what he did, you're gonna kind of have echoes of what other people may or may not be trying to do. Again, everything is allegedly. This is not a space to single out individuals, but it is a space to kind of let people understand where this can head, where this type of tactic, which is really a cult tactic of bullying individuals and challenging individuals instead of challenging the information, actually challenging and targeting individuals to kind of shut them up in these political spaces. So let me get this up here, and then we can kind of talk about this dude. And the reason I'm going to this one first, because I was in a space, intelligent space, people that I do respect. I believe they're really dedicated to the mission. Good brothers, good sisters, all of that. But they when I because I'm like, okay, I'm gonna mention the Black state migration in the text of the conversation. And the guy who lives in Oregon was like, oh yeah, back in the days there was this cult that was established out here. And he basically said they rounded up a bunch of homeless people and they went out in the middle of nowhere and they essentially had this cult thing going on. So initially I was like, yeah, because we've had conversations about actually going like seeking out Black American homeless population to rehabilitate them if they are willing. If they want rehabilitation, we want to definitely be in a position to seek them out and give them all the tools and the skills that they need to get up on their feet and become productive members of a Black majority society. So that is valuable. That is valuable. So, I'm in the space, I'm thinking, oh yeah, this is all good. And I don't think he meant anything negative about it. But when you look into what this cult actually was, like most cults, this is not a positive thing. Like, this is not a positive thing. So I don't think it was an intentional slight, but anytime you compare a Black political movement to a cult, to be quite honest, there's not a lot of positive energy coming off of that comparison. Because, how many of these cults are actually moving masses of people into positions of political power where they can benefit their people over long term, over multiple generations, and keep them empowered, keep them protected, keep them prospering over multiple generations. There's not a lot. The one that comes to mind would be the Mormon Church. and whatever they do, and we all know, you know, they got issues just like everybody else got issues. You could look at the Amish community, the Mennonites, and what they've done over decades, centuries, whatever the case may be. You could look at the Nation of Islam, how they've been able to build and build and build, and even though they've had um, obstacles in different parts of their existence, they've maintained, and I believe they're stronger today than they ever were. So there are some really good, strong examples out there that we can look to, but this one was a train wreck. This one was a train wreck, and I'm not even going. I mean, I know about some black ones that had some issues. I'm not going to bring them up because that's not what we do here. We're going to look at these other groups and talk about how they were really just doing some shady business, and they use these tactics, these belittling tactics, um, these sort of the leader is untouchable. You're not allowed to challenge the information that the leader's presenting because they're the all-knowing one and you're just a minion. So you know, stay in your place, essentially. And you know, the year of these spaces, I guess in December is about a year since I've been on them, since we've been on them. It seems like I don't want to say it's increasing, but it's happened enough over the last 6 months and maybe longer that we addressed it once before, kind of a little bit talked about it, but I just wanted to have a space about it because it's created all these different factions. It's created a lot of conflict. It's created, you know, I was at that rally, and I didn't even know. Like I said, I was kind of next to a group of guys. They were recording each other. It kind of sounded like they were like, "Oh, yo, such and such is over there, and he said this and she said that, and they did this and this did that." And I was like, "Oh, damn! I hope this, you know, because this is a beautiful day. It's a beautiful event. I hope that this Twitter energy is not about to, you know, put a bad mark on what is a beautiful, positive situation." So I'm in that space, and they are talking about something that they were privy to. I had no idea. I don't think it was related to what I saw. It was something totally different. It was some individual or individuals that had showed up that they felt was going to create a problem, maybe, possibly, and were kind of eyeing them and keeping their eye on whatever, and were kind of asking around if this was the time and place to confront the person. And I'm just like, damn, you know what I mean? Thank God I wasn't involved in any of that. There were so many people there. To me, that would have been a whole tragedy for shout out to G Watts in the fan base. That would have been a whole tragedy for whatever's going on online to develop into some real world chaos. And it all stems back to this belittling, this because there was a time, and Malcolm X, salute to Malcolm X. I'm a firm believer in 99% of what Malcolm X has to say. Can't agree with anybody 100% on everything they say. That's not legitimate support. That is blind following. You can't just, I don't care who, it could be whatever your God you believe in, to be quite honest. 99%, God, I'd say 99.9%, but there's always going to be that 0.1% where you're like, can I question this? Can I question that? Because any credible information, any truth, any knowledge that's worth its weight in gold can stand up to questioning and scrutiny. And if it can't, then you must question the information or the individual or the organization or whatever it is. So back in the day, when they use these tactics to beat down on the population, essentially trying to whip them into political awakening, it served a purpose. It had a place, it had a purpose, it had a time. However, we have moved far beyond that paradigm where you have masses of Black Americans, twice the population. When Malcolm was alive, it was 20 plus million of us. We've doubled our population since then. So it's not going to have the same effect. And even then, you had MLK followers who were nonviolent, and then you had Malcolm followers who were more or less saying, by any means necessary, not violence necessarily, but by any means necessary. So you had two different thought opinions in the society, and there probably was a third, a fourth, a fifth, idea as well. So you probably still had the people who wanted to go back to Africa or whatever the case may be. And then you probably had a whole nother different ideology of just assimilating already and doing whatever white people tell them to do. So there's always going to be these multiple ideologies within the Black community. Back then, they could beat you down like a preacher. You go to church and they just beating you down of how sinful you are, beating you down, trying to break your spirit so that they can build you back up into a person who has respect for themselves, their community, etc. And that strategy it can be a positive strategy because that's how the military operates. They essentially bring you in, break you down to so you know what type of a person you are, they know what type of person you are, and then they build you up. And the problem with this belittling in today's social world is there's the breakdown, the beat down, the belittling, but there's no building up. There's no come alongside somebody to help build them up. It's just, I'm going to tear you down, tear you down, tear you down. I'm going to tear down anybody who challenges the leader or whatever we've all agreed to, the consensus. I'm going to just tear down. If you come against the consensus, we're just going to beat you down, beat you down, beat you down, beat you down. And then we're just going to leave you. And really try to push you out. I mean, because that's what's really happening. It's just pushing people out, or they're going to different factions where they find that I don't like this person, so I'm gonna go and rock with these people because I know they don't like this person too. But it's not productive. It's not moving us forward at all. It's just beating people down for the sake of beating people down. So, yeah, we just want to talk about it. So if anybody has any thoughts about that, feel free to come up. I'm putting this in the jumbotron. This guy was born in India. He's one of those guru types, whatever religion, I don't know, Hindu or whatever it was. They all dressed in orange, I believe. And it's essentially all white followers, which is pretty typical in these type of cults. But essentially, he went out to Oregon, and I'm gonna just read the thing that I quoted, and then we'll kind of go through the story. But he said he bought 64,000 acres. It cost a little under $6 million. This is like in the 80s. So that tells you the type of wealth that this guy had. I mean, this guy was wealthy. I mean, even today, $6 million is an insane amount of money, but in the 80s, it was ridiculous. Right. So he bought this ranch. He told the people in Oregon it was going to be a farm. He was bringing people there to work this farm. He set up housing, established a city who would worship and work for him. I'm just kind of skimming through it. So what they would do is they would have these sex orgies, right? It was all about free love, sex orgies. Everybody, they're dancing all day, meditating all day, likely ingesting some type of hallucinogenic drugs all day. Shout out to News Toter. We got News Toter in the building over on fan base. So definitely you guys want to get yourselves a fan base. So we can have these audio rooms over on fan base as well. So yeah, he called himself the guru of vagina. Obviously, he was sleeping with a bunch of women. They were sleeping with each other. There was all types of sexual immorality.
Did you guys post the link of the fan base?
Yeah, I will. I did that. I did that on social. Let me see. Yeah, let me try to find that and I'll put it up there.
Because multiple ones come up when I look Google it.
Okay. Okay, yeah, let me get through this and then I'll put it up there for sure. So he ended up having a population of 2,000 and they were called Rajanishas, which is his name is Rajanish. So he had a population of 2,000 people living here. This is in the 80s. It lasted for about 4 years. Typical day was a mashup of work, meditation, drugs, prayer, and sex. For Rajesh and Patel was a money-making scheme. He owned Rolex watches. He has 93 Rolls Royces, all acquired from exploitation of his followers. So, before I go a little bit further here, this is where these cults ultimately take us. You have a leader, a charismatic leader. They establish an organization and they have people who are essentially one layer beneath them. They're the protectors and they're herding people into the organization. And then over time, they start soliciting donations or whatever the case may be, financial support. And then people start becoming, financial supporters, which means they're investing themselves into the organization. Then there's like an educational portion of it to where you're going to get this special information from our group and our group alone. And then people start identifying with the organization and the leader of the group, right? Um, there was just a bust in Georgia of a black group. They had the weirdest videos on. I don't remember the name of the group, but you can look them up. Man, they had some of the weirdest videos on YouTube. I swear to goodness, it looked so bizarre, like it was out of a Batman movie or something. It was so insane. But basically that's what they do, right? And they're all living in the same house, whatever, all that, that's what's going on. And then they start telling you essentially, if you really believe, if you're a true believer, you're going to give over all your possessions to the organization for the mission, whatever the mission is. Today, it seems as though the mission is political. Like I said, in the past, it was more religious based. Today, it seems like the impetus for you to join their organization is political. And whatever, and there's a million different avenues in political advocacy that people who are predators can use to set up an organization that essentially may be cult like, but is using the tried and true tactics of how these cults tend to operate. So the headline is that this Oregon tantric sex cult committed the largest incidents of bioterrorism on U.S. soil, and I didn't even know that till I opened this up. I looked at this story a couple days ago, but I didn't know that was something that they were involved in. Anyway, 93 Rolls Royces, and there's a picture where they're all lined up, and it's not 93 of them. It's probably like 30 or 40 of them, and you just see all of these Rolls Royces like in a line in this farm field or whatever the case may be. There's a bunch of pictures in here, people in here screaming and shaking and dancing and doing whatever, so they're essentially hallucinating and putting themselves into these trances, these drug induced trances. So this is the kind of the end of the story. They were eventually arrested and deported for poisoning 700 Oregon voters and plotting to poison the water supply. I don't know what. So it looks like something that went from this religious sex cult actually did turn political. He was sentenced to 10 years for the poisonings. Patel Rajanish was deported. She served the first 3 years of her sentence. Then she was deported as well. He died young in 1990. Now, here's what's so crazy. After all of this, it was eventually converted into a Christian camp. Didn't stay that way. A fire in 1986 destroyed all the structures. 1996 destroyed all the structures created by the Rajneesh cult. Um, oh, so they had a practice run. Let's see what we're talking about here with this water poisoning. Um, oh, okay, yeah, I did read this. I did know about this part. So the followers left the rural range and headed into populated areas, slipping salmonella into salad bars and restaurant ingredients. After this pandemic, I have told myself I'm never going to eat at a public buffet ever again in life. I'm never going to do that. I'm almost avoiding Asian food. I tend to go to Asian restaurants where they're owned by like they're chains and they're owned by anybody whoever can afford to own one of the restaurants, like a PF Chang's or a Panda Express or something like that, where they cook the food in front of you and you kind of know that Americans are actually working there. But so yeah, this was a part of their big plan, was to poison people through the buffets. They're saying that was their practice run for their big plan to actually poison the water system, which sounds completely insane. Um, so first he came with a murder scheme. He Rajaneses to the hospital where the local politician James Comini was staying. They were to slip poison into his IV. The plan failed when they found that he wasn't even hooked up to an IV. Holy crap! They started stalking government other government officials. Um, so the salmonella thing kind of went over as just like they blamed it on the restaurants, and boom, 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 boom. Okay, the largest bioterrorism. So years later, it was discovered that this was just a practice run for the ultimate plan to slip poisoning into Oregon's water supply. While the Rajaneses' evil doing may have seemed isolated to cult outsiders, that's not true either. Anyone who caused a fuss inside the ranch was at risk. Years after the cult deteriorated, it came out that there were internal murder schemes on the ranch as well. So, this is what you sign up for when you allow very charismatic individuals who have a firm grasp of information, whether it's religion or it's politics or it's whatever other subject, when you allow them to seduce you into becoming a part of an organization that is on the outside presenting itself as something that's going to uplift people, it's going to help people, but you keep seeing evidence of them belittling people, them attacking people personally, them not being able to bring in new members for a long period of time. So, in other words, you see them associated with someone for a limited period of time and then they break apart. And you see that as a regular occurrence where people are kind of in and out of the organization and they're having conflicts in public. I mean, everything here is in public spaces. And it's not about the information, which is what politics really is. Is really, uh, especially in Black politics, it needs to be an intellectual conversation. But what you see are personal attacks, and I just been witnessing it from all different platforms. It is so counterproductive, and it leads one to believe and or think and or question what is the ultimate end game, what is the ultimate motive of people who are simply attacking others who challenge information, not challenging you, not attacking you, I'm challenging the interpretation of the information. And so that is the question here. Using this one cult as an example of how someone, now he essentially, I hate to say he bought 2,000 members, but he was in a financial position to where he could present a message, offer them all the goodies that they desired, and essentially float that thing along for 4 years until they started all this murder, poisoning, whatever insane activity, and then they essentially got shut down by the government. Had that not been the case, that's something that might have lived on. They might have expanded in membership. Like, who knows where it could have went if not for the insanity of it all. And again, that group in Georgia, my God, the YouTube videos, the posts, like, quite literally, they look like cartoon characters in some of their videos, but they attracted people. That's the thing about it. Like, I'm attracted to information and intelligence. Some people are attracted to like chaos, goofiness, and conflict. And that's unfortunate as well. So, any thoughts on that, Black American Homeland?
Hey, look, I have to go in a few minutes, but look, it reminds me of, I can see this happening in the Black American Homeland or in the supermajority Black states, right? I can see these cults or these alternative type religious groups, right? Because a supermajority Black state won't bother these black religious groups like a supermajority white state would. I can see I remember Wesley Snipes. He was part of this group. They had like 400, 500 acres of land in Georgia.
Oh, wow.
And they built this, infrastructure, and they had like I think 500 or 1,000 people in this group.
Wow.
And but what brought them down was they was indicted for like
Wesley Snipes
having sex with kids under 15 or 13.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking
that
about.
was a lie. They used that excuse to bring down the group.
That's what they do.
But anyway, the government was successful with that indictment. So, but the thing is, I can see that happening in a super majority Black state. These Black religious groups, recruiting people, starting their own little space in a county, and having like 30, 40, 50 acres of land. They build their own little space, and they do what they want to do in their own space. I can see that happen.
Yeah, you said it clearly, perfectly, when you talked about buying like 30, 40, 50 acres of land, 100 acres of land. Because I keep hearing that repeated over and over again, and I'm supportive of it in a potential Black majority state. However,
don't abuse it, right?
Don't abuse it. That's for sure. Please don't abuse it. But also, what is the point of it? Like, what is the point of it? Because I think the way it's being sold and or the thought behind it is, well, if we buy all this land, then we control what goes on there. We don't have to deal with white society, et cetera, et cetera. However, that's not factual, because you're still under the jurisdiction of the county and the state, and possibly of the police jurisdictions that the land sits on, unless you get incorporated and create your own government. But you're still just a city at that point, so you're still not out from underneath white supremacy. So it's kind of like, I am supportive of the thought of it, the theory of it, but how far does that possibly go? Um, and you hope, like you said, no one's doing it in bad faith, and they're trying to set up a kingdom, mini kingdom, where they are the king or they are the queen, and everybody essentially has to live under their rules.
Right.
Yeah, so if you got to go, thanks so much. Enjoy your time out, enjoying the countryside, and traveling and everything like that. I know the group you're talking about. I'm not going to mention them. I read that story, and yeah, I think that the government went after them. With the way that they go after most black groups. They can fabricate anything and everything and that's very unfortunate. But I do know the group that you're talking about.
All right. Hey, thanks, Black. I'm gone, guys. I appreciate everything, and I'll see you guys next week.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to go through the 6 highly effective tactics of cult leaders they use to build a raving audience. And I guarantee you, when I read through these 6 tactics, they're going to sound familiar. They're going to sound very familiar, just so we all kind of get on the same page with it and understand why this belittling is really not a positive thing. It's just not. So the first tactic is to speak to people's emotions, emotional motivators. And this is why in religion, and I believe in politics, this is a very this is a crucial part of it. That's probably why they made it number 1, because in religion you're dealing with spiritual emotions, things that are deep down inside. And sometimes it's hard to separate those emotions from whoever you believe God is and the person who's putting themselves out as the representative of that God. It's sometimes very hard. It's very easy to get confused between the two. And so that has been a very successful tactic. That's why most of those cults wrap themselves up in religion. However, in politics, especially inside of this current black political movement, there's a lot of emotion involved, and rightfully so. It's a very emotional topic. However, bad actors, people who have maybe good intentions, quote unquote, but kind of start to lean towards personal gain, personal goals, if you will, that they can start to lean in this direction of leaning on emotional motivators, emotional motivation, to get people to bend to their will, essentially. The second one is provide simple, absolute answers. Simple, absolute answers. And I would even go as far as to say answers that can't be challenged. So you stand up and you say, this is how it is. It's very straightforward. Um, Whatever that is, whatever that ends up being, and everybody must fall in line. There has to be a consensus. Everybody's got to fall in line under this particular simple, absolute answer, whatever that is. And we probably have seen examples of that. Number 3 is you create a sense of urgent scarcity. Urgency and scarcity equals massive action. The psychological trick is the fear of missing out, and that FOMO is real. It's the reason why people keep coming back to Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or whatever it is, whatever your social media high is satisfied. It's you running back. It could be a YouTube engagement or whatever the case may be, where you're like, I gotta get the information. I can't miss out on this. I can't miss out on that. Today was a day where, and this is the first time in a long time where I was just like, man, you know what? I'm not even going to engage in Twitter. Sometimes I'm up till 5, 6 o'clock in the morning on Twitter, and then I know I got to go to work in like a few hours and drive all night. And between yesterday and today, I'm just like, you know what? I'm putting on the brakes because I knew this space was coming up. I'm gonna take some time to myself and not fear missing out. Quite literally, sometimes you have to be very intentional about not being afraid to miss out on the notifications. There's days where I got 100 notifications. I try to go through them all. I try to answer them all if they're positive and it's not some troll account or whatever. They're looking to create conflict. Um, but I spend most of my time going through notifications, trying to respond, trying to post, going over to social, trying to read through the notifications over there, trying to post, trying to respond in the comments section, put up posts, etc. And I was just like, you know what? I need a pause. And I think more of us probably need to start taking some type of a pause whenever possible, just like pausing and whatever you do when you rest and relax. If it's watching TV, read a book, take a walk. It's cold here. It's going to be 20 degrees tonight, 20 degrees tomorrow. Like we're in a deep freeze here. So I ain't taking no walks, but just like, Number 4 is rely on peer pressure to overcome doubts. Now, this is really, 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 really exposing itself on Twitter over the last year, especially with these spaces. It is groupthink. It is where you have a consensus where everybody agrees upon one particular thing and it can't be challenged. You can't have a dissenting view or a different interpretation. Pressure to conform is what drove 918 people to drink cyanide laced Kool-Aid in Jonestown in 1978. Jonestown is named after, I believe his name was Jim Jones or Jim Jones. Yeah, Jim Jones. He took a bunch of Americans down to South America somewhere, and a good portion of those people were Black Americans, believe it or not. He was using religion. One day they said, okay, we're basically going to poison people. And the people who didn't take the poison, they were outright murdering them, shooting them. I think at the very last minute, some people wanted to back out of it. And so they had people just walking around executing people there. I don't know what happened to the leader. I don't know if he took the poison. I need to actually look into that part to know for sure if he took the poison or not. But there's so many of examples of these cults that eventually end this way. I remember back in I'm gonna say it was the late 90s, early 2000. It was what was the name of that? They had a weird name. The leaders had these big bug eyes, white dude, bald head. They were talking about the aliens are coming back to rescue them or whatever the case was. And I believe they ended up doing this mass suicide or whatever that was. I have to look them up to see to even remember what their name was. But I can see the guy's image in my mind because it is just bizarre. Number 5 is keeping your audience hooked on your offering. Scientology places its adepts on a bridge, ascending and descending based on the courses they take and the supposed level of knowledge. And that's really what that is. So you have regular educational meetings on spaces, on some other social platform, YouTube, or some other thing, a podcast, whatever the case may be. So you're constantly putting out information, and then you're giving people sort of grades on how much of the information they're able to regurgitate back to you, and you're kind of bringing people up inside of the organization as long as they stay in synchronicity with the information. And this says demonstrate higher level at each step of the way to lock in your audience, with lock in quotations. And then the last thing is cultivate an us versus them mindset. Jim Jones created the permanent feeling that outside enemies were constantly threatening the cult's existence. Us versus them. So yeah, that, I mean, man, going through that, it's like you can, if you understand these points, address people's emotions, provide simple, straightforward answers, make your offerings scarce and urgent to drive massive action, use peer pressure and social proof, groupthink, use levels and tiers as a part of a carefully constructed funnel to up and down sell, and then position your brand as an underdog to create an us versus them mindset. And there you have the tactics, the strategy of building a cult. A cult. And so everything should be questioned. Everything can be questioned. If it can't be questioned, you probably really need to wonder if you need to be involved in it. Like, that's like just basic understanding of humanity. If you can't question the leader, you probably following the wrong person, man. I mean, just put it out there like that. Go with facts out.
Hey, this is the first time I've ever spoken on one of these spaces. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. YouTube can hear you. Fan base got you loud and clear. Thanks for coming up to speak.
Okay, now I'm not hearing you guys very much.
Oh, really? You can't hear me?
Hardly.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
Well, it's probably Twitter glitching, but you got it. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna try something here.
Twitter is glitchy.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're at volume 10. No problem.
Okay, and you guys are down at like a 1 on my phone. Anyway, I'm new to all of this. These spaces, Twitter spaces. I've been on Twitter for quite a while. For some years actually. I've had 2 accounts closed. I say just because of my ideas. Not that I'm really criticizing somebody or calling them names or something like that. But I think they close you down for ideas, just ideas, and putting a lot of information out.
Right.
My
thought police.
My name is called Facts Out because for years I've been putting out a lot of information, much like you, Black. But it was probably information that was good for people, like certain people to hear, but not so good for others that were in power. So I got a lot of accounts suspended, I guess you could say, on Twitter. But I'm in technology, so I know how to get around a lot of that stuff.
Nice.
And so, but anyway, I'm glad you put this space up here, this topic, because it's needed so very much. I wish you could put it out to all of the spaces. Just what you just read, those items that people need to hear to understand, how to be effective on these spaces and to stop belittling and causing more harm than good. That's exactly what it does. And the reason I've been staying quiet so long, I've been listening for maybe, I guess around 3 weeks. And I go from space to space just to hear what's going on, what the topics are, and what people are trying to put out there. But, as you guys have witnessed over the last week or 2, maybe 3, there's been a lot of bickering,
always.
Not getting along. And I don't know whether it's for show or for fun or what, but to me it was disconcerting. So I just chose not to join any of the spaces. But when I saw this one tonight, I was impressed with it. I thought it was a worthy topic. It needed to be talked about. And if you could lend a lot of information to that would be wonderful. And that's what you've done with this topic. Unfortunately, though, look at your audience. You know, you don't have a lot of listeners out there in the audience, and the longer you talk, the smaller your audience got. I don't know whether you noticed that, but I bet if you had a more interesting topic where you could get into some type of beef or argument, you know, you'd have a lot of people on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but
I agree.
this was a good topic. And if you could get this information out to all the spaces and people listen, I think the spaces would be worthwhile. Another point I want to make is that I'm almost sure I'm much older than most of you guys are. And I guess you would call me a baby boomer. But I was born in the early 50s. And
wow.
I've seen a lot, I've experienced a lot.
Wow.
I've observed a lot.
Wow.
And I'm telling you, my life experiences, watching what my mom went through, what my grandmother went through, their generations, my own personal experiences, and getting out to where I am now. Like you've seen some of my posts, and you know, I think you understand where I'm coming from and what I've suggested. But I didn't get to that easily. Like I say, it was based on what previous generations have gone through, what I experienced, and basically what I wouldn't want my children and grandchildren and offsprings to have to continue going through. So that conclusion I made that you've seen, that's how I got there. It's you know, maybe I just kind of like took the shortcut and say, hey, you know, really, truly, this is the only solution. Because I've analyzed this thing for years and years and years, and I just came to that conclusion. And who you were describing in those 5 points you were making there for cult leader, a cult organization, you know, that describes Donald Trump to me to a T. And the followers of Donald Trump, you know, I don't know who you guys support politically, but I am personally not a Donald Trump fan at all. I'm a classic Democrat. I say that. I've been voting Democrat all of my life. And that kind of puts me with you young generations into sort of a, you know, a bad light, I guess you could say, because that's all I hear is a lot of attacks on baby boomers and what we didn't do, and you know what we should have done, and you know, and all I can say to that is you have to live in the time and the space, and you see what your limitations are, so you work with your boundaries, and you push boundaries, but still you're gonna come up against some pretty tough walls and ceilings, and those are the walls and ceilings of the time. And I always tell young people, especially Black American young people, there is always something that's influencing your actions from day to day, And you can call it something like the sun shining on you or the winds blowing on you, but it's there 24/7. And I call that influence on us, it's white supremacy. And if you just think about it for a while, every decision you make in life, whatever you do in this country, I would say, always think when you're doing something, think of what that wind or that sun's influence is on you at the moment. Because if you forget about that element is there, you're going to start blaming a whole lot of people or things for what's going on with you. But if you keep that in mind when you're doing that, maybe you can see that this all came from a much larger source than what you're seeing. So, you know, when a lot of times when we run up against something we can't conquer, I think I compared it to me shooting into a herd of deer. And some of those deer out of confusion and fear, they actually run toward me, run toward the fire, out of confusion and fear. And it's as though some of those deers come up to me and say, hey, if you stop shooting me, I'll help you kill the rest of those guys out there.
Wow.
You know, but, you know, it's an easy shot. You know, they come up to me and I shoot it. Boom, I got my deer and I go home. You understand what I'm trying to say?
I do. Absolutely. What do you mind if I ask you what part of the country you were in, you know, being born in the 50s and everything? Because that's like Jim Crow and you know, pre-civil rights and all that.
You bet. I could talk to you guys all night about it. But yeah, I came up, I was born and raised in Alabama. Okay. And in the dead heart of the country of Alabama. I kind of narrow it down, but I live between Birmingham and Montgomery, and I don't want to make it any clearer than that.
Right.
Okay, but it was out in the dead heart of the country. And we had a segregated high school, segregated junior high school, segregated elementary school. We lived completely under Jim Crow. Except at the time it was supposed to be a relieved Jim Crow, but it was still Jim Crow. And I could write a book on that alone. Just my grandmother's, my mom's, my experience. We could write a book on that just for that situation alone. But I graduated from a segregated high school and got some unusual opportunities because of the time. And I think I did pretty well for myself. I don't know what you young guys and ladies would think about that, but yeah, I'll just put it like this. I programmed computers for a living.
Nice.
And I understand the hardware side of things and the software side of things.
Nice.
And that knowledge kept me with the job. I never got laid off or never got fired for 35 years. Okay, so now in saying that, I've skipped a lot, of hitting my head against the wall and running into problems that I had to figure out how to get around. But I did it, and but yeah, I know a little bit about Alabama and the southern states. Let's see. I think one of your guests asked about, or your speaker asked about what was in Biloxi, Mississippi. There's a huge Air Force base down there.
Okay.
I'm real familiar with that Air Force base.
Okay.
And there's some things about my background I could never reveal on a space like this. And there's some thoughts that I have I could never reveal on a space like this. The Twitter spaces they're just not the place to do it. And I wish there was some type of space that was so private, you could actually give these thoughts and ideas. But man, I could talk to you all night, man, about ideas.
Yeah.
You and let's see, I think it was Black America.
Yeah, Black American Homeland. Yeah, he's been
Homeland. Yeah. I think we think a lot alike, along the same lines.
Okay.
But I kind of put something out there. Do you think, I'm going to ask the question, Jim, do you think there would have been a successful Martin Luther King if there hadn't have been a Malcolm X?
That's interesting.
Anybody can answer that. I mean, it's just an opinion. It's just an opinion. Your answer would be just an opinion.
Right.
But in my opinion, go ahead. I'm sorry, Beck. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. If you got an opinion, I'll listen to yours first.
Well, I don't think Martin would have been successful if there hadn't been a Malcolm. I just don't think. How am I trying to, there's sometimes there's something called a flanker. Do you know what a flanker does?
Yeah, I get the gist
you know
of
the
it.
concept of a flanker, right?
Right, I get the gist.
A flanker, it's kind of like, do you go with the main play, or do you go with some type of flanking play? To me, Malcolm was always the flanker. Now, it wasn't intentional, but that's the way it worked out. And without that flanker,
interesting,
Martin wouldn't have had a chance. I don't think he would have been the premier object of what everybody decided on. I think he may have just fallen by the wayside like all other movements had up until that point. But when people have a choice and they feel like they've been backed into a corner, but sometimes they just decide, hey, I'll go with plan A over plan B any day. But see, if it just had only been plan A or plan B, nothing may have happened.
Interesting.
Because it's in my observation in life, I've always seen that if there's no flanker in situations like these, there's hardly going to be a success with just a one play deal. But that's strictly an opinion too, though. You know that, okay? But I wish there were spaces where we could really talk. But we can't on this.
Yeah, that's it. I like that theory in as much as the way you're expressing it. So I had just did a post earlier this week where I did a post a long time ago about MLK and his support from the Rothschilds. He was awarded by them, essentially financed through them. And so I believe he was essentially handpicked by this society to be this voice of reason, let's say, in like you're saying, contrast that to the way they painted Malcolm. He wasn't what they painted him out to be. He understood our political situation and understood what we needed to do to advance ourselves, and separation is a vital part of that. But they kind of made him this black nationalist and a terrorist, and that's essentially what they do. Any chance they get. I just posted up here how in Cleveland there was an organization called the New Republic of Libya, or New Libya, or something like that. And they essentially squeezed this small group of black men and possibly women into a situation where they were engaged in a shootout with the police. Multiple police officers were killed. They ended up killing a bunch of their members. And so, the way the society operates is they're going to paint the narrative because they have all of the control over it. But I think Malcolm X would have been successful regardless, because they handpicked him to be much like Obama. Without white society, Obama would have never became whatever he's become. It's not to benefit Black Americans at all, but it's ultimately to benefit white society. And I think MLK, Martin Luther King Jr., is the same in the sense that integration ultimately benefited white society. It had. Go ahead.
I think I agree with you up to a point there. Martin, he was chosen just like you say, Obama was, but you have to look at what went into them choosing him. Why Malcolm? Why Martin and not Malcolm? But if you looked at what Malcolm had been doing and the kind of maybe the type of threat that he seemed to pose to national security, if you can think of it that way.
Mm-hmm.
There had to be some other way to shift the attention away from that, while compromising something, giving something up, and then that giving something up would be the minimum amount you would have to give up to pacify, a group of people or a bunch of people. So, in my opinion, this is strictly my opinion, I think Malcolm was chosen, but there's a lot more to that too, than meets the eye. And the purpose served more than just Martin and us. I mean, like I said, you got to be real careful about what you say on these spaces, and you don't want to get misunderstood. But I always thought of what Martin did. It was a two-way street exchange of benefit. Okay, so the way I think of things is the way I think of things. There's got to be, we're always in this position where we're at a disadvantage, right? So how do we get some type of advantage to get something accomplished? And that is, we have to team up with someone who can get us to those points. Well, what are we giving up in the process to do that? We're giving up something as well. Okay, so you team up with something that's capable in order to gain something that you wouldn't have gotten if you didn't team up with them, right? But what are they getting from it? Okay, so you got to think of it that way too. What are they getting as opposed to what you're getting? And then will everybody come out feeling like it was a win-win? Okay. So
well, let me say this because the Freedmen's Savings and Loan Bank debacle was the first example of integration where we integrated the scarce wealth that we had as a population, and it wasn't 100% participation. However, it did amass a large sum of money for a group of people who had just come out of enslavement, and that was not just looted and robbed and stolen, it was defrauded for the benefit of the white society as a whole, right? And so you fast forward to the 1960s, and you have a situation where you do have Black-owned businesses, Black-owned industries that are specifically catered towards the Black American population, and they're able to have thriving on not equal to white society in a sense, but they're still insulated and circulating money within their community. White America knew that to integrate Black America would be to integrate our money into white America, into the white American economy. So that was the largest trade-off that occurred, and it was calculated by white society. If they were going to lose money to us, it would have never occurred. They knew that was the benefit that they would get out of it. What did we get out of it? Ultimately, when we have this huge wealth gap, the country's more segregated than it's ever been. I mean, every data point says there was more home ownership back then. I mean, everything, while on the surface looks better, ultimately, what did we really, really gain over these last, less than 60 years?
Yeah, okay. I get you. And I'm going to agree with you that integration was probably one of our largest mistakes in that process. Now, I can't get 3/4 of my family, 1/4 of my family to agree with me on that. And I expect most of us couldn't, depending on who our relatives are. I agree, and what you're saying, I saw all of that when I was a child. I saw all of that all the way through high school, and as soon as we integrated, well, I'll tell you what happened in the area I came. Just to give you an idea, all integrated black schools. Segregated black schools. Okay, integrated. All the black schools got closed down. Everybody had to go to the white schools. Okay.
See, that's some sad shit right there. Sad ass shit right there.
Yeah, maybe 10, 15 years. The white students left all the integrated schools and went into private schools that were built. I'm talking about a particular area now in Alabama.
Exactly.
They closed all the black schools. They integrated the white schools. And then the white students migrated away from the schools and went into private schools that are even today still segregated. Now, who did they pull into those private schools with them? The more highly economical Asian community. Exactly. That's it. The blacks and the Hispanics or Latinos are in school together, and the private schools have whites and Asians. Even though the Asian numbers are really small in those areas, but they're there. But that's who's in these private schools. And you saw this movement to have the government give funding to private schools. Okay, I think they're going to end up getting that if they didn't already. But that's the idea. We could talk 1,000 subjects here, but the idea is to actually, it's going to all end up back segregated again, because if the government starts to give money to private schools and public schools, well, you know what's going to happen. But now I go back to what it took to get to passing a Civil Rights Act and a Voting Rights Act, and some of the employment opportunity that was led at the time. Those are huge gains for us. And you can't poo-poo on them too much, because they did, out of some of that did come some good things. And I'm gonna tell you that, for example, even though we lost our economic base, that small economic base we had, and I'm not saying that it was like very rich people in that economic base when we were segregated. People had their own businesses. They were doing okay. Some of them were doing well, but at least we had the structure. We had the infrastructure there, but we weren't allowed to go to schools that would actually give us a better education. It just wasn't allowed. My high school, junior high school, elementary school had hand-me-down books that were torn up, falling apart, never had enough books, never had enough resources. And I'm talking real-life stuff here. Okay, we're required to do certain things. We're required to not do certain things. But fortunately for my generation, kids like me, our schools, since they were segregated, our teachers were very keen and focused on what we learned and how much we learned. And they also prepared us psychologically for what to expect out in the world that we were about to go out into. And so they kind of like prepared us as little soldiers that were ready to fight for whatever we needed to fight for.
Nice.
And to kick open doors or push them open or go against ceilings and stuff like that. So they actually, with those poor books, they would tape those books together and they would find research information on their own, and they would teach us. They would teach us that stuff, the history, the math, the whatever it was, the English. They did an excellent job. They did an excellent job giving us what they could give us. But what they couldn't give us was, you can go to Harvard, you can go to the University of Alabama, you can go to Auburn. They couldn't give us that because that was just not allowed. It just wasn't allowed in Jim Crow. Well, you guys saw what happened with Wallace standing in the school door at UA, and of course, if he was standing in that door, what was happening in Mississippi, Georgia. Anyway, you guys get the point. But one thing that the integration did, and the civil rights, the voter rights, and the the equal employment opportunity did was it allowed me, when I graduated and applied for schools, to apply for the first time ever in history from that location to apply to some of these larger universities, and was able to get into them for the first time. Okay, so that if you talk to my mom or my grandmom about that, they would kiss whoever allowed that to happen. Okay, because that gave us another leg up in trying to get the skills and the knowledge that we need to continue the fight. But those were doors that were never opened before, ever. And the fact that my mom no longer had to pay a poll tax to go vote, man, that meant everything in the world to her. And my grandmother as well. They would go down to try to vote and just get all types of obstruction in trying to vote. But, they'd stay down there all day, trying to manipulate the system so they could get in and vote. Damn. So you young people, you all may not know that or may not even be able to appreciate it. But I hope you do. But you may not, but getting back to me, I went to a really good school. I got in based on my SATs, and I can say that I didn't get, because of my weak curriculum in high school. It was very weak compared to what I needed when I went to that school. Okay, so I spent a year and a half
just catching up
strictly on preparatory classes just to qualify to start taking the basic classes for my core major.
Right.
That was a year and a half in addition to what it took to graduate from that school.
Right.
Okay. And I wasn't the only one. That was most of us at that school. I'm talking about black kids. Okay. That was most of us. We had to take those prep classes in order to just qualify to do chemistry 101 or physics 101. Because those black schools, our black schools, just did not have the abilities to give us that. Okay, now I'm strictly talking about where I came up through.
Yeah,
there in Alabama. I don't know what anybody else's experience was, but that's what ours was there in the heart of Alabama.
It's the same or worse today. Same or worse.
2 years later, bam, my youngest brothers and sisters went to the University of Alabama, Auburn. In addition to Tuskegee Institute, Alabama State, Alabama A&M. Now we were fully integrated into the system. I have two sisters that graduated from the University of Alabama. I have two cousins that graduated from Auburn. I guess what I'm getting at is we got into doors that our parents would have only dreamed of getting in. And trust me, the graduates of those schools are out in the world now, from the time they graduated from college, kicking butt and taking names. Competing at every level, regardless of where it's at, competing. neck to neck, or even better. I don't know. It's just something in us that when we get in the field, and we got to
they
do
know
it,
that. They know that.
we do it to the max.
So they keep us out of competition. They know that.
And I don't know how many black people you know that worked at a high-tech company for 35 years and never been laid off or had to quit. Or anything like that. 35 solid years of employment. Yeah, I worried about being laid off from time to time, but my skill set, they needed me. That I was good at what I did. So I say all that to say, if you're going to go, take the opportunities you have to go. When you go out into the world, you get that education, you get that opportunity, knock the door down and kick butt and take names. Because you leave an imprint. And that imprint opens the doors for others to come along behind you. And I know for a fact that my generation did that. But that may be a part of the story that it's hard for the Gen Zs and the Ys and stuff to see. But we've come 3,000 miles in such a short period of time. And I say 3,000 miles as opposed to 300. Because if things hadn't have changed, we may be still back there at 300. And so that's the upside. That's the upside of what happened. But the downside of what happened is we lost our economic base. Now, I can say my wife and I, my generation that went out there and took these schools on and got out and got professional jobs, got careers, we kicked butt and took names. And we have a good life for it. So if somebody looked at my Twitter account and say, hey, why are you complaining so much? You did well. You did. Yes, I did. I did well. And maybe I was unique or something. I don't know. But I look at my people. I look at the whole of my people. I don't just look at what I did or what my cousin did or what my sister did. I look at the whole of what's happening to everybody. And I got to where I got to because of my experiences and observing what's going on, looking at what my mom and my grandmother's generations went through. And I just got here, and Donald Trump, to me, signaled something that I had never seen before. It was a positive thing I saw in him, and then that was the darkest thing I saw in him. And I still see that darkness in him. He's a low moral person. But I don't count. I can't hold hands with a person. They'll tell me they're gonna do something for me, but they're of such low moral character. I don't trust them. I can't trust them because they're so low in moral character. You can't trust a person that has such a low moral character. Even if they promised you something, you don't know whether they're going to come through with it. So I distrust them. I hear a lot of these spaces talking about, I'm going to support Trump because he's against immigration and these things like that. That's fine. I'm against immigration as far as it hurting our people. But I'm gonna tell you something. There were a lot of I live in a place where there are a lot of Hispanic Latinos, and I've tried to do some things like go into business and have work done. Certain types of work done, machinist type work, or just work in the field. I own some land. I need work, laborers to go out in the field and cut and trim, and my God, man, you may not want to hear this, but I had a terrible time trying to get black help. You know, this is a fact. I mean, I would get it. It wasn't reliable. And it sounds like I'm talking against my people. I am not. I'm just giving you facts. You would get them started on a job. They would quit in the middle of the job. They wouldn't finish the job. I mean, I did this for years because I truly believe you trust me. I came out of the late 60s and early 70s. And man, when we got out of college, we were going to change the world. All of us. We were going to change the world. You know, so we're going to shop black. We're going to buy black. We're going to do everything I hear you guys saying these days. We're going to do all of it. We're going to change the world, you know. And so, you know, a lot of us tried to put it into practice, but man, were we disappointed. I mean, I'm not just saying me. It's a lot of us disappointed in the types of service we got, the commitment to the service from a lot of our people. And it's so disappointing. It's actually heartbreaking. And so I'm in a place where there's lots of Hispanics, lots of help. I mean, these guys, you know, they talk about the immigrant. I'm going to tell you, these guys are some hardworking people. I'm not saying black people aren't hardworking people, but man, these guys are, you know, these guys and women are very hardworking people. And when they shake your hand on a job, you can expect them to do it and do it well. They'll actually try to do it better than you expect. And then they don't take that much money for it. And I know some of our brothers and sisters would not work for those kind of salaries. They would just not work for that pay. But I got something funny to say about this. You see, here in this area where I live, all the construction crews, you name anything in construction, and it's dominated by Hispanics at the lower level. They actually do all of the work. You know, you might see a brother or sister out there sometimes, you know, in the mix, you know, but they're knee deep in concrete, you know, pouring interstate highways and freeways and bypasses and building high-rise buildings. They do it all. They do it all. And you might see a brother or two out there, you know, a sister or two out there, something, you know. But the supervisors, you know, they usually they're Hispanic supervisors and they can speak English. But the crews can't speak English. They speak Spanish. And so they're hired. But what's happening is in this place is that the big companies, the corporations, the big companies, they actually subcontract these people out. They get a unit of people. I don't know whether they're helping them organize themselves or whatever. I won't speculate. But I can tell you this. They're hiring them as contractors to do all of the work.
That's what they do.
That keeps the company's hands clean.
That's what they do. Because
most of these people are illegal. So it keeps the company's hands clean. So if anybody gets caught, well, it's just going to come down on the head of that little subcontractor, right? That's where the clean break is. And so I tell my sisters and brothers who was clamoring to get rid of the immigrant and all of this, you know, be willing to work hard, and as hard as they do for the money that they do. And I can't paint with a broad brush. There are areas of work that this doesn't apply to, but for the most part, you know, these low paying, hard labor jobs, man, sisters and brothers is not going to do them. I mean, I haven't found that to be the case, and I've needed plenty of that. But I tell you, I'm going to get back to this funny part. These Hispanic Latino people, there's some jobs they will not do. And I'm going to tell you what they are. I'm just observing from where I live now. I'm not talking about anywhere else in the country. But they will not work garbage trucks, and they will not work septic systems. In other words, you know, like there are places where that still have septic tanks for the sewage. They will not go out and clean those tanks out and haul that stuff off. You'll see brothers doing that. You'll see them on these garbage trucks. But because these people are not touching them, man. They don't touch that job. They'll cut your grass all day long. They'll help you tear your house down and haul it all day. But they're not going to be on that garbage truck. They're not going to be hauling off crap from a septic tank either. So they do have their limitations. But I just found that was pretty ironic. I finally started noticing, like, I never see any of these guys on the garbage truck. But they will drive the truck. Then they are not picking up garbage and they're not handling the garbage.
That's interesting.
But anyway, I didn't mean to take all your time, man. But I got 1,000 things I could say on these spaces.
Yeah, man. So, it's always interesting to hear a different perspective. It's probably generational where the differences come in. I'm gonna give you some pushback, of course, because that's kind of what we do here.
Yeah.
And so on the idea of going to college, getting a degree, and I think you stated it perfectly, essentially going into corporate America and building a life for yourself. It is the design. It is by design that only a few of us are ever going to be capable of living that life and elevating ourselves under those conditions. That's by design. As you stated, even in the high schools where you had to do a year of prep, the high school I went to, I was a gifted student. I was taking college prep courses in high school, but I was in the high percentile in that high school. And so the average
no,
student,
that's not what I was saying. I'm saying I had to take those prep classes in college.
Right.
When they admitted me, I left out a detail on that admission. Mm-hmm. Okay, at the time they started letting us into the large white schools, colleges, universities. Well, hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hello, can you hear me?
We're still here. Yep.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, okay. Now, I did okay on my SATs. Okay, it was okay. But it wasn't like a extremely high score. Okay, so this is where we get into the affirmative action, or so many, the quota system and all that stuff that was in effect back then. Okay, I got admitted, and maybe hundreds of others of us got admitted on something they call a quadrant 4 admission.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's basically, to make a long story short, we're gonna try you out to see if you can cut it. Basically, admission.
Yeah, but I assumed as much as you were relaying the story. I would have asked you that if you had stopped there, but I assumed it was an affirmative action situation, which is fine because it's a very narrow path for a very small percentage of our population. It was never designed to elevate the masses of our population, not even half of our population or a quarter of our population. It's a very small percentage of our population that's going to use that vehicle and that mechanism to uplift themselves, their family, etc.
Let me say this, Vlad. Let me say this. I think where you have the advantage that you have there, in your opinion, is that you have the advantage of hindsight. But I can tell you, living through that period, and the experiences we all had at that time, there was never any thought that not any there couldn't be any one of us who chose to do that could do it. Okay. We didn't get the impression that, hey, like, this is limited to a number of us and there won't be any more allowed. I mean, that thought was never a prevailing thought. Now, that's not saying that wasn't the plan, by the hierarchy, but I'm just saying none of us got that impression that it was, hey, it was, to me, it was kind of like a plan to let these people out of this hole, let all of them out as much as as humanly possible. That's the way we saw it. But I mean, those were liberation moments for us. Those were very, very very good successes for us, and maybe you had to just have to have lived the life and lived the experience before you could see it that way. But you guys have the advantage of hindsight. You can bring that hindsight all the way up to now and see what has happened, but no, it's no way in the world we could have, actually, with them choosing to go down the Martin leg, okay, as opposed to Malcolm's leg, there's no way in the world that people could see that, hey, this is a trap. Well, some people saw it, but they were in the minority, and if they were saying anything, you couldn't hear them. We didn't back then. We didn't have cell phones, and very few of us had TVs even. And then if you had a TV, what was on the TV? There weren't any of us on the TV saying what we thought and felt.
Right.
They bring us Martin over the TV when they felt like it. I'm talking about a Jim Crow state that had limited, broadcasting based on what they thought we should see, right?
Wow.
So that's where I'm coming from. You guys have the benefit of hindsight, and you can bring that hindsight, that history and all forward and see, hey, this was a bad idea here. This was wrong. This was only meant to do this well. But that's what hindsight does. How old are you, Black?
Yeah, I'll be 48 in a week or so. So this pushback's not against you. It's not against anything that you did or your, Black Americans have done. We're just assessing the degenerate society and how they set up these systems. So don't take it don't think I'm pushing it back against you.
I'm not taking it personal. I'm just giving you a perspective.
Right.
I'm not taking it personal. I don't take things too personal.
I believe that we will outcompete these people every single chance we get. Whenever we're put on a level playing field, they know and understand that. And this is the reason why they marginalize us. This is the reason why, today, you talked about being in that class. I was going to relate a story where essentially high school, elementary school, I was in a gifted program. I came up in the gifted program. But in high school, when I essentially was done, I was done with the illusion of me going to high school and going to college and et cetera, participating in white society in that way. And so I moved from what was an integrated school to essentially an all Black high school. And the drop off in the level of education was so it was hurt. It hurt me. It hurt my spirit. Number one, it was depressing. Number two, and it was as if I went from the 11th grade to the 5th grade. And I'm being very, very honest about this. It was abysmal. But they had a high school full of Black students that they were essentially neglecting because they weren't challenging them to learn this information. And quite literally, this was in the 90s. I'm not sure when you were in school, but they would have had to go through the same remedial education as you did. And fast forward to today, it's probably likely much worse now than it was even then. And so that is where we're looking at these systems and understanding that while individuals and even groups have made progress, it has not benefited the overwhelming masses. And so that's the problem we're trying to correct and alter when we look back and just, evaluate where we're at today.
Yeah, I want to hold you, but the thing is that people like me who saw the openings and took advantage of them, we kind of just assumed that the same thing was happening behind us. In other words, it wasn't getting worse; it was actually getting better. And one thing about taking on a career, for example, and working it, that career will pull you into it, and basically you spend most of your life doing that career. Whereas it gives you very little time to actually go back and take a look at what's going on, or you're so occupied, you're not paying attention too much to what's going on. So you have these assumptions.
That's intentional.
A person like me that, hey,
very
it's
intentional.
got to be better behind me than with me or that was in front of me here. So finally I looked around and went, what the heck is going on? When I had a nephew graduating from high school in he was born in 1968 and he graduated. And I asked him, I said, hey, you are going to school or somewhere, or you're going to do something. And he said, well, yeah, I'm going to go to school. And I said, well, okay, what are you going to major in? He said, well, I'm going to major in architecture. So, okay, all right. How much math did you have? Oh, he said, well, I had algebra. And I said, okay, algebra what? I had algebra 1. He said, okay, what other math classes did you have? I didn't have any more math classes. I didn't take that track. I said, what do you mean you didn't take that track? What does that mean? He said, that would have been the AP track. What is AP track? It's like I had never heard that before. It's like, why didn't you take the AP track? Well, like my counselor said, I didn't really have to do all of that stuff. That stuff is hard. Man, it upset me so. But anyway, he got into architecture school and flunked out, of course. Because he was not prepared. But the deal is, I was shocked that they were still teaching kids 18 years after 1968, which is the year I started college. 18 years after that, they're still only teaching Algebra 1 in high school in a large city, a huge metropolitan city. So it turns out he was going to an all-black high school. And I'm not knocking back high schools. It's just that why would they let him get through there? It was just Algebra 1 if they knew his interests were architecture. And that's when I started paying attention to things more, at that time. But like I say, the psyche seems to tell you, hey, things are going to be better, even better for them. Like we're blasting a path for them to come through. But you don't know that the world is caved in behind you. And this is not happening. And it took a while for us to figure that out. Yeah. And so, as we got presidents, like Ronald Reagan and the Bush guys and the Democrats that, they get in and say they were going to do one thing and don't end up doing anything, which is where we are now. We really haven't gotten our money's worth from these Democrats. I agree with you guys 100% on that. But I tried to I went into one of those spaces and I wasn't speaking, but I was tweeting to some of the hosts and stuff. So trying to give them like my point of view from what like I'm giving you now, and man, they just weren't hearing any of that stuff. But yeah, I kind of lost my point there. But anyway. Yeah, it's a world that caved back in behind us, and that's you can attribute that to Republicans and Democrat administrations. And actually, I think in my lifetime, there's been more Republican administrations that came along than Democrat administrations. But Democrats seems to suck us in, and Republicans ain't never really promised us anything unless it was like a handful of people, special cases, So I always said that if the Republicans really were serious, they would have reached out to us a lot more and offered, or if we demanded, what we needed, we should have done that. But to me, I never seen an outrage in my part of the country from Republicans. And it was always seemingly something that was going to make matters worse as opposed to better, for my people. So that's the way that's the take I had with Republicans. And this guy came to our church once. It was George Bush Jr. I call him Junior, And he said, we're going to have this form of compassionate conservatism. And the first thought that hit me was, why would conservatism have to be compassionate now? You know what I'm saying? I mean, just the idea of using the phrase compassionate conservatism. What was it before it was compassionate? It begs the question, right? So I don't know. Not quite know where I'm headed with this, but just to give you some opinion and outlook.
Okay, we got a speaker up. Let's get Think People, and then someone else requested. I'm gonna circle back to the Mexican part because I do want to push back on that a little bit too.
Okay.
Oh, hi. This room has been very refreshing because a lot of the other rooms people have been bickering, and so I like to stop belittling because we can't solve anything if we're fighting. My opinion about what happened is, how you always hear white folks say the South will rise again. I think what happened is when the Civil Rights Act passed, I think a bunch of politicians, a bunch of white folks at that time decided we're going to change this. And we just need to figure out how.
Absolutely.
And instead of, saying it, where we could hear it, they were behind closed doors plotting and planning.
Yes.
And to me, that's how they came up with the Rush Limbaughs and the Fox Newses. And, they tried a lot of different things. And so, how they talked about when they went over to Iraq and they were winning over hearts and minds. I think that's what they did with the media, where they started changing some white folks' minds about how they should feel about slavery and Jim Crow and things like that. And started telling them, you're actually the victim. It's not them. They're taking your money. They don't want to work. They don't whatever.
Wow.
And so now here we are, where they've even convinced Black folks that they should vote with someone who clearly the white supremacists think are a white supremacist. Right?
Yeah.
They've convinced Black folks of that. I don't disagree that Dems haven't done what they should do. But I just feel like we need to understand white folks like whiteness. They like privilege, whether they're Republican or Democrat.
That's true.
But I think the difference is the Republicans are seeking to take us as far back to slavery as they can.
I agree with it. No. Can I say something?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. We got to raise our hand, and then people go in order, and they have their chance to speak. We don't interrupt people, so Miss Think People can continue talking.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so, and the reason I'm saying that, I mean, think about what Facts was saying. He was talking about how, the Hispanics are working real hard and they'll work hard for less. Why is that? Why haven't people gotten raises in, years? They talk about how, like back in the day, we used to get cost of living raises. I don't know if you remember that. I'm sure Facts probably remembers that. But I'm saying they have changed things so that people feel as though if they get like a 2 cents an hour raise or something, that they've really achieved something. That's not the way that things used to be. So my point is that they don't really want to pay anybody if they can help it. I mean, that's why they're automating things. That's why they're doing all of these things. And if you look at the things that they're trying to overturn, or if you look at the laws that they're putting in place, to me, they're all Jim Crow-like or anti-civil rights. Like they've pretty much overturned voting rights. Affirmative action is going to be gone shortly. They are talking about getting together and rewriting the Constitution. And you have to ask yourself, well, what is it they want to change? Right? You have them where they're calling things CRT, right? Where they're saying that it can't be taught in school. But now you got this Republican in Virginia who has said the books can't even say Martin Luther King in them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's lots of things like that going on, but they're not shouting about it. They're just doing things. Do you see what I mean? And so people miss that. It doesn't mean Democrats are perfect. Again, I'm not saying that, but I'm not seeing where they're actually trying to do things that are going to be harmful. Execution, they brought executions back, with a roar, right? So they're executing a lot of people. And Donald Trump was just saying at one of his events that he wanted to execute drug dealers and he didn't want them to have a long trial. Now, who do you think people think are drug dealers? Of course, we know 100%. That, right. We know that your interpretation of drug dealers isn't necessarily valid, but that's not the point. You see what I'm saying? Because what they do is they demonize people. Just like if you look at Hitler, there was some on PBS. It's called The United States and the Holocaust. If you look at it, you'll see some parallels. They demonize people that they want to harm. So, that's reason, Kyrie Irving and all those things, just anything they can seize on to say these black people are really the racists and they're the criminals and they're right. So that when stuff happens to us, people don't care because they're like, that's right. They're lazy. You know what I mean? They don't work. I'm scared of them. You see what I'm saying? So 100%, my point is they definitely, if they can, and I'm talking primarily Republicans, I'm not saying that Democrats would say, you can't do it. But Republicans are working to take us back as far as they can take us. Another thing is North Carolina A&T. There's so many things. North Carolina A&T, they're suing them because they had more people attending the school than normally. So they're suing them for $2 billion, I think.
Ooh.
And, that's the kind of stuff that they've done to Haiti and Africa and stuff like that in the past, where they say, oh, you owe us a lot of money. And then, that creates a deficit. You know what I mean? You can't thrive that way. So I'm just saying you have to really look for what these people are actually doing. And you have to look at what they're blocking. Like they're the ones who block the student loan forgiveness. They're the ones who block black farmers from getting, having their loans repaired. It's the Republicans. Again, they're not screaming about it. But if you pay attention and you look at what's happening, it's them. Yeah. That's it. I'll land my plane.
Yeah, so when you say them, in the case of the farmers, there were whites and Hispanics that came after black farmers in Oregon and some southeastern state. And then when you look at affirmative action, it's Asians who are coming after affirmative action. So when we talk about immigration, legal or illegal, oftentimes the people who they use as proxies, the buffer class, they use them to target Black Americans through the system.
I agree.
And when and then you said they a bunch of times. And let me say this: Republicans are stabbing us in the chest. Democrats are stabbing us in the back. There is no difference. The only difference is the perception of the individual. They're both stabbing us.
I would beg to differ. I'm not defending Democrats, and I'm not even saying that they're not doing anything to us. But I'm saying I'm looking at bills and legislation and different things that are happening. And I see a concerted effort, lawyers that are submitting, lawsuits and things like that to, get rid of voting rights. Like I said, that's almost gone. And affirmative action. And they are working to rewrite the Constitution. Again, what do you think they're going to remove or rewrite in the Constitution? I'm saying Democrats are not doing that. Now they may just be. Huh?
Why don't you? But you think they're going to put in there. We don't know what they're going to put in there. You know, we only guesstimate what's going to do. But hear me out real quick. Just hear me out.
Oh, yeah.
In your mind, what is it that you think they're going to change in the Constitution?
I'll tell you. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, I think they'll get rid of it.
No, stop it. Come on now. Come on, be smarter.
Why? Why are you saying, come on now? Let me say this to you. Say 5 years ago, would you have ever thought we'd be in the situation we're in now? Would you have ever thought?
Yes.
You would have.
Yes.
Yeah.
You would have thought that.
I actually wrote a book about it. It's very predictable, the situation that we're in, and it's actually increasingly more predictable of how much more it's going to devolve, and it's coming from both sides. It's not one side over the other. It's both sides equally.
It's not equal.
Well,
I'm not Democrats, though.
My bad. Yes, it is, love.
Yeah, because you brought a lot of points up, and I would love to address each one individually.
That sounds good. Let me just ask you this, because you guys are saying equally.
Mm-hmm.
So if there are laws that people are putting in place, and even when they talk about the election being stolen, they're talking about places that Black people are. Those are the cities that they're talking about. They're not talking about any place else. So you see that. What you see on the Democratic side is basically they're doing stuff for Hispanics. They're, doing stuff for Asians. They're not doing stuff for Black people. But you don't see them saying, let's remove any laws or anything.
That's not true.
Okay.
Love. On real talk, I appreciate you coming to the Lions Den. You know what I mean? You came in here and you're going all out, and we appreciate you for doing this. You know what I mean? And trust me, I appreciate you this one. This is one where I appreciate you for this one. And you're going to talk, and we're going to listen, and sometimes you might be wrong, and you're 100% wrong. But sometimes you might be right, and we're going to listen to you. You understand that?
Just send me the information on the laws and stuff that the Democrats are changing. Because I do look at all that stuff. I go to Congress, Congress.gov, and look at the bills and all that stuff. So please send it to me, because I must be missing it.
Hey, I sent you a follow, and if you would be so kind to follow me back. All I do is post about this information. Looking at bills that are presented in Congress is one element of it. We'll give you credit for that. However, a lot of these bills that are presented in Congress are negotiated on beforehand. And so you can't look at individual bills. You really got to look at their entire history as it relates to Black America. And so when you take a much longer look at the Democrat Party, the fact that they had, I believe the number is somewhere in the 60s, that were against the 1964 Civil Rights Act, and they filibustered the 1964 Civil Rights Act to try to prevent even us to get that, which actually was the most beneficial legislation in the last 100+ years for Black Americans. And then because you mentioned that Student Loan Act, so the Biden administration used that as a selling point to Black women, and especially played on the heartstrings of Black women in student loans. However, his administration has got to be intelligent enough to understand how that is going to be challenged in courts and how it's going to stand up under a constitutional challenge. So he put out that, which was essentially a carrot to Black American women to get them to come out and vote for him. And they did in droves, knowing full well that it would not pass constitutional muster. So we cannot allow them to keep playing these political games, because that's essentially what it is. If I put up legislation, I have to look at all of the angles and anticipate everything that's going to happen. And I know, because politically they're saying they're against it, quote unquote, they're going to challenge it in court. So I have to write legislation that I know is going to pass constitutional muster. If he does not do that, he's playing you. And you cannot fall for the games that they play. This is how they work in concert together. And we can't be manipulated by these political games anymore. We have to look at the end result, because the end result is the only thing that matters.
You don't want to say that out loud, brother. But you know what? That was the realest shit that has ever been told on everything. The game is sold, not told. That was the realest shit. Why can't we say that out loud? I'm talking to my brother who just said that. Because that was the realest shit that politically, that was it right there. So I'm trying to figure out who's going to go against him right now.
I did just this is real short. The first one is, yes, the Democrats. So Democrats and Republicans, those are labels, right? I mean, because really, in my opinion, we should be voting for the people, and we should be looking at, the bills that they passed and, what they voted for and against and all that kind of stuff. So I agree with that. But the people who were Democrats back then are Republicans now. If you look at the Southern strategy.
Wait, hold on. Do you understand that the Democrats gave $37 billion to the Ukraine?
Ukraine. I sure do. But again,
you want that to happen?
I'm not. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
So I got to fight with Nazis.
No, I'm not saying either party's great. That's not what I'm here to say. All I'm saying is that one party is aligning with Nazis that are talking about a civil war.
Nazis
that are talking about a civil war and are demonizing black folks, and where they are getting away with anything. They don't look at whether it's going to pass constitutional muster or anything. They just do what the fuck they want to do.
Okay,
you know what I mean? So
that's 100%.
That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that Democrats are way better. I'm not.
So do you think I would fight with a Nazi?
Let me ask you. Hold on, Dawn. Let me ask you this question, because I can tell you're very politically involved, and you have the knowledge that they want those of us who could be political pundits, who could run campaigns, who could basically deliver these talking points to Black Americans, and you do it very effectively. You're very intelligent. But let me ask you this. When you say they, I'm assuming most people that say they're talking about the government when they say they. And you may be saying they in terms of the Republican government structure. Someone else may be talking about they and they're thinking about the Democrats. But essentially, it's the government. What do you think would happen for Black Americans if we concentrated our population into individual state governments, we became the majority population, and we could govern ourselves?
I think it'd be great.
Okay, so I'm so glad you were so quick to that answer, because that is the solution that eliminates all of the theys that we could possibly come up with. And until we do that, and because that's a state-based mindset, it's a regional mindset. Until we do that and we move away from the national politics mindset, where we are essentially minorities scattered across the country, and whatever they do, we have to react to it and figure out how we're going to survive under it. Until we do that, we're going to have these conversations endlessly, or next 10 generations, or continue to have the same conversation until we gain control over as much of the system as we can. And when we gain control over the state, we gain control over a percentage of the federal government because we gain 2 senators and a whatever number of U.S. reps. 10 states give us 20% control over the country. And this is important because we have talked about this constitutional convention that the Republicans are trying to, essentially create. And they need 34 states in order to do it. I believe the last time we checked, they were at 20 states. So they're still a ways off, but they are making progress.
Mm-hmm.
And they need 38 states to actually pass it in Congress. So they're about halfway there. However, if we had control over 10 states, that would provide a significant barrier in their goals to change the Constitution. The reason they want to change the Constitution, come on, bro. Give me a chance. The reason they want to change the Constitution is because they want to return the country back to the original design, which is where the states had the power and the federal government was extremely limited. And that's the way the country operated for about 80 or so years until the Civil War, where the federal government, through the war powers, accelerated and expanded their power over the states. And at the time, there was arguments whether or not it was constitutional or not. But through the war powers, which this country has used multiple times in my lifetime, which is why we got the Patriot Act and all these other terroristic, acts that has expanded the power of the government to do whatever it is that they want to do. These emergency powers, which really, to be quite honest, from my opinion and perspective, this government intentionally creates emergencies so that it can expand its power over the states.
I agree with that.
And so, absolutely, thank you so much. And so, what we got to do as a population, we have to move. I mean, it's just really that simple. We got to move, because everything that we want and seek, and everything we want to try to eliminate, the education that Facts Out was talking about, the fact that these Mexicans are able to subvert the system by contracting. And I knew some Mexican contractors, and that's exactly what they did. So I know how the game works. We can eliminate all of it in the states that we control and let them do whatever it is they want to do in their states, because we really won't have a whole lot of control over it. On the federal level, we can introduce legislation and we can say we're going to vote for this, not vote for that. We can disrupt things, whatever. But we can't continue to just sit around and complain about the duopoly. The duopoly that is really a monopoly. The blue-red duopoly is a monopoly. And that's what we got to really just understand.
Talk to me for it. Don't do that.
Yeah, the states. I'm going to DM you with a map, and then we're going to let Miss Think People speak, and then we'll go to Miss Giselle, and then the.
Okay. Can you send the map to me too, please?
I will. I absolutely will. If Now I'm following you, or I think my thing is pending, so you're gonna have to.
I thought I accepted you. Look and see again, because I could have sworn I followed you back.
Refresh both of your pages. Refresh our pages.
Refresh it. Okay. All right. You know what? I see it. I see the DM there.
Good.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
So I agree with that. The thing is, again, these folks are good at changing laws, right? Like if we're saying, okay, well, we can do this based on how the laws are today. Mm-hmm. As we can see, as we can see when it comes to like weed, right? We were demons for selling weed. And, we got so many people in jail for selling little bits of weed if they sold it at all. But then they decided, oh, you know what? We want to sell weed now. So that's what they're doing, right? So my point is just, we have to understand that it's not like they're going to be like, oh, cool, they've got these states, we're going to leave them alone. No. They're not going to leave us alone. So we need to be able to ensure that they leave us alone. Because I'm all for what you're talking about. But I don't see the unity. And I don't see, I don't see the unity. And we need to do something to hold them off while we build. And so in my mind, allowing the Republicans to change all the stuff they want to change ain't the way to go while we're holding them off to do what we need to do.
I agree with you. It's not incremental, but it is going to be one state. We need one state. Our first state is Delaware. It's the smallest state. It's the quickest possible state. It can happen in the next 2 election cycles. So we need a model. We need a model state to show Black America that this is not just possible, but that we did it, and then we change everything. We do anticipate.
She was just talking, and she was like, "Hey, yo,
we do anticipate that there's going to be obstacles, because there's always been obstacles. And again, if you're studying them from a distance, last 100 years, last 200 years, you understand there's always going to be obstacles. But we are going to be in a far better position with state authority in order to counter those obstacles and anticipate those obstacles. And you are someone who is very intelligent enough to start anticipating what it is they're going to do. Having our federal representatives in Congress, having our federal representatives in Congress allows us to have a window into what is coming up for legislation at the federal level. Having an investigative unit at the state level will allow us to understand what's going on across the country, to be quite honest, but certainly in our region. So there's going to be all of these mechanisms that we do not have today that we will certainly have when we have this state authority and we have these federal representatives that are working together in concert as a team for the benefit of our citizens across the country. But we'll be limited.
Name the citizens.
We'll be limited in what we can do.
Name my people.
I gotta drop you, bro. So we'll be limited in what we can affect in states that we do not control, but we will still have some influence and some authority from the federal level at the very least, because we can pressure and negotiate for protections for our citizens in those other states. But inside of the states that we do control, there'll be nothing that they can do. Absolutely nothing but be an annoyance. They like the federal government cannot individually attack individual states. Everything they do has to be across the board. It has to affect all 50 states equally. That is constitutional. Outside of insurrection or some type of riot, they can't bring troops into our states, because that is unconstitutional.
Hey, Gray, you fell in the matrix, bro.
Yeah.
Damn it. Okay. All right. So we got to coast. All right. I'm gonna go out and come back in. Dang it.
I'm sure on that one. Hold on, let me come back up in the screen right here, and I see. Hey, what's?
Damn it. Damski, Ramsky, Bamski. Of course. I'm in the matrix when I'm talking, when I'm having a good conversation.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes.
Bro, we can't have you in here today. Yep, I can hear you.
You had your hand up, Mama. Okay, go ahead. Hey, go ahead, the prophet, if you want to speak.
Yeah, I was about to say something.
Oh, maybe Miss Giselle in the matrix too, though.
No, I can hear Giselle. Raise, give me a heart if you can hear Miss Giselle. Yeah, I can hear it too.
Okay, that means I'm in the matrix. I'm dropping down.
Okay.
I wanted to jump in because the previous speaker, she did hit a lot of different.
Oh my God, a lot of points.
And I think it's perspective on this, because this is war, so you have to think like your enemy. In this case, right now, we're reactive. They took the money away. They do that for dramatics. They don't care. They was never going to give it anyway. They'll dangle it out and then pull it back, dangle things out and pull it back, so that we focus on those push and pulls. But while they're doing all of that, the real agenda they're lining and putting in place and they work collectively together on this. We saw this when so many states across the country started doing these redistrictings. Now, that was a little ironic that they did it because a lot of these new redistricting plans have completely split the Black community. So your votes, those block votes that we were voting in, they don't hold as heavy as, it doesn't hold as much weight as what they used to. In this case, they couldn't break a lot of our government systems down because our people vote in a certain way. So the people they were trying to position in, they were, you know, blocking them out. And those they couldn't block out, they just demonized them, get them arrested, and create propaganda for us to focus on and not look at what's really happening within our communities. So they do the good cop, bad cop distraction. The Democrats, they're like, look at what those Republicans are doing. And when you look at when they say that, you'll look and you'll see, wow, damn. They said they got us over here fighting for abortion rights, but you're telling us we need to open the borders because we're having a birthing problem. Then they'll say, hey, look at those Republicans. Look at what they're doing to all of these people. Yet it's Democratic people in power who are allowing these universities by way of research done by foreigners, done on foreigners, using this research to say, hey, we have 126 sexualities now. I heard one of the professors at the University of California. He's actually, what is it? Yeah, it was University of California, UCLA. This professor actually said, I'm the one who created all of these sexualities. And it's more to come.
Dear God.
As we shut up and dribble, we have people like Ed Buck, who donate heavy to the Democratic Party. And he actually directly targeted Black American LGBTQ communities. No outcry from the Democratic Party because this person directly funds them. So it's no friends. We don't have any friends in government. I was just using those examples. Now, where we are now with the immigration talk, I'm telling you, it's Black men who used to stand. I know you saw it. I know all of us have seen it. Black men used to stand outside of Home Depot, and they would get in trouble for loitering. These other groups do the same thing. They're then criminalized. And they'll say, well, we need these immigrants to do this because Black people don't want to work. We're watching right now in real time the starter jobs that our kids would take on now they're in competition with adult immigrants who can barely cook the way we cook, speak English, and even maintain business. Okay? These people are going into these positions that our kids used to get. Our kids are competing with adult immigrants to get jobs.
Crazy.
Then when they get on these jobs, we expect them to already know how to do the damn job. No, we have to mold them into the workers that we were molded into when we started in the workforce. You teach them the customer service. Everybody walking around, but guess what? The teachers of those immigrants will barely even speak English. Or they disrespect our kids so bad on the jobs. Our kids like F their job.
Right.
And I've seen it. I was at a Dunkin' Donuts almost a year ago now. And I was getting my coffee. And I saw an Indian immigrant start yelling at the two Black girls aggressively.
Wow.
As the woman stood there rolling her eyes at these kids.
Damn it, bro.
And then the girls was like, I don't know even what he's saying right now. All we know is that we want to get off. That day, I made an executive decision, and I told that nigga, if he didn't want to get drug out of that fucking window, excuse my language, and I know we're on record, but if he did not want to get drug out of that window and me to call every guy on the neighborhood block that was just a couple of blocks away, because I was on the verge of getting them to come up there, they would have tore that whole spot up. A said, if you ever talk to our kids like that again, any Black American person that come here again, I said, you are going to see the wrath that we really come with in this country, because we don't rock like that. You don't get to treat our kids like that. But how many people are telling our kids to do stuff? Or protecting our kids, not telling them to do stuff, protecting our kids from the enemy. So it's not even that they work, because right now it's not Black Americans complaining about their Uber jobs. We chill. Black Americans like, oh, we get to do Uber, cool. We get to do Lyft, cool. DoorDash, cool. Let me make this money over here. Let me make this money over there. They coming over here, breaking into the whole damn country. And now they demanding $30 an hour to scoot on a bike and deliver a meal. That's called entitlement. We have people, and I just saw this week, and I don't want to drag on, but I wanted to drop these points because you hit a lot of points. But I want you to know, like, this is a Democrat push right here. Like this, the Republicans like build the wall and flood the tunnels. And I'm down with that at this point, because these people are a danger to us. And I mean this. If you're here and you're undocumented, you can kidnap people, you can murder people, and nobody don't know, because you technically don't even exist here. You can get in a car accident and not have car insurance, but they can't lock you up for driving. But if you drive without a license, your ass is going to jail. They got Black Americans in these prisons washing and folding the fucking laundry for these immigrants that committed federal crimes breaking into the country. And this is this is not a Republican choice. This is the Democrats. You know what the Republicans said? Get your ass in that cage over there so we can push you right on back to your country, and then we're going to sanction your country. I agree. Yeah, and then on top of that, now we have at the border all of these people coming in from Venezuela. Okay, they waited for the COVID mandates to go off. So that sounds like, you know what? All right, let me send in my troops. This is war. The first half of this year, and I'll send you guys the link, Mexico's crime rate dropped by 9.1% across the entire country. That is huge. What you think? People just stopped committing crimes? Nothing changed in Mexico. They still depressed, sanctions, and all that kind of crap. The people are here. They started doing these no cash bails. They stopped the cash bails, right? Or the no bond bails. Is it the no bond bails, right? Or whichever one it is, cash bails, bond bail, whatever the hell. So this opened up the gateway for that whole what do they call it? The purge that everybody was fearing. Because if these people commit certain crimes in our communities, people can't even complain about it. This is an extermination process.
It is.
And it's being led by the Democrats. Those that can't get in one way, they want to get in your womb. Those they can't get in that way, they want you to chop off your reproductive organs. That's why they saying 3-year-olds can say when they can take off their body parts, so you should start it early. We've talked to people on this app who said, don't change, don't take away your organs. Like it's a man who was a woman. A man who changed into a woman, and now he's converting back over to be a man. Wow. And he's going around saying, do not do this to yourself. Right. It creates a level of mental disease. This is why California is now paying trans for their sexuality. The only way you can get a payout is if you got a disability. Crazy. So they recognize it, but they tell us another thing. And I'm not going to try to carry on the conversation anymore. It was more points to hit. But just know this hand is moving, and it is on both sides. But we got to look on the future side, because right now the future is really the attack on our kids. Why they got us swinging at all of this shit that they already predicted they can win and got all of these setups for us. Our kids are being attacked right now in these school systems. So we need to be focused and recognize that this is war. We have no friends.
No friends.
And with that, I'll end. Yeah, I agree. No disagreement.
Okay, we got the Prophet, and then DJ, you got it.
Appreciate you, brothers and sisters on stage. Thank you, Black Majority.
Yep.
Appreciate the room. Giselle made some great points. I must say about all the arguments that she presented forth. I would say this, and I'm not going to be wrong here, but she probably hit a lot of the things I probably want to say. I would say, first of all, we definitely need a moratorium on immigration. I've been saying that quite frequently for a while. Because as she stated earlier, we don't even know who's in the country. We don't know where these people are coming from. We don't know what these people are doing. So the problem is we got people running around in this country. They have no ID. They
they're bringing. We know they're bringing drugs. They're bringing drugs, bro. They got fucking every drug you can name. Fentanyl, fucking cocaine,
some of these construction sites
heroin,
90%, 95% Hispanic workers.
I mean, yeah,
on these construction sites, and that is appalling because to me that's a violation of civil rights. Because how can you have a site that has 90% of one ethnic population on it,
right?
And nobody's even challenging the law on that, which I find crazy. Which just goes to show you that the politicians and the business people are in collaboration together, and they're going along with this policy, funded by democratic economic resources. So that's a fact as well. Secondly, as Giselle was talking about our children and talking about the school system, I would say, from my own personal perspective, I say we need some freedom in school. Because we need to get our kids away from these hostile environments where the teachers are hostile, where the other students are hostile. And so we need to think about a plan of educating our children going forward. Because we can't allow our children to be brutalized by school police. We can't allow our children not to be educated by some of these white and other ethnic teachers who don't want to teach our children in the first place because they're really not focused on and they really don't even care. So we have, and I don't want to speak in generalities, but we definitely see the issues there with the hostility and some of the violence being activated against our children in these schools. So we definitely need to think about that. And also, I do agree with the state solution that we need to make up a majority of these states. And I would say from Delaware on down, maybe Florida is not a good place because I think Florida is being taken over by the Cubans and other immigrant populations. Texas may not be a good place with such a large landmass. But I think the other states, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, states where we formerly populated, Maryland, South Carolina, North Carolina, we definitely can make an impact there to have a majority population. It's enough of us Black Americans in this society that we can have a majority population. I'll probably also say Memphis as well, because we have a majority population in Memphis, Tennessee. So the state of Tennessee may be an option as well. But we definitely have to think about that solution because if we don't stop this immigrant agenda, that's number one. This country is going to be flooded by illegal immigrants, ethnic immigrants from Europe, and like the brother said, we got our government sending $37 billion to Ukrainians, which are former Nazis, and which they are proud of the fact. And so we have to kind of change the mindset of a lot of our people who think that the Democratic Party is advocating for them. They're not. They kind of use us for our votes, but they don't present any, or they don't give us any tangible policies at all. And if you're going to remain a Democrat, you need to push them all. I mean, you need to really push them, or you need to get some of them out of office. I would say we have some of the weakest Black politicians I've ever seen in about 56 years. I'm thinking about Muriel Bowser in D.C., who allowed a bill to the state, the district that allowed non-citizens to vote. Also in New York City's Eric Adams, he's another weak Black politician. And there's many others who are just going along to get along, not even pushing back, not even challenging the system, not even realizing that this economic plan and this immigrant plan that they have is tantamount to Black erasure if we're not careful.
Black erasure. Man, I appreciate all of that. Someone was in the space earlier asking about Mississippi. There is a town called South Haven. It is just south of Memphis, but it's in the Memphis metro area. It would give you the ability to live in Mississippi but you'd be a part of the Memphis metropolitan area. So Mississippi's a state we know with about 500,000 new votes, we could effectively take over that state. Delaware being a state where we're somewhere in the 300,000 range, but it's likely a lot less than that. And so, yeah, it's not going to take all of us. It's a very small percentage. We're talking about 1% in Delaware and maybe 2 or 1.5% in Mississippi. We gotta make this happen. I wanted to add in medical. So we talked about the educational system, but we also need to talk about healthcare. We've had spaces, we talked about it, we've had posts about how the immigrants are coming over here with these fake medical degrees. They're getting positions inside of schools, inside of hospitals, and the Black nurses who have been working in these hospitals their whole careers cannot elevate inside of the system. We have very few Black doctors, very few Black specialists. It's very, very hard for a Black American to become a specialist in these medical disciplines. In the city of Pittsburgh, this is a quote from an article. It says, Pittsburgh has a high maternal mortality rate for Black women and a high rate of homicide for Black men. The study concluded that Black adult mortality rates are higher in Pittsburgh than in 98% of similar sized cities. This is in the North. This was a city that my family, we came up from the South, from the North Carolina area, and some of us ended up in DC, Pittsburgh, and the Detroit metropolitan area because of the industry, the steel mills in Pittsburgh, the auto industry, and really in DC, it was a lot of freedmen, a lot of contrabands, weapons of war ended up in DC because that's where and I hate the fact that they called this man this, but they called him Father Abe, Father Abraham, which is really what is a biblical reference, but that's the way they, addressed him in that time. So a lot of our people ended up in DC for the protection that they never really, really ever received. And that's likely why DC has been a highly populated Black federal district, because it's not a state and it's really not a city, it's a federal district. And so in the medical community and in healthcare and in insurance and like it's such a huge industry. It's such a vitally important industry from the cradle to the grave that we have absolutely zero control over our healthcare in this country. It's all controlled. I mean, literally 360 degrees, no matter how wealthy we are, no matter how good we do for ourselves individually and our families, 360 degrees, we are under the control by these other people, whether it's the white degenerates, the Asians, the Hispanics, whatever it is. Texas was mentioned. It's over 40% Mexican. Within a decade, they'll have a majority. They'll have a majority in 5 southwestern states. They already have a majority in New Mexico, I believe. They'll have full control over all of those southwestern states. Florida, the problem is it's 22 million people there. We would have to add 20 million people in order to get a majority in that state. It would take our entire population, essentially, or at least half of it. So we want to focus on the states that are going to be efficient, that require the least amount of population, to prove that this is going to actually work. I know it's going to work. I've been studying it and thinking about it and wrote the book 4 years ago and been just wrapped up in it ever since. Every single day, I gain more and more confidence about it. And it's just a matter of pulling it off and having these conversations face to face with people who can actually move. In the Delaware area, we want people from New Jersey, Philadelphia, Virginia, DC, and Maryland, to be quite honest. Even though Maryland has the potential to become a Black majority state, we need people to move to Delaware so we can set this up the same way that rally for reparations went off. 3,000 plus people showed up for that. We get 3,000 people from all these little cities on that eastern coast. We can take over the state of Delaware. Mississippi, it could be Texans, it could be Florida, people from Florida, people from the West Coast, people from upper Midwest. Our people in Wisconsin and Minneapolis are so subjugated. It is absolutely insane. The level of police state, the poverty. I mean, just everything that they're going, and it's cold on top of it. It's just some of the coldest states in the country. Like, we got to get out of these places. There is nothing there for us, and we just got to accept it and do what we do, which is move for our benefit. And so, we got Miss Think People. Oh no, I'm sorry. DJ had his hand up, and then Miss Think People.
No, let the lady go first. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, sorry about that. So I agree with everything you guys are saying. And I just want to make sure you guys don't think I'm saying, ooh, the Democrats are great. No, they're fucked up too. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is we need the laws that they're trying to eliminate to be there. We also need to stop immigration as well. I'm just saying we need to really strategize and not cut off our nose to spite our faces. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just need to figure out who to put in place, and probably doesn't necessarily matter what party. We just need the right people in place to do the right thing. That's it.
Absolutely. And so we know the voting population amongst Black people, which is right around 45% or so, because 40%, a little less than 40% of us do not vote at all. And then there's about 20% that are independent, like myself, which means we can vote for whoever party, it doesn't matter. And then there's the other 40+% that vote Democrat. Now that's the loyal base of the Democrat Party that's just been getting abused and neglected intentionally for the last 60, 70, 80 years, however long it's been since we switched from voting Republican in high numbers to voting Democrat, and have gotten very little in return. But we know in order to win these elections, we're going to have to run as Black majority Democrats, because our people are going to vote Democrats. And that is a reality that you really don't need to fight against. You have to embrace it and accept it. Just know that the Democrat Party is not going to support us. They're not going to finance us in any way, shape, or form. But we know our people vote Democrat in large numbers. And so we're just going to have to use this Tea Party technique where you attach yourselves to a party. And then once you gain power and you've proven yourself, then you can establish your own political party at the state level, local county level, and then you divorce yourself completely from the Democrat Party. At the federal level, you can still caucus with the Democrats or Republicans, depending on how you want to operate that. Different states can do different things. But having a loyal Black agenda based caucus in the Senate and a loyal Black agenda based caucus in the House of Representatives, as you just stated, doesn't matter if they run as Republicans or Democrats, and if eventually they run as Black American majority party representatives, because at that point the gerrymandering is over. The voting rights, which, to be honest, that whole voting rights thing is such that our voting rights are solidified in the Constitution. They cannot strip us of our voting rights. The issue that they're talking about is federal oversight over the former Confederate states. And those are the states that we essentially say we can become Black majorities in. So as long as we do what we need to do, we'll have control over those states. And so it makes this voting issue, it makes it moot anyway, because we'll be in control of the states. We'll be in control of the voting in the states. We'll be in control of the districting and everything else that the federal government has really been lackadaisical even in enforcing. So our biggest problem is not so much what the Democrats are doing or what the Republicans are doing, it's discretion. And discretion is a major tool of white supremacy, wherein which at every level of governance, each level has discretion, and they have discretion to do something or not to do something. From the parking meter lady, the meter maid lady, she has the discretion to say, well, I'm gonna ticket this car, but I'm not going to ticket that car. And that goes all the way up to the highest court, whether you think the Supreme Court has final say or the president or the Congress. There's discretion everywhere in the system. And this is where white supremacy can quite literally ignore, neglect, abuse Black Americans throughout the entire system. And this is why we will never win as a scattered population with a national mindset where we are perpetually minorities in this country. When we become state majorities, then we will have control over the discretion at the state, county, and local levels. And at the federal level, we will be able to seriously negotiate in times when they need something and we need something. And if you want our votes, guess what? This is what's on the table. And we're not going to vote for you. We'll vote with the Republicans if we have to. If the Democrats want something, it'll have to go through us. The Electoral College will have enough votes that any person who wants to be president in the country will have to get our blessing, and we'll have to put something tangible on the table in order to get our Electoral College votes, which will be somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 Electoral College votes. Everything that the way this country is constructed, if we gain control over 8 to 10 states, the southeastern US, we will be in control. We will be in the driver's seat as far as our population is concerned. Whatever the Mexicans do, so be it. Whatever the Asians do in the Southwest or South or Northwest, and the these white ethno states, the utopia that they're creating over there, so be it. You got racist ass white liberals in Northeast America, in the New England states. They don't care about Black people. They're just as racist as the other ones. So I'm never gonna put my faith and trust in any of these white political parties, but you use them the way that they've used us to get what we have to get. And then, like I said, then you make a decision to do your own thing and solidify it so that our people understand this is different. We are in a different paradigm, and all they can do is annoy us. They can put up really small obstacles, but we're going to have people like people like Ms. Giselle that are going to anticipate their moves so that we are prepared to deal with it. I believe Ms. Giselle's up, and then the Prophet. If you're up, Ms. Giselle, you got it. Phone's in and out. You ready, Ms. Giselle? If not, the Prophet can go, and then we'll come back to Ms. Giselle.
Yeah, Giselle, you there? I mean, she can go ahead. If not, I can wait.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or maybe she's tied down. Hey, Black State Majorities, do me a favor, brother. Send me that map in my DM too as well.
Mm-hmm.
I do agree with you that we definitely need the Black State Majorities. That is a solution. Not only that, but also economic. We definitely have to band together economically to support ourselves for sure. I mean, because what we're seeing is, like Giselle mentioned earlier, we're seeing a lot of these people, these immigrants and these illegals coming over here, and they do definitely have a privileged mentality, and they think they deserve to be here, and they have no citizenship rights. They have not invested one dime into this into this society, and to give them any resources at all, to me, is appalling. So that's just a reality that we definitely have to kind of push back against. Because to me, Americans can't go to any other country in the world and get any economic benefit.
That is true.
They want you to bring your money to their society and spend it. So I don't understand, Democratic Party's philosophy of, we give immigrants and we give Europeans and we give Indian people money to come to America to give an economic floor to get started. I mean, that's insanity. And Ukrainians as well. So they definitely have to be mentioned in the same vein, because they got a big economic floor from this government to come to America. And also we're sending money, our tax money, and we got to think about this. We're sending our tax money to the Ukrainians to fight their war against the Russians. So this whole society, this whole party, this Democratic Party has to be, if anybody's going to stay Democratic, I mean, the Democratic supporters, they got to turn that party upside down, because that party is absolutely ridiculous right now. There's no way you send taxpayer dollars to foreign societies to prop. You're taking money from Black Americans who are definitely living in poverty. Some of us are homeless. Not me per se, but I'm saying there are some Black Americans who are homeless.
There's a lot.
Taxpayer money that Black Americans have worked for and put into America's pot for centuries. You're sending it and giving it to other ethnicities. Yeah. And everybody just walking around. They walk around just like, no, it's nothing to it. And they walk around blind. I mean, this kind of mentality, we have to get rid of that mentality as well. And so I yield back, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah. So the last time that we talked about it, there were more Black Americans that are homeless than there are attendees at historically Black colleges. So there's a significant homelessness population in the country of Black Americans. And many of them may be veterans even, and so, yeah, there's no way on earth that this government should be sending all this money over to Ukraine. But I'm going to explain why they are doing that. There is something that they let out, probably unintentionally, but it was hashtag and it was trending. It's called the New Liberal World Order. And I posted a video that I think was 2017. This is even before Biden was elected. He might have still been vice president. I'm not sure. But at any rate, they had started training Ukrainians at a rate of, I believe it was 80,000 per year. And so the U.S. was training the Ukrainians essentially to fight against the Russians, quite literally, and to be able to defend themselves from the Russians, if you will. They're the buffer state between Russia and the European Union. And so they were training them up, 80,000 a year, 80,000 a year, 80,000 a year. And Russia's sitting back watching us and thinking, holy crap, they're building an army against us. And so quite literally, when Russia went in, it was a preemption to slow the pace of this growth of this army that they felt would be an extreme threat against their sovereignty, right? And if you think about it, if we were in the same position, likely we would probably do the same. So they were essentially pushed into that war. And it's because of this new world liberal order, or new liberal world order, however you say it. They recently posted something about the new world order, but it's with this liberal slant of the LGBTQism, the transhumanism, these massive biotech weapons that they are going to use to grow food. We talked about that. They're growing food in labs, meat in labs, and they're growing these technologies that are supposedly, quote unquote, to cure viruses and cure cancer and cure this and cure that. However, there is this whole because I was just posting about Bill Gates, and his father was a leader in the eugenicist movement, and he believes that if we are healthier, we'll produce less children, which is really counterintuitive, because their goal is to reduce the population of the planet as well as slow the growth of the population of the planet. We recently hit 8 billion people. And I swear to God, I posted something about this like a couple months ago where I thought we had already hit 8 billion, but I heard it again this week. We hit 8 billion, but we're projected to get 9 billion in, I think, by 2050. So in like 28 years or whatever the case may be. So the population is going to keep growing. A lot of this growth is going to be in Africa, China, India. Not a whole hell of a lot of it is expected to be here in America, based on the projections that I looked at. So they're going to be opening up the country to the races that they believe they can assimilate the quickest. And these Latin countries, which I had just reposted, 40% of the Latin country population are they're European Latinos, or whatever the case may be. They've been practicing this whitening the race for over a century, if not longer. They've been trying to get whiter and whiter and whiter and whiter. So they can come over here, marry into whiteness, and within 1 or 2 generations, they're basically white by all accounts. And the white population is dying all over the planet. There are some European countries where they have negative growth in their population. And so I believe that this is all a part of this global desire of the European, knowing that, yeah, they may be dying off, but don't get too comfortable in that thought, because they've been a minority the entire time. I posted back in the 1300s, 2/3 of the European population was wiped off the planet with Black Plague, bubonic plague, and everything else. And they survived that, and they came back, and they grew in numbers. But they've always been a minority. They will always be a minority, but they always have been comfortable leading and controlling everything as a minority. And even though now they got this term called the majority minority, which is where, again, in these southwestern states, these Mexicans are becoming the majority population. They don't care, because they control all the systems. They control all the economic systems, the healthcare systems, everything that you need to essentially survive. They control it. They're very crafty. They're very, very intelligent people. You can't deny their level of intelligence. However, we are just as intelligent, and I believe we are more intelligent than these people. It's just taken us some time, because we had a generation or two that essentially was tired of fighting, coming out of the civil rights movement, and just wanted to take a breath and enjoy life and work, and essentially feel like everything was okay. And that cost us a lot of time, because they kind of took their eye off the ball a little bit, and we trusted too much in the Democrat Party, way too much trust into the Democrat Party. We should have remained independents. We should have stayed in the middle, and we should have voted left or right, depending on what our needs were, and depending on what gifts they were bringing to the table for our population. The Mexicans, believe it or not, that's how they're voting right now. Through all this talk of immigration, Mexicans are pretty much split right and left. So in some parts of the country, they're heavily left, but in Texas, they're heavily to the right. So don't let them try to trick you into believing that these Hispanics are coming over here and they're voting Democrat, because they're just not. They're about 40-40 when it comes to that, of the population that does vote, because they don't vote in as high numbers as we vote still. But they're electing candidates, and a lot of the candidates that they're electing are Republican candidates, to be quite honest. So gotta just pay attention to all of it and understand what's going on, so that we are not out here with the people of color BS and getting locked into that with the Democrats. And unfortunately, a lot of the Black Democrat voters have bought into the Rainbow Coalition, because Jesse Jackson essentially was the one who put it out there. this rainbow coalition of all these different colors and sexual identities and whatever is going to be this big melting pot. The problem with the melting pot, Black Americans suffer the most. In every area of the society, we suffer the most, and that's never going to change. It's quite literally only going to get worse. So yeah, we just advocate for what we advocate for, and we're going to need all the help we can get, all the support we can get, and we're going to try to move 100,000 of our people to Delaware in time for the 2024 election, so that we can actually take over at least the governor's mansion and possibly get a Senate seat in that state, and a bunch of local elections. Because there's a person in there who's a Democratic socialist. She won her seat with, I think it was like 650 votes. So that's what's interesting when you look at some of these elections, especially in these smaller states. You're like, wow, that's all it takes, you know. So yeah, it's not, none of this is difficult. The only difficult part is getting people to move there and vote the way that, you know, is in our best interest. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I think DJ had wanted to say something. If you're still with us. Okay, DJ, whenever you get a chance. So up in the Jumbotron, I put a couple things up in here. So this was a story from 1989, and this reminds me of the Million Man March. But essentially in 1989, 2 million people from Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania formed a human chain that united all three countries to show the world their desire to escape the Soviet Union and the communism that brought only suffering. They formed this chain, I believe. See, I don't know the conversion on 600 kilometers. I would guesstimate that's something like 300 plus miles, because I think once you get up in those numbers, it's about half. So maybe it's like 400 miles roughly. But you had this chain of hand to hand, 2 million people holding hand to hand to just simply make the statement that we no longer want to be a part of the Soviet Union. And with the same 2 million people today, we can get Delaware, we can get Mississippi, we'd likely get Arkansas. We'd have 3 states today if we could just like basically copy and paste that movement. We could get 3 states. It's just not that hard. It just is going to take the desire to have more and to be in a better position and to sacrifice moving away from something that you may be familiar with. But here's the biggest clue to it all. They're gentrifying every Black community in the country. So quite literally, if you haven't already moved out of your inner city neighborhood, where they're putting in Trader Joe's and Starbucks and everything else that they're doing, eventually the rental rates, the property rates, we know the interest rates on mortgages are going up. Price of diesel is double what it was like a year ago. Everything is going up. So it's like at some point you may be forced to move anyway. But if we have 1 million of us moving, and we're just moving, you know, just outside the city, or we're moving to Atlanta because Atlanta's popping, or we're moving to Texas, which a lot of my family lives in Texas now. So guilty is charged. However, it would have been much better if they all moved to Mississippi. And until we kind of fully understand this, stop listening to the Democrat Party. Stop thinking that if we all go over to the Republican Party, they're going to change their racist ass platform, because they're not. They're always going to be the party of racists. The Democrats are the subtle racist. The Republicans are the spit in your face racist, but they're both racist. They really, really are. There's just no other way to look at it, because everything that they've done, and quite literally, the genocidal abortion, and I know this is a touchy subject for women, but if you kill half the population of a group, and we're talking about 20 million plus, if you kill half the population of a group, which is equal to our population when Roe v. Wade was passed, that is genocide. And the Democrats are wholly responsible for the genocide against our population, number one. Number two, they've intentionally thwarted our population growth because majority rules. Political power is directly connected to the number of your population. And now we have this Mexican population that has surpassed us. So now they're the preferred minority because the Democrats have been killing off our population while they open up the door to the Mexicans and the South Americans. So this is the understanding that we have to have about both parties. So we understand they're working in concert. They work together. And it's for our destruction. Go ahead, DJ.
Hey, hey, bro, I heard what you said, but you might be in the matrix. You know how your voice go digitized or whatever. But hopefully everybody can hear me. And hold up a minute. Let me mute this just real quick because you know the waveform be showing somebody else is talking. But with that being said, everybody cooking. What's good, everybody? Reparations up. Mr. Giselle, I'll try to bring you back up. I see you in the room. So shout out to B-More. Man, with that being said, you definitely was spitting fire, system. Brother Gray spitting the fire, you know what I mean? Brother the Prophet, spitting the fire. So with that being said, Miss Think Peace, I want you to get in the Jumbotron, right? And on the far left side, the second from the right end, far left side, if you know what I'm talking about, or getting the space chat or whatever, and it says DNC is corrupt. And if you click that little link right there, put a whole bunch of stuff in there. So basically, we understand. You're welcome. So basically, we understand what you're saying, but you may not be looking at it from our standpoint, where it's like, you know, the DNC don't have to write a bill that's going to go send us back to the slavery days. They've already done that for the most part. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, the bills that they do right now is pretty much controlling Black economics. And what I mean by that is when you look around town lately and you look at these bills that they're going to, do a Black this and a Black American that and an African American that. So the one bill that I'm speaking of specifically is over here in New Jersey, and it's happening all around the country. It's A4706. It's a Black Trail of Tears that's coming over here to New Jersey, but it's under the tourism division of the New Jersey government.
Exactly.
Okay, no, I guess that's not a problem, but who's going to own these museums and tourist sites? Not us. So when you say they ain't doing nothing to stab us in the back, oh shit, for real? No, who's going to own this? Other thing is too, when you look in the Jumbotron, I posted in there, and it says, all of it is DNC corrupt. Let's just focus on my neighborhood, New Jersey, for a minute. I'm from North New Jersey, yo. So Ross Coon Baraka, he's a coon. I don't care, no name. The mayor of Newark is selling out Newark. There's a post in there, a bunch of pictures that I took from other folks that are on the ground. Now, do me on the ground here in Newark, going at the mayor and his administration hard. There is currently 200,000 people homeless in the streets of Newark, and another 10,000 allegedly or supposedly, I guess I'll say, lost their EBT card. It's hard as fuck out here just to get a sandwich from the fucking store. You know what I mean? Even the Poppy stores went up. The sandwich now is like $5-6. God damn, yo. You know what I'm saying? That should be 2 for 1 right there. You know what I mean? But that shit is over with. Inflation is hurting us. Inflation is pushing us to the point we're going to be broke before 2053. We already don't got anything. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, I've been self-employed for over a decade. I refuse to go back to work to have to deal with these immigrants. They've been getting us fired. They've been lying on us. This shit is not a game right now. So when they say black men is lazy, nigga good for nothing, deadbeat baby daddy don't want to work, that shit is far from the motherfucking truth, man. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, they are allowing, like Miss Giselle said, you know, your son, 14, 15, 16 years old, is supposed to get these McDonald's jobs, these bagging the groceries and pushing the carts. Those are jobs meant for them to help build their wealth up. Now that, like you said, a grown-ass immigrant got that job. And they got the nerve to break into the country and beg over here for $30 an hour in New York. And the mayor got the nerve to spend $600 million a year on these people. When, why didn't, and then this is back to on the side where, you know, we can agree with you with the GOP. Why Governor Abbott ain't just doing a 180 and sending these people back across the border? Why is he bringing them to Martha's Vineyard and to all the Democratic cities, which are Black American neighborhoods? It's something else, this shit where these folks, like Gray always say, they working together. But on that note, I voting Team MAGA. You know what I'm saying? I'm sick of the Democrats. F these people. F Cory Booker. I don't care. Use a cone. You know what I'm saying? Where's that $100 million at? That Zuckerberg, another white cone, promised North. We never saw none of that money. You feel what I'm saying? We having the same issues out here Flint got. And we talking, this is Newark, a.k.a. one of the many riot cities since the 60s. White folks ain't been here, but now they coming back from down in the mountains of Essex County and certain parts of Sussex County and back into the hood because now we've revitalized it. Got Newark Prudential Center down there, or the Prudential Center. You know what I mean? And the actual regular Prudential building. They built a new building downtown on a one block over from the old building. So somebody's getting some money. When you think about things like the NJ Pack, New Jersey Performing Arts Center, I'm in the entertainment business. I can't go to that place and get a job as a lighting technician. I can't even be the security. They don't care. It's all white folks there. You know what I'm saying? And this is in a black, 50% still black city. Bare minimum. So what are we supposed to do on some real shit? So we getting stabbed in the front, or like you said, Gray, by the GOP and the DNC. They've been stabbing us in the back for over 70 years, yo. And it's like it don't affect us. I guess that Bible really did work. You better turn the other cheek, don't even hit them back. Jesus wouldn't want you to fight back. God damn, is we really that indoctrinated, yo? Because the way I see it, and I don't know, just to address this real quick, I got you, Mr. Zell. Everybody's going around having these spaces, you know, at least these youngers anyway, blaming the elders. You know, it's kind of warranted in a way, yo, because y'all left us to fight these people, not you specifically, I don't know your age, but a lot of our elders left us to fight these people with no training, yo. Because, you know, you got a good-ass job and you got a pension now and you're retired and, well, hold up, I don't have those things. And it's not that I never tried and haven't been on my A game. I got multiple degrees. I'm in debt still from going to school. I can't even, I don't even think I'm accessible even if they were to get those $10,000 debt-free loans out or, you know, whatever. I don't even think I'm eligible because my shit is in credit, yo. My shit is being credited. You know what I'm saying? On some real shit. So at the end of the day, it's going to always look like on the surface that black men specifically, and I hate to separate our culture and group it into black and, you know, man and woman, but that's the way it's been going since, you know, the feminist movement anyway. So, as you know, it's not like I'm saying anything wrong. You know, black men have been fucking, you know, discriminated against on so many levels when it comes to the unemployment. And shout out to my sister Anla, but like I said, I've been at this for 12 years, sis. You know, I don't want to work around these immigrants. These tethers, yo. They need to go the fuck back home. And I don't understand why black people collectively, black Negro Americans collectively, aren't in a fucking uproar about this shit. We are too empathetic, and it's going to cost us our lineage, yo. Go ahead, Mr. Zell.
Yep.
Hey, let me throw this in there because we saw the Republican Ronald Reagan give amnesty to 3 million plus Mexicans back in the 80s. And then we just saw Chuck Schumer come out and essentially say he wants to give amnesty to the 11 million, although the number is probably twice that much today. So you have a Republican doing it back then. You got the Democrats doing it today. That's all you need to know about these two different parties and how they operate. Ms. Giselle. While we're waiting on Ms. Giselle, so you talked about the mayor of Newark who's basically selling out the city. In the neighborhood I grew up in, my city, we had
in the jumbotron. The information is right there in the jumbotron. But go ahead.
Yeah, we had black state reps, right? They had their office in the community, black state reps. Within a decade, the Target went in. Every store up and down this little downtown area gentrified. Now it's high-end shops that no black people want to shop in. We don't shop in them. Like literally, if you would have left or if you would have been locked up, because I know some people that were locked up a decade ago and they come back, it's a completely different area. They tore the projects down. They're putting in $500,000 condos or whatever, townhouses there. So this is what they do. And this is a Democrat. This city has had Democrat mayors forever. I don't think they've ever had a Republican mayor. This is what they do. You know, this is the city where they, I mean, got the worst in home ownership, got the lowest level in businesses for black people, getting decimated. And this is a liberal, so-called Democrat city. The black population is getting decimated. And then they just had the nerve to hire the first black mayor ever in the history of the city so they could blame him for the black homicides in the city. Every time a black person gets killed, they got him crying on TV. This is what these people do. This is what they are. And he was a state rep, and Summer Lee is a state rep. Now she's a state rep. She was some other thing. Matter of fact, no, she's not a state rep no more. She went to Congress. She's a fucking U.S. rep. And their political action committee, if you look at it, it's all these LGBTQ-ish white, liberal, like super Zen liberals that got these people elected. But who are these black politicians beholden to? The black community that actually voted for them, or these white liberal political action committees that put all this stuff together? I mean, it's clear as day to me. It's very clear to me. I think John Fetterman's a part of that team as well. So look at what they're doing. Look at how they move. You got to go deeper than blue, red, Democrat, Republican, donkey, elephant. You got to start going down into the layers of how these people get into the office and who's in control, how all of it's moving together. That's what I really, really, really encourage people to start doing. When you see political campaigns and they say political action committee, look up that political action committee, go to their website, look at who's in charge of it so you understand, and then start researching the individual people so you understand their history. Because all you're going to come to is the fact that these people are in control of it all. And the politician, the puppet politician that they put out in front of us, quite literally, is just like a spokesperson, just somebody they hired to model their legislation. To be quite honest with you, Miss Giselle, if you're ready. If not, we can go to Miss Trouble and then DJ.
Oh, somebody up here in trouble. Oh, that's Miss Giselle. Go ahead, Trouble.
Okay. Y'all already know how I feel about these Republicans. DJ, mute your mic, DJ, mute your mic. Okay, no, okay. I think I'm not sure if it depends on where we are located at, if there's a major difference, but the Democrats and the Republicans are the same people dealing with a white collective who see their quality of life dwindling with their birth rates. So even though we can look at it and see how detrimental immigration is to us as a people, they don't see it any other way. They don't see it that way because it helps them. And so I don't want us to be sitting back, trying to figure out who's the better party. Neither one of them are better. Mm-hmm. Republicans are sometimes loud about their racism, but they had plenty of times in office where they could have did something about the immigration and they chose not to. Mm. They claimed they were going to put up some walls. Homie pocketed the money. There were no walls. They put up a little bit of something, but them suckers were still able to scale what little that they did put up. I live in a red state. And the only thing I was happy about being in a red state was during the COVID period when my governor didn't force everyone to get the vaccines. And he went to court to fight for the people in the federal offices and stuff to be able to still keep their job without having it. What I didn't like was that he was fighting against parents having a choice on whether they still wanted to send their kids to school with masks or not. I wanted him to step his behind up out of that, because I kept my kids home for a long time doing virtual because of it. But I'm in the South. I'm in South Carolina. Y'all, I think y'all are up north. Y'all are dealing with Democrats. I'm dealing with a Republican, and I've got a town full of immigrants. I've got people moving out of my neighborhood and immigrants moving in. I've got my favorite coffee spot down the street from my house full of immigrants every morning. And I don't want to say immigrants because I don't know if they're immigrants, but I know they're Mexican, and goddamn it, they wasn't here a year or two ago. We just elected a new Republican mayor on the last cycle that we had our election for that. I wasn't able to vote in that election because I stay in the county. I didn't know I stayed directly outside the city limits. But he ran and won on make police departments great again. MAGA. Wow. DJ, you love screaming MAGA. That's what MAGA got me. That's what MAGA got me. They are one and the same. Democrats is covert with their racism and their foolishness. Republicans are overt with their foolishness, the same racist foolishness. Right now in Beaufort, South Carolina, they elected a black superintendent and then turned around an hour or so later and the board elected to fire him based on CRT.
Yes, I saw that
so that they could put a white man in that position.
Damn.
And they didn't, because of the rules, they didn't have to disclose why they chose to fire him, even though he had exemplary records.
Oh my God!
An hour or two after he was elected into that spot, they turned around and fired him and refused to give a reason why. So I'm looking online all day, and I'm looking at my people celebrating, having parties inside, Twitter spaces. Oh, the orange one is back. Oh, Trump is back. Yay, Trump.
Oh God.
Yay, Trump for what? What exactly did he do?
Man, he's
gas was over $2 a gallon. Forget Black America. Just talk about all Americans. Gas was under $2 a gallon from Trump.
Okay, but the gas don't have anything to do with the president, and we grown enough.
I agree with that. But at the end of the day, things aren't just about Black issues. We got national issues out there too. And I ain't really team back. I just be saying that, and the reason why I be saying that.
Yeah, you make me want to choke you every time you say.
Yeah. I know. MAGA. The reason why I'm saying that is because I've been Democrat my whole life. I'm still a Democrat. I didn't change my party platform. I'm a Democrat. But I'm voting red because over here in New Jersey, the blue side has been the same family forever. The Paynes, Barakas, the Bookers, they're the same family that's been running North since the 60s, yo. And they're Democrats.
And I feel you on it. Look at that. It makes you feel like, okay, well, I'm gonna switch to the other side. But to me, that's somewhat of an emotional reaction.
No. It's not emotional. It's actually well thought out, because I've talked to Roscoe and Baraka and say, hey, Mr. Mayor, reparations should be lineage based, and he rolled his eyes and turned his back on me, yo.
Okay, but did you speak to the other party and what they say?
When I talked to Cory Booker, he just smiled at me about it.
Oh, Lord.
And just nodded his head. So you already know how he is. He kind of CTE up in himself. Like he played football his whole life. And at the end of the day, I talked to Payne Jr., who's my congressional district leader right down the block, right here in Hampton County. The only way we're going to get reparations is through H.R. 40. But H.R. 40 is a study, sir. Yeah, but we need it. But hold up a minute. The person that's running H.R. 40 is Cicely Jackson. She's a Jamaican immigrant. How is she even in charge of Black Negro freedmen reparations?
I feel like instead of trying to slip to the other side, when the other side is not going to give us reparations either.
Well, Jersey is a flip state.
Technically going to
hold on, sis. Jersey is a flip state. It's not all blue.
Okay, well, it's going to flip today and then flip back tomorrow.
Right, that's what it does, though, in general. Right, correct. So I don't have to vote Democrat just because, you know what I'm saying? That's the vote blue no matter who mentality. No, I want to vote for either the best person that obviously is willing to do the job. That's the way it should be. But at the end of the day, party be damned, Joe. Like Boss Lady be saying, it's over with for these Democrats. We got to shit on these motherfuckers for the next 100 years, yo. Don't vote blue nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I understand
on that, depending upon the candidate that comes through that speak to the other needs that you have outside of reparations, because each of us individually have families and there's certain things that we could vote for on either side of the line. But my thing is, at this point, I don't want to vote for neither one of them. I say they both can get it until we get our own candidates set in place that we can actually vote for them and push them the way that we need to push for them to be inside office. Ain't neither one of them worth our energy, our gas money to the damn polls, standing in the line in the elements to do nothing for them. That sends a big enough message to both parties. Oh, okay, these Negroes are not trying to give neither one of us the vote because we're like the conversation has been flowing. We're being replaced by these immigrants before both parties, because both parties need these workers to come in. Why? Because we done got too uppity. Black Americans and poor white Americans who know how to do this work. We want too much money. We want a livable wage. And these immigrants is coming in. They don't have to they're happy for what we got. I'm happy for the $5 because I was making 5 cents in my country.
Hey, can I cut in right there real quick? Okay, the reason why they're happy to make $5 and $10 and under, one, they don't spend their money here in this country. They send it back home. Other thing is, too, we have direct knowledge, Sister Trouble, that these immigrants are getting anywhere between $2,800 every 2 weeks to $5,000 a month from the federal government and SNAP benefits. So therefore, meaning, shit, if I'm getting my rent paid for, I'm getting a house that I already know how to fix up. This is why they're, again, getting a Jumbotron, right? And it's the third bubble from the left, and it says DNC is corrupt, right? And I want you to get in this thread right here that I just created, and you'll see, I think it's, once you click into it, it's 1, 2, 3. The third one down past the little Israel fake rabbi, fake Jew chief that says, he's talking about Black Americans. It's a thread in here based off Newark right now. And
I've seen that.
Right. Okay. So therefore, meaning, why aren't Newarkers, and this is no matter of race, because Newark is only 50% Black, but this particular area of where those houses are at, that's the hood. That's Black America. That's where the niggas is at. That's where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? In this area. I'm right down the street from those houses. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, why isn't the city giving the residents that had generational heritage here? My grandparents came up north. You know what I'm saying? I mean, from the south to the north. You know what I'm saying? Prior to the North riots happening. You feel what I'm saying? My mother and her siblings are a product of the North riots. So therefore, meaning, why aren't we having the opportunity to get these houses? And I understand we're not, thinking about it. We're not thinking about it. I understand that part too, but we don't even have the opportunity to think about it. You know what I mean? Because we're too busy being the working bees. So why is Ras Baraka selling out his own peoples to these foreign investors? We call them the LLC boys around here. And again, when we had our reparations rally up here in Newark, New Jersey, when we had our pull-up rather, and we had a reparations rally on Juneteenth, but that wasn't our shit. That was the Ryan P. Hategood or whatever in his ass, because now reparations is a national thing. So it's another thread up in here, another post or tweet rather within that same thread. And if you go down, it says stop Pan-Africanism. And next to that picture right there, there's the reparations Juneteenth rally. What do you notice? The Pan-African colors. When you look at the bottom of the screen and you look at all these organizations, none of these Mickey Fickies have ever talked about reparations the last 7 years that I've been on board with this shit. Not the ACLU, not the NJ Institute of Social Justice, which led the rally, not the AAPI community. We don't hear these people speaking out about this stuff. All these other organizations, y'all don't even know nothing about reparations. They didn't even say anything that was worthwhile. But the one thing, though, that I got to holler at, Sister Wilson, to see what type of footage she might have, because I didn't take pictures that day. They are promising Latinos reparations. So we saw Latinos and Hispanics or whatever they call themselves, Afro, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Y'all immigrants to me, you know what I'm saying? They down there talk about, reparations. Y'all don't even look like regular, Puerto Ricans or like certain Mexicans that been here in America. They're like Americanized. Y'all look like these folks that are on the news that just got off the boat the other day and got off the bus because Governor Abbott sent you up this way. So who hired y'all? So when I was talking to these people, sis, and I speak a little Spanish, you know what I'm saying, homie? Hombre, you know what I'm saying? Mira, you know what I mean?
¿Qué pasa?
Que si habla español, mama, you know what I'm saying? I got tacos.
That's the extent of my Mexican right there. ¿Qué pasa?
Yeah. I can't roll my R. You know what I'm saying? I can't roll the R for shit. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, why was Ras Baraka at the Juneteenth reparations rally? And that's why I say he rolled his eyes, gave me the shoulder, but he wasn't at our pull-up in September. You see that? And with that being said, it's not that, we want to leave the Democratic Party for whatever the reason, but they are forcing our hand to the point they are the ones who are really sending us back to the slave age, the Stone Age. I understand that the Republicans, CRT, yada. At the end of the day, that shit is just misinformation because all CRT is American history. So when you
at the same time, we need to stop looking at it as this party or that party. They are collectively working together. Mm-hmm. They are just
right. That's what we're talking about. Right, that's what we're talking about.
Parts of the same train, and one is doing certain things, and they're both doing things in the background, and they're both doing things in the public eye. But they're working hand in hand. They good cop, bad copping us. Mm. So we're moving from one party to the next party. When they good copping, bad copping us, they playing us out the damn box.
Mm. Right.
So now we have to figure out how we're going to combat them playing us out the damn box, and we're going to have to come together, which is something I don't get why we not trying to do, while we ain't out in these streets January 6th and every damn thing around here.
Mm. I believe that was a false flag, sis. I think that was a false flag. I'm just being honest. I got my reasons.
It could be, but I was taking notes, and so still.
Right. So
theirs can be for fake, but ours going to be for real.
Right, and I'm with you on that. Matter of fact, make sure y'all pull up to Washington on Juneteenth, the 18th weekend. You know what I mean? We having our second reparations rally. Shout out to Sister No Taxation. So with that being said, I just yield here because I know the folks want to talk. So again, right, when we had our reparations rally, our little pull-up, right? So after everything was over with, you know what I mean? I ain't even going to get into the gist of the story, how we was versing the mayor's brother You know, one gentleman I would not mention because it wasn't even about him. I just knew who he was. That, you know, it is what it is. You know, brother Do It All from Laws of the Underground. Number one, Chief Rocker. Number one, he's the city councilman of Newark. So congratulations to him. So, you know, they just happened to be going into City Hall as they was coming, you know, in towards our rally area in the front. So I saw Dude. I already know who the brother is, you know what I'm saying? We see each other in circles. You know, some of my family, I know some of his kinfolk. Hey, what's up, dude? I ran up on him. Hey, y'all got a Reparations DVD for you. Yada, yada, yada. I think Mary Baraka, Rob's brother, he was just really jealous because I'm showing love in front of his face. Like Mary standing to the right of me. I'm talking to, you know what I mean, Do It All. And it's like I ain't acknowledging this, man. So it's like, oh, why don't y'all go down to the federal building? Why y'all down here protesting? You know, we got the most progressive black mayor in the country. Man, if you don't get your ass up out of here, bro, you know what I'm saying? There's more niggas getting killed out here than a little bit. I don't see these Hispanics down in North getting popped like black people up the hills getting popped. I don't see these, these Portuguese down in the Portuguese section past Penn Station North getting robbed, popped, shot at, killing each other. I don't see that. Why are we doing that shit to each other? And why are you allowing it to happen? You know what I'm saying? That's the real narrative around the shit. We got Flint water issues around here. You know goddamn well the infrastructure fucked up, bro. So Biden, he ran on infrastructure. That was another thing he ran on. So why is it that the hood always get the last of the trickle-down economics? So, yeah, we understand that both sides are stabbing us, but in reality, the Republicans don't got to do a damn thing for us. We're not their party. We're not their party. So they can write slavery bills. They can ban CRT and all this other shit. We're not advocating to them for a vote, and they ain't advocating to us. You know, it's been this way for 70 years, but obviously this shit got to get broke up, and it's sad that it got to get broke up this way. But where are the other solutions other than to start our own party, Black State America Party? I'm with that party. But until black people collectively get on board with that shit, you know, I guess I'm voting Team MAGA, yo. Because one, I'm a fucking capitalist. So at the end of the day, I'm trying to get some money with Trump. That's all the niggas trying to do. I'm trying to get some bread, yo. Because reparations is the long game. I got to pay my rent on them first. Feel me? And Mrs. I don't know if you back up here, but go ahead.
Yeah. So Miss Trouble.
Let me say this one thing.
Okay.
And I'm with Trump when he say, "Wu flu. This COVID wrecked my business." So he right. China virus, man. Ban them niggas. We should have hit the button on them niggas, yo. So we should be beefing with them niggas right now on some real shit.
Okay, I just wanted to. Miss Trouble mentioned the and I saw that story because the story they got is the brother is smiling. I guess I don't know if it was taken right after he got elected or whatever, and then they did terminate him. There was a woman in Georgia. I just pulled up another story of another black man. I know in my city, the white community really pushed to get the black superintendent fired. This is happening all across the country where black superintendents over these schools are getting pushed out by the white communities. And I probably need to do a thread on it just so we could have it like in one central place, just so we can see this system that they have in place to prevent us from controlling the educational system. And it's very likely in a lot of these places where black students are the majority population. But this is another trend that we need to keep our eyes on. And this is not a Democrat or Republican trend. This is a white society trend.
Sure.
Think People, I think you wanted to speak. You got it.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, are you sure that it's not Republicans? Because from what I read, that's who's doing it. Again, the Democrats are bad, but we got to give Republicans the credit for that one. And then I also wanted to say, I think Trouble was saying that we have to figure out what we want to do, period. Because just like I said, I agree we need to stop the immigration. And I agree that that's putting us in a position where we're not going to have jobs. And they are also anti-black as well. They're also out there, like in Los Angeles, actually. you had some of them like running black folks out of the neighborhoods. So they're very anti-black. So I don't want them coming in the country anymore either. But at the same time, we can't ignore the take drug dealers and exterminate them, and that the Supreme Court ruled that this brother who could prove himself innocent, they ruled too bad. We don't want to see it.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if you go to jail and you can prove yourself innocent, you just got to stay in jail. That's it. So I'm saying we can't ignore that, because, that'll kill us even faster than the immigrants that are taking our jobs. We got to take care of all of it. That's all I wanted to say.
I remember that story, and man, because anytime the Supreme Court rules, it's not set in stone, but it does take some time for them to either change the dynamics of the court from liberal to conservative, or it becomes more of a balanced court, and then they can go back and revisit stuff like that. Because I think they went against precedent in that ruling. I'd have to really look at that case, because I glanced at it when it first happened to give a better analysis of it. I don't think it's as far reaching, because I remember a lot of the Project Innocence and all these other organizations, they kind of, they obviously made some comment about it, but I don't think it was something where they felt like it was going to end their ability, because again, as I mentioned earlier, discretion, right? So what ends up happening is, if there's a jurisdiction where they want to abide by that ruling, they have the option, they have the discretion to abide by that ruling. But if there's another jurisdiction where they say, well, no, we want to make sure that if a person is innocent, that they do have the opportunity to go before whatever court panel, whatever the case may be, to prove their innocence, then they're still able to do that. When you're dealing with the Supreme Court, it's a unique situation, because the judges don't run for office to be in the Supreme Court. They're appointed, they're not elected, and the appointments do have a political bend to them. Technically, they're not supposed to be political at all, but we know that they are.
Yeah.
We know their ideology does lean left or right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think the discretion that is pervasive throughout the white degenerate system is the thing that's probably a little more important than even the Constitution, for that matter, and the these SCOTUS recommendations, or these SCOTUS rulings, because even when they basically got rid of Roe v. Wade, the states, which is the way the country was designed, are able to then take the power from the federal government, and each state can do what it chooses to do, either based on the elected officials coming up with legislation and passing it, or putting it up to the voters to vote on it. And this is just another really good example of how, as a Black majority state, we'd be in a position, either through a proposition or voter referendum, or through the state legislators simply voting on it and implementing a law, that we could navigate our way through situations such as the one you brought up, when it comes to making sure that everybody who's incarcerated in the state has a fair trial, has the opportunity to present evidence that is new. And obviously, in a Black majority state, there's going to be so much more equity and so much more fairness built into the system, simply because that's how I believe, as a people, we operate in a much more fair and a much more equitable way across the board. So it is to our advantage to really abandon the nationalistic mindset and really start thinking about, okay, this is a problem as a minority in this country. How can it be solved as a majority in a state?
Mm-hmm.
And if we can start looking at everything from that perspective, where we just compare and contrast, we'll come up with the solutions. We'll understand the advantages, and we'll realize ultimately that a lot of these problems go away. They really just kind of go away. Now, I've said in the past, and I really hold true to this: if you decide to drive across country, either for work or on vacation, or you decide to fly across the country, you're really subject to the laws of that state. And just like flying to a foreign country, you're subject to the laws of that state.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying my mic is the mic acting crazy for people, or
Yeah.
is it really? Dang it. Okay. All right. I'm gonna drop out, come back in. Whoever's up next. Dang it.
Yeah, whoever, excuse me, whoever want to talk, go ahead. Mrs. Bell, you back up here, mama?
She got that. She got the eternal hand up in the air. She got her eternal hand up in the air. Okay, reconnect the space. You know what? I'm gonna drop Miss Giselle and see if because she might be stuck. I'll remove her from speaker and see if she want to come back up. Sometimes that happens, unfortunately, with technology. Okay, we got the company. You got it.
Yeah, we're getting hit on all sides when it comes to this reparations thing. People trying to really get us to narrow down our specific lineage. We got to use the lingo of the states. Unfortunately, like in California right now, they're saying that we can't use black or black Americans and all this other stuff. We have to either identify as African American or freedmen or something that the courts recognize. And it's like, we don't even have a chance to even call ourselves what we want to call ourselves. Everybody's dictating this for us, and it's confusing, it's frustrating. It's going to get to the point where the hump on the camel is about to break. And we need to come up with something. Like, if this is going to be the legislation that's going to be used in other states across the country, like, we need to get on these people. And we're getting it all from all these white people, saying that, we got to be this and that and the other. And I just don't agree with that. Like, I really want to fight that to the teeth. Like, why can't we claim who we are? Who we are. That these reparations is owed, but then they want to play these silly little linguistic games with people. And, I'm about had it. Like, I'm about to go to the governor's office right down the street and cause some trouble, because this is starting to get beyond ridiculous.
Hey, thank you for that. Since you brought up reparations, in the state of South Carolina, and I was able to follow this black man. He's a black state representative, and this was in 2018. He stated, because at the time they were talking about rewriting the Constitution of the state of South Carolina for whatever reason. I don't know what the reason was, but the headline was that he stated, if they're going to rewrite the Constitution, reparations has to be written into the state constitution. So we've talked about that in our spaces. We get control over a state, reparations day one. Reparations.
Yeah, we can, if we control the state, then we can make it happen. That's the only thing. They need to get into either the governor's position where they can make an executive decision, or
getting to, like, we already have, like, what, 4 or 5 mayors that are, in 4 or 5 different major cities across America. They need to start voicing their opinions. Like, they need to start telling the governors of the state, like, like, push it. Like, they got to do something.
Yeah, it's just the Republicans here in South Carolina have both houses. They have the Senate and the House.
I'm gonna find his name because knowing that you're in South Carolina, because I was, like, so we have a politician who wants to run in South Carolina, and it would be to, to the benefit of all, I believe, because South Carolina is one of the states that I would actually love to live in South Carolina after we establish Delaware. I would absolutely love to come to South Carolina and do everything I can to help establish a Black majority state there. But to get into contact with this state rep, because that was 4 years ago, but I went to his website. He's still in office in the state. So that's a good thing. And he put it out there. This is way before I was on Twitter. This is around the time I was writing my book. So he kind of would be somebody to kind of get in touch with if you're planning to run in the state of South Carolina or be actively political in the state of South Carolina. It would be a really good connection to try to make and see where you can connect, because the reality is you're not, and I said this earlier in space, you're not going to agree with everything anybody has to say. And we got to kind of just appreciate that. That's a good thing. We're not going to agree on every single point. But at the same time, if you can agree on most of the things, then he seems like an ally who's already in position. And, there may be a time where you may want to run for state office, and maybe the federal office is not necessarily attainable at this point in time. So maybe you can pivot to a state position. You got somebody who's already on the ground that you're in contact with, and you can work together, so that's just a suggestion. I'm putting that out into the ether, but I'm gonna find that story and I'm gonna try to put it up in the Jumbotron. Stop really giving a whole lot of super advice.
Right. When you find that information, let me know. So I'd be interested in seeing if I know him or if he's in my district or somewhere in one of the cities that I frequent.
Okay. Yeah, I absolutely will. I posted it within the past couple of days. I'm actually going through all my tweets and retweets. Oh, South Carolina, this is an amazing story. Charleston, this is an amazing story because these are priceless items. Freedmen badges were made for free Black people in South Carolina in the late 1700s. I believe it's like the 1780s, 1790s. All were required by law to register with the office of the city clerk and obtain a badge for which they paid 5 shillings. So there's an image of one of these badges. This was unearthed during, some white guy, I guess, was out there with a metal detector. I don't know if they were digging up the ground, but they found this along with some of these other badges. Oh, okay, so this was a freedman badge. They also had what they called slave badges. The slave badges actually kind of look like sheriff badges a little bit. And so there's a museum in South Carolina that houses some of this material, but there were only like 500 or 600 of these made. It was very limited. It only happened in this city. This is the only city in the country where this actually happened, where if you were a free Black man, a freedman, quite literally, you had this badge and you had to wear it when you went to the store or walked around in public. and it was to distinguish you as a free black man from someone who was enslaved. Now that's dehumanizing across the board, obviously. However, um, it just it is a thing that, well, one, they a lot of people didn't know about them. I never heard of it till I basically stumbled upon it. And then there's so few of these in existence. They're really priceless. Unfortunately, white society has control over them, of course, like most things. But um, it's just, to me, it's an amazing thing. And this is one of those things where I talk about all of this Black American knowledge of our history in this country is housed in these governments, is housed in these colleges and universities. They capture all this information, and we, as a Black majority state, would have the ability, because we'd have authority, and we'd have authority at the federal level to compel. That's the word I want to use, to compel these universities to give up this very critical information, to Black American history, so that we could house it and protect it and put it into, if we wanted to put it in a museum or whatever the case may be, but it would be, and not only that, but information that we can read through and study and put online, or what, do whatever it is that we chose to do with it, make it readily accessible to our people, for the benefit of our people, obviously, so we can learn from the past and not allow ourselves to be put into the same situation in the future. But I just was like, man, I was so it was just like, it's one of those things where you just find something that you never expected. I do a lot of this research for different reasons. Believe it or not, the title of this space, Stop Belittling, It Causes Harm. In a lot of these spaces, for me, when there's like some sort of back and forth, and it feels like conflict from those who kind of don't understand debates or whatever, I take that as motivation, and I get really, really, really motivated to do like these deep dives into information. And I'll be honest, Google, it sucks, man. They really control information, and it takes a lot to go through all the Google searches, and some of the stuff is behind paywalls or behind some other type of wall where you can't access it. You got to join and all this other garbage. But I do the best I can with it, and I just have this intuitiveness about this information where I'm able to find some of these really, really interesting nuggets of just our experience, the experience of our ancestors living amongst these demons, quite literally. I kind of briefly talked about the situation in Cleveland earlier, which is another nugget, because I grew up basically 2 hours from Cleveland my whole life, never knew about it. I found, oh my God, in the city I grew up, because they connected the Black Hand Society, which was the Italian mafia before it became called the mafia. They connected that to the Freedmen's Bank in a meme, and so I went down this whole long dive to try to figure out the connections, if I could, verify that there was this connection, and come to find out, the mafia in America was essentially, their headquarters was just like 30 minutes away from where I grew up. And in this city that I grew up in was really one of the bases for the Italian mafia, dating back to like the late 1800s, early 1900s. So it's just, man, it's so crazy. There's so much hidden information, hidden history that and then to find out, or at least have they call it a leaf, I guess, that connects them to the Freedmen's Bank savings and loans, theft and robbery, is really just one of those things. Like, it's one of those things where I think Black Black America has a, and this is in the rap culture, sort of an obsession with Italian mafia, whatever, poison, and it just would be nice if we understood this, had this information, had this in our educational system to understand, how they literally not just disenfranchised us, they stripped us of our financial base and our ability to grow and climb and build, and take care of our families. I just wonder if our people would have the same reverence for these criminals, because that's all that they are. That's all that they were. That's all that they'll ever be. And they've hurt Black Americans. There's, as much as the Muslims have books about the relationship of us and the religious occultists. There's a relationship between us and the Italians, a relationship between us and the Irish, relationship between us and the Germans. So there's a lot of information out there, man. And if we get control, well, once we get control over the education system, we can really cater the information to at least let our people understand what is really going on, what's really been going on. And honestly, I don't think it's ever going to stop. um it'll get worse when we get control. That's something we got to be prepared to as well. We take control over a state means we're taking something away from this degenerate culture, and they're going to do everything they can to try to punish us, because that's essentially how they operate. We make gains, they try to punish us. We make more gains, they try to punish us more. And we just we got to anticipate it, be ready for it, be ready to counter it. Oh, this guy's crazy. Let me put that up there. I'm trying to find a South Carolina dude, but um, yeah. So that's all. If you get a chance to look at the jumbotron, take a look at that article about the freedmen badges. That is, it's one of those things where you're like, man, it's just hard to even believe. I mean, no matter, I've read some of the darkest demonic things, things that you can't even imagine that they did toward people. But something like that, man, it just, oh, it kind of it's this is depressing work. This is depressing. Just looking at the past, it's very depressing at times. It's very, very depressing. And that's why I just really feel like, people belittling other people who are really, really discovering all of this information is so counterproductive. Um, to the point where, I probably, and I'm not even gonna wait till 2023. I'm gonna probably just start blocking, and or I'm definitely not going to interact with people who I see doing that. Because it's just not good for your spirit to keep constantly be involved in these conflicts. The interesting thing is, out of these debates and conflicts, sometimes, because I'm so motivated by them, good things come out of it. With the devil meant for evil, God meant for good, and all of that, I believe in that wholeheartedly. But it's still like, damn, how much damage to my spirit can I take? Because I'm already absorbing all of this really negative information from the past. I got to read through just all these accounts of just some of the just horrible, just like, oh my God, man. Some of this stuff is just too damaging to post. Like, there's so much stuff that I filter from posting because it's just so dark and demented. But it really, like, this stuff really, really happened to our ancestors, and it's starting to weigh a little bit. And so that's why yesterday I just kind of took a break. you know, I'm probably going to try to take a break here and there, maybe take a day where I'm on social the whole day, try to post positive stories over there because, you know, it's like a weight of negativity. And I'm just like, damn, man, you know, how much more of this can I take? I just gotta, sometimes I think I do have to pull back and completely take my mind off of this and then come back when I'm, you know, just in a better spiritual place, I guess. But yeah, someone came up to speak, so you got it. You got it.
Hi, Janita Lynn, your friend here. I was in a room the other day with cognitive dissonance. It was there was a lot of banter back and forth, but they came up with some very good solutions and some strong ways to move, some direction. There was a young man that was talking about how politics, you know, we're using politics, we're using our vote, we're using getting involved with running for positions, which will take time for us to gain control and to bring reparations to our people. Of course, if we use the, you know, the methods that are laid down, you know, for us to follow in order to control politics and control us getting reparations in that way. But there was a young man that was saying when it comes to our control of how we spend our money and how we join together and start to form our own corporations, they can't control that. It will be up to us to talk to one another and decide, hey, let's get our money together. Let's start a farm. You know, let's grow sweet potatoes. That's a very healthy diet. I mean, there's so many things now that we can produce with the sweet potato fries, you know, just sweet potatoes themselves.
My favorite, extra crispy, please.
Excuse me?
Yeah, extra crispy on the sweet potato fries, please.
Exactly. So, if we used to that was our thing way back. We produced sweet potatoes, but and now we know exactly how helpful those are for us. So I'm just saying, they can't control us as far as our spending, as far as our you know, coming together and forming corporations. And so to be positive, that's what we should use these rooms for. You know, $1,000 from each one of us, we can, you know, buy some property, start growing some and actually changing our diet, because our diet actually determines how we function mentally. So anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Yeah, that's true. Diet is very important. Very important. Go ahead, DJ. You got it. You got it, DJ. You in the building. Trying to find this South Carolina story.
Yeah, so with that being said, Shanita, you can't do black business without black politics. Unfortunately, Yvette Carnell was really right about that shit.
That is true.
Well,
true.
Yeah,
so
but
true.
I'm going to actually run for city council in my city.
Nice.
Because
Congratulations.
Thank you. The city council controls how the land is developed.
There you go.
And so, you know, I'm definitely going to be you know, bringing up the fact that there should be land set aside for
yes
for us,
absolutely,
for people who descend from chattel slavery, and right here in this city. You know, so it would be great for all of us to move, you know, back to the South. That would be great, but I really like it here in Colorado. So I'm like, hey, I want my land right here. I've been living here since 1992, and that's where I'm gonna fight for set asides land for those who descend from chattel slavery right here in Colorado. So thank you.
Hey, yeah, let me speak to that because so I do appreciate that you are, you're in Colorado and you're basically saying you're gonna, stick and stay there. And there's a lot of our people that are gonna have the same opinion. And what we would say is simply, if you're not gonna be a revolutionary, support the revolution. So it will be in every Black American's best interest for us to establish as many Black majority states as we can. And for all of those who do not live within the state or Black majority states, definitely support the movement, because we will have federal representation that will be able to intervene in your state as much as they possibly can. Now, I talk about how the federal government doesn't control states. They don't. They just simply don't. Everything at the state level is controlled from the governor's mansion and the state house. However, there are levers at the federal government that they can employ pressure. They can apply pressure. So if we have pockets of us living in Colorado and Minnesota and California, etc., there will be some pressure that can be applied at the federal level, because you're simply going to say to the congressmen who live in that state, if you want our votes, you're going to need to protect our citizens. Now, if you think about this logically, we won't be able to intervene in every situation, because, again, being scattered across the country, you really dilute the ability to have concentrated power. However, using it strategically, and they knowing, and this is the good thing, they will know that we are going to come to the defense of our people. So it's one of those things where we can use it strategically, surgically, use it to benefit the people who need it the most. And as long as we have the support of everyone, because again, you don't have to move necessarily, but definitely support those who do. So you be in Colorado, becoming a politician, maybe you can set up a program for people who do want to move out of the area, who do want to move back to a Black majority state, and you can set up funding that will help facilitate that. That is definitely one of the ways in which people who don't plan to move or don't want to move or who won't move can actually help the movement, because even though you may not want to move today, your grandchildren may want to move when they go to school. Your great grandchildren may want to move when they go to school. Things can change in a few decades. So
That's true, and I didn't say that I wanted to stick and stay here. I just said, since I have been here since 1992, I feel like my influence here, as far as us having land set aside here in Colorado, once we get that land, that would give me or us more equity to purchase land in the South. I mean, I'm from Florida. I was born in Florida. My people come out of South Carolina and Alabama. So, of course, I would love to have properties there also. And, I'm thinking big. I'm just saying Colorado is just a start.
Yeah, so in the Delaware thread that I have under this profile, we talk about land grants of a half an acre to essentially 300,000 Black families, or Black voters. I take it back. It is individual voters. So if you're a married couple, you would essentially get an acre of land. So and it's because it's a very small state with not a whole lot of land to give, but it's essentially 25% of the land in the state. You could take that model and apply it to any other state, with higher black populations and essentially look at the land in the state and come up with a number anywhere from a half an acre to an acre, maybe 2 acres, depending if it's a big state, and do the same thing. So I fully understand what you're saying, but I think DJ said earlier about the politics and economics working together, or you can't have one without the other, because the reality of the situation is if you don't control the politics of the state, you can't really defend individual economics within the state over time. So this is where we got to start thinking about legacy wealth over multiple generations, and understand, in order to protect the legacy wealth that we want to pass down through multiple generations, you must control the politics of the area where you are building your legacy wealth, because if you do not, the degenerate society will figure out schemes and scams and ways to separate you from that property. That's just the way it has been. That's the way it will be. It will never end. It is unceasing, and so we just gotta move like that. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, with that being said, maybe you should break down, some of the information surrounding the Black state of America and why it's more of an option to try to move back, at least further East Coast, maybe not so much specifically Delaware. Like your sister said, she's from Florida originally, so, you might even want to go back there, what I mean? I understand the comfortability of being where you're from, or where you're settled at, or whatever the case may be. But, looking up on my, Google, Black African Americans it's less than 5% of the population of Colorado. So what if we were able to take that 5% and spread it across, the original 8 slave states, and try to rebuild like that?
So the dilemma is always going to be who is willing, able, and capable of making the move. And we talk about the 10%. It's likely only 10% of our population is going to be able, capable, and willing to make this move. So that means that 90% of the people who don't live in those states already are very unlikely to make that move initially. They're going to have to see the success of it. And so it's really up to the 10%. And while we can present the information, it's really to our best interest to focus on the people who are at least willing to entertain the idea, because those are the people that are the contrabands. They're the weapons of war. Miss Giselle hit it on the head. We are at war. It's a constant war. It's never going to end. And we need the real frontline soldiers who are going to step up in order to do something that is really just moving and reestablishing yourself, registering to vote, transferring your license, and transferring your car registry. I mean, all of the typical things that are involved in a move, but for a political purpose. And so you sacrifice what you leave behind, quote unquote, but you're sacrificing what you leave behind for a much greater position in the future for your family. And again, these are based on election cycles, so it's not like you're gonna have to wait decades. It's simply get enough people in to get as many elected officials in this election cycle. Every 2 years there's another election cycle. So as long as you're bringing people in and you're gaining seats and you're gaining victories, you just are building. So within a couple election cycles, you have full control over the state. Georgia is a state where it feels very close, but there's so much population, there's so many counties, it's not as close as people think. Delaware is very, very, very close. Mississippi much closer than Georgia will be in probably a decade. So we just got to be strategic about it and not just move anywhere willy-nilly if we want to be a part of the initial wave, the initial Black political wave. So yeah, that's it. If anybody would like to come up and speak to the room, we talked about stop belittling, stop putting people down, stop cracking the whip on people just because they're challenging the perspective of information that's being presented, because you're causing way more harm than good, and you're starting to look like cult leaders, to be perfectly honest. You're starting to exhibit the behaviors of cults. And you know, we've talked about this a little bit in the past. I just wanted to do a space where we really drew it out and fleshed it out and made it very apparent that this is what it looks like. And you're pushing people out of Black political discussions that are very valuable, very like highly educated. And in my opinion, we don't need to push anybody out of these conversations. We need to listen with grace and give people information and hit them in the DMs or whatever the case may be, but definitely don't push people out of the space, because we all need this information.
Hey everybody.
Well,
How you guys doing tonight or this morning?
What up, chilling?
Yeah, I totally agree. I agree. I think you know, it's difficult sometimes for people to, you know, sometimes see past their nose when they're in, you know, engulfed, I think, in giving out information and talking. But you know, like I always say, the goal is definitely to do no harm to our own people. I think my energy in regards to how people decide to, you know, show up is to just fill in the gaps on, you know, where they might be missing information, or maybe or maybe not having enough information to actually, you know, make the right, or know how to actually put the information together to make the right conclusion. Right now, I think we're all in the hypotheses mode and trying to just figure out how to survive. I can tell, you know, even by meeting up with people or just seeing people, it's refreshing, I think, to know that there are so many people in this fight that are like me and look like me. Understand, I think, the new information that's being moved. And I think it's our job to make sure people get it, and they get it with grace. I'm not in the business of, you know, being disrespected by no means, but I will stand on my square, and I know how to, you know, take ownership if I'm wrong and things like that. So, because I don't know everything. I don't, you know, pretend to know everything. I just, you know, absorb information and give it. And if it's right, you know, it's right. If it can be proven factually, backed up by, you know, historical information, then that's where I want to take my people, or people who hear my voice, or engage with me. If it's wrong, I'm open to be corrected and to be, you know, elevated, because at the end of the day, iron does sharpen iron, but at the same time, water also is nice, and it feeds the soul. So that's where I'm at. I think in this whole fight, it's hard enough already living daily and battling, you know, different elements of life and struggles. that you need more and more people to link up with you to know, hey, I'm here. How do we go together? Because it'll be helpful. It'll be supportive. I think all of us are looking for that. And we owe it to not just, ourselves and our lineage that is coming up next, but we owe it to the present day people that are here and our ancestors who literally have fought and died. So if I ever had to use that phrase, this is the time to use it. It's when I need to connect with my people. So I know that was kind of a long-winded answer because my mind be racing, but I really enjoy interacting with y'all.
Hey, I'm so glad you made it. Love when you're in the space, you know that, and really appreciate your perspective on everything. This was a Facebook. I check Facebook maybe once a month, maybe once every other month. But I was on there yesterday, I believe. And this was like one of the first posts at the top of the timeline. And this gentleman pretty much made this meme, I guess. Took the time to make this meme, but it says the worst way to try and sell me anything is starting off with, and this is in quotations, it's black owned. And then he's got a hand over the face emoji, and it's a black kid. There were 78.
Tag me in that joint on Facebook, bro.
Yeah. Look, there's 78 comments, 3 shares, and then he had someone.
Which one is it?
Let's see. It's in the middle. It says I got the 3 faces, so it's like the 5th one or 6th one over from the right.
Oh, from the right?
Yeah.
So go all the way over.
Go all the way to the right and then come back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And yeah, it's got hashtag Black Facebook. So I say if this is how.
Oh, I see it.
Oh my goodness, man! Like seeing something like that is so depressing. So depressing. One, that you took the time to even put that into what essentially is a graphic to promote that idea, that you feel comfortable. I mean, Facebook, what are there? How many people are on there? Billions of people on there. Like, damn, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, so this is why, like, ain't no sense of even arguing with people who have that type of mentality, because we're like, it's not going to benefit us. And if you bring those people along with us, they're only going to poison the well, like, to be quite honest, that we're all trying to drink from. So I say, let those people be where they are. They are exactly where they need to be. We just do what we got to do. We prove the model works. We show our people how it works. And then maybe that person will have a change of opinion. But see, I've owned 3 or 4 brick and mortar businesses. And so this is my typical experience in owning businesses. Someone will come into my business. They don't know I'm the owner. I'm behind the bar, or whatever the case may be. I'm just working like a regular person. And they'll start talking about another business loudly, so that essentially drawing attention to themselves. And they're either criticizing this business that they're in, or they're talking about how much better someone else's business is. And I can't tell you how many times that I've had that experience. Initially, because I got pride in what I'm doing, right? It was upsetting to hear that, right? It's kind of like, damn, like, I mean, you could leave, you could leave. But after you hear it a couple times and understand that they're not going nowhere, they're spending money here. So part of me is like, well, let me just let these people keep spending money, because now I really want to take as much money from them as I can as compensation for what they're doing. But then you just realize that this is a part of how some people, for whatever reason, this is just how they are. And again, they're better off not being around a bunch of people who really are trying to build something and trying to gain political power so they can pass it down to their children. So when these people do come in and they come in to vacation or kind of glance around and they come into a community that is controlled completely by Black Americans, and they start talking about, well, damn, back where I'm at, we do this and we do that. This is, oh, it's way better over there. Like, we are mature enough to just like, hey, brother, you know, we get it, we got it, we understand. But guess what? You are here now. And we could have that type of conversation because we're just operating on a different level. So yeah, you know, that's pretty much it. But I saw that post and I just like, man, this is depressing, bro. I can't go over to Facebook.
It's, you know what's so crazy though? The crazy part is, you know, when we dissect that, you know, that mentality, you know, people will go into you know, the dominant stores, right? That
yes.
hire people for low wage that are hard, you know, like tired, you know, don't really take customer service well, you know, poor customer service, right? These are big end stores.
Yes.
But people will return to those stores. Matter of fact, you will never see anybody go or hear anybody go into those stores and say, hey, the worst, you know, the worst way to tell me about, you know, shopping at a department store that's white owned or Ashkenazi Jewish, Sephardic owned, or, you know, Arabic owned, Asian owned, you know, Burmese Indian owned, East Indian owned. You will never hear anyone phrase those cultures in that way, but people will deal with, you know, being discriminated against, police called on them, followed around the stores. So, you know, with one of my businesses that has been kind of dormant as I'm, you know, revamping everything, it's surrounds hair. And so the ideology of the people who want to see Black salon owners, Black beauty supply store owners, barbershops, and they want to see us in these billionaire statuses, you know, being able to provide and cater to the customer. But they don't want to come and support the business. And now I get it. It's a double-edged sword because customer service is key. Chick-fil-A's motto at customer service etiquette is by far the dominating right now. And so when I think about that, I'm like, well, shit, I could do that. I can get people to do that.
Creative culture.
But you need a village behind you to do that, you know? And so when I see comments like that, to me, it's like, well, shit, Target done fucked everybody over. Walmart done fucked everybody over. But why is it that you can't get 300 people, you know, in and out of your business? You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, that is it's a cancer mentality. I really, it makes me even sick just even reading that, because who in their right mind would want to degrade, you know, just put out anything and like that in degradation towards us, their own people, even if you're not American, freedmen, who would want, or Black American, who would want to do that to a melanated person? And like, I just really think that people always try to give these other people that come into, you know, the country the benefit of the doubt that they somehow are so collective in mind that they don't say things like that, or that we don't have people in our community that talk like that, because we do. And it's sad, but like, I'm about, look, I take my sword out, be like, no, I'm gonna fight against that. We got to, because we have to make it, period.
Yeah, we amen to that.
So I let my plane there.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Yeah, that Chuck Schumer thing, which I didn't even take the time to listen to it, but there's a quote. He says, "We have a population that is not producing on its own with the same level that it used to. The only way we're going to have a great future is if we welcome immigrants, get a path to citizenship for all 11 million illegal immigrants. This is amnesty. It's on the table." And this is what I've been saying for a while. These people, they're not deporting these people. They are here and they are here to stay. And at this point, it ain't even about what they do or how they work cheaper than everybody else, blah, blah, blah. It's about what are we going to do to protect our future generations? What are we going to do to counter it so that, quite literally, remittances, right? DJ brought up, they send all this money back. Well, I believe it's the state of Oklahoma that started taxing remittances. So if the state can tax their remittances, you make it 75% tax. You know, so they're not going to want to live in your state if they know you're taking the lion's share of their remittances. You got to do what you got to do to ensure you e-verify and you over e-verify, and you punish any corporation or employer that hires people under the table. You make it a criminal offense. You want to hire illegals? Okay, you're the one that's going to go to jail. And you get really, really serious about protecting Black Americans. Mr. Engaging.
Yo, brother, I am loving and digging the conversation. Salute as always, and salute to the co-host as well. I want to get that out the way, most important, because I definitely really like the topic. Being a person that experienced working with just all different types of Black folks to get a common objective done, I would strongly agree with some of the solutions based on some of my experiences. Not everybody's cut out for this. Not everybody's going to be supportive of this. And if they're not supportive of those things, then they're just going to be in the way. Those are all facts. We definitely need to be around more like-minded individuals to push forth those ideas. So, like, back to South strategy is definitely always going to get a salute from me, from me to you guys on that one, because we do need to go back home. I already came to the conclusion that, like, where I live at Connecticut, I'm already writing it off. Anything in the tri-state is a waste of time.
Man, bro.
I got to go through the Latino caucus to push something for Black people.
Damn.
And then you got Black American people thinking that shit is cool. So, like, I've gotten to the point, ever since they destroyed a predominantly Black Lions Club for Black American people that had a Black American agenda for Black and Brown, some of these communities are destined to fail. So, like, I don't even want to be associated with failure. And I'd rather distance myself from it even more so, even if I have to go down south, because they're the ones who's getting it right now. And I don't really see other parts of the United States trying to get it like that.
Well, you in Connecticut, way back in my East Coast trucking days, I remember driving through parts of Connecticut. There was a lot of Puerto Ricans up there, and that was probably like 15, 20 years ago. I was like, wow, you know what I mean? Because I didn't do a lot of driving over there, but man, I was shocked at that. So I can't even imagine what it's like today.
It's worse now. They own businesses. They're in certain leadership positions, and they're like telling Black folks what to effing do.
Oh, that's
it's crazy.
Damn.
Like, this dude just came right off the boat 10 years ago.
Damn.
I kid you not. 10 years ago, he just came right off the boat. And then now his child is telling our children, or my future children, or my progeny, how to move in the community.
That sucks, bro.
Or they're allowed to set up and have businesses to thrive in the community. But every time there's a Black business owner, They fined them to death. They harassed them. They didn't get the resources they didn't need. Or they gave it to other black-looking people, you know, stuff, quote unquote. So when you got all that type of predatory type of education, resource, deprivation, and stuff of that nature, it gets you very upset. Damn. Like, one of the things that upset me the most was they built an immigrant / business center. Yet still, for 20 to 30 years of my life, I've heard black business owners asking, why is there not a black business center to help us out? They didn't even have a wing in it. So when I went down there to see what was going on as a black man, that was going on, was being built in the community that I live in, the mayor asked, why was I here? As a black American citizen who paid tax. Wow. See, this is how much we have lost our standing in the community. In the Northeast, and it's ridiculous. It's to the point like, what have these people been doing? Like, what have they been doing for the past 10, 20 years? And I'm gonna leave it like that.
Yeah, because so that last part, man, all of that is devastating. I'm sitting there devastating.
Check the Jumbotron for our last spot, Mr. Engagement and Black Majority. But go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's just devastating. I was saying, man, because I'm filling up with all of this depressing information from the past, and at the same time, in real time, you hear these type of stories, and just like, damn, man, it's like, for those who don't get it, who don't see it, I can't really understand. Like, I don't really have a whole lot to talk to people about who don't understand what's actually going on. Like, how can you just be oblivious to it? And then be walking around thinking Democrat, Republican, like, I mean, really, you're like kind of like like, I don't even, honestly, if I had a conversation with somebody at a grocery store and they started talking Democrat, the Republican to me, I probably would think I would have a very low opinion of who they are and their intelligence level at this point. We are so far beyond that. We're so far beyond group economics, in as much as you can do all of those things, but if you are living where Mr. Engagement just talked about, the predictable outcome is that you're going to be decimated, encapsulated, marginalized, and decimated. And I say this: if you're in Connecticut, please.
I'm not even getting into the police aspect thing, how they police. I'm sorry, big brother. I'm not even getting into that aspect.
You got it.
It is that bad. And it's to the point where, like, I've already written my state legislator. I've already talked to them about how to handle these type of situations. They're not interested.
Not interested.
And they don't want to go into the Black Caucus.
They don't give a
and run it and push and be a leader on their own.
A fuck, bro.
That's the most despicable, cowardice behavior that's killing our community. Like, straight up and down. They don't even want to. They want to say that they're Black. You know what I mean? But when it comes to Black policies, when it comes to things to advance our community, they do not want to be in that caucus.
Well, let me say this for the record. They don't give a fuck about Black Americans in this country. If they pull out an individual and they come alongside them and they ride with them and they help elevate them, they're always doing it for their own selfish benefits. They're not doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They're always thinking strategically. They're always moving strategically. I don't care what they say. I don't care what religion they're a part of, what organization they're part of. They're always moving. If they got some guilt inside their heart and they're just trying to relieve their own internal struggles. These people mean us nothing but harm. That's how it's always been. And that's literally how it's always going to be. And we really, I know people in this space are aware of it. The rest of the people have got to become aware of this. They got to just start to understand that this is how it is. This is how it's going to be. And look your children, your grandchildren in the eyes and in your mind. Say to yourself, is this the life that you want them to have to struggle through? Is this the reality that you want for them? Because it's accelerating. It's only going to get much, 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 much worse. Like so much worse that we can't even really sit here and imagine how much worse it's going to get. I got this post up here about the cultivated meat. We talked about this earlier in the space. This cultivated meat, this lab grown meat that they are putting out into the population. It's already been tested in Singapore. Now, I posted a story about an Asian country where they have something called pagagong. And literally, they dig through the trash to salvage all of the meat that people have already eaten, the bones off the chicken and whatever. They salvage this meat out of the trash. They wash it off and they recook it and sell it to people. This is what's already happening on the planet Earth. So when they start growing meat in a lab, guess what? They're going to be the first people in line. In America, it's going to come through the government. It's going to be, and matter of fact, Biden's the one who just authorized this to be used in America. This bio engineered technology that's they're going to call cultivated meat. You're not even going to know what you're eating 10 years from now, 5 years from now. Like, miss me with that Democrat Republican BS. Where we don't even know what the technologies that they got. And I try to post this technological shit because this is all that they think about. This is all that they want. Because it's population control. Sova, I've never seen you speak. Please be on the level.
Okay. I got a question for you because I keep hearing you say, forget Democrats and like Republicans. You keep saying that. But a lot of Republicans I've heard are against immigration. I just heard or saw an article where, I don't know if it was Ron DeSantis, he dropped like a busload of immigrants that had came up to his state, dropped them right off in front of Kamala Harris's house. I think this is like the second or third time he's done that. And then I just watched like an hour-long speech when Trump said he was going to run again for presidency. He was talking about how the borders were secure and he was going to get these illegal immigrants out of here. So with that being said, shouldn't we concentrate on that? You know what I'm saying? When it does come time to vote, to take that in perspective.
Yeah, those are two legitimate questions. Yeah, I you know, and I'm gonna answer the first part. You could go for the second part. So on the first part, if you desired illegal immigrants to come into the country, which Kamala Harris does, being of immigrant parentage herself, would it really bother you that they were dropping them off at your front door? Like, this is political theatrics. This is like, I don't again, that really is like making my brain hurt because You're the person who wants them to come into the country. Like, no, that's all for TV consumption, and it's for the blind vote blue no matter who voters, and for the whatever red wave voters, so they can have a political wedge issue that they can throw in at the population. They can run campaign ads, and they can make it look like they're actually against each other. Okay. How about now?
I think we got like a claim too. Also, like we already had a immigration process that people go through. These people are. Don't forget, these people are over here illegal.
I know, bro. I know what you're saying. Believe me, I know what you're saying.
Well, remember what Trump did when he suspended the immigration process? Do y'all remember that? Right after Ivanka's parents went through it, like they rushed them through it. You remember that, right?
So yeah, but that was just for them. That wasn't for all these. That wasn't for the masses, though.
Yes, they had suspended it because he was not allowing anyone to come in and get citizenship. Now, I haven't gone back, and I can quickly go back and see if they had reopened the process for citizenship. But as of from the time that he's done it, the Democratic Party didn't say that they went back to reverse it. And then the second thing was, so DACA, when Obama administration passed DACA, 9 Republicans supported that. And so when I say to everyone it has to be policy over party, I mean that with my whole chest, because you got to go and look at the bills. Go to congress.gov. Go to your state and local legislative boards. Look under, go to your county website. Look under articles. Find out who sponsors bills and legislations in your state and city. Who signs off on those bills. Don't pay attention to Trump talking about he about to vote. Don't look at this whole. I think Ted Cruz came out and said something about how they gonna go after Biden. What responsible politician would take tax dollar money, go after Biden when their term is almost up? It'll be time for them to be voted again, right? So if you really was about your people, remember the people down in Texas got hurt really bad the last winter. Ted Cruz ain't even talking about that. They're not even talking about the immigration population that's overpopulating Texas, right? So when I say that if the Republican Party's aim is to get control of the House so that they can play power antics, I got power now, I'm gonna go after you. I always say, well, there was a whole bunch of people that violated the Logan Act, and ain't nobody in prison yet. And the majority of them were Republican too. And so at the end of the day, you cannot sit and be Democrat, Republican, independent. You have to literally be team survival, team American freedmen, team Black American. You have to be team your family need to survive and why you don't got your resources and who is doing it. That's what you need to be. Why is your community not getting what it needs? Why are you literally outnumbered in other communities? Why are Black folks so spread around, spread out? Why are they driving freeways through Black communities? Why are majority of the Black people that are getting put in these positions of power and voted on not passing any bills and legislation to actually bring in resources to their community? Chicago at this point in Illinois should be better off if God, I can't stand her. Lightfoot was doing what the hell she was supposed to be doing. Right, shut up. But if you think about it, her, Clyburn, and the rest of the politicians that are getting ready to try to make their track out of the office, they're setting themselves up just to get money, and then they bouncing. They have no interest in what the public needs because we're not making the right noise. The people in the community aren't making the right noise. They're not showing up to the town hall meetings and the community meetings. You probably got grandma going up there, your aunties or your uncles going up there, but the young people and middle-aged people aren't carrying their asses to the town hall meetings, the community meetings, and rallying up and trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Like, we are waiting for someone else to do it for us because you think that they have your face. They're not. And at the end of the day, the Republican Party of today is not the Reconstruction Republican Party. These are Tea Partiers, MAGA people that people be like, oh yeah, MAGA all day. And no offense, DJ, but they are not for us. They might have, Angela Stanton, talking about some things and some other Black Republicans talking about some things. But the Republicans who control the party don't even give a shit about the Black Republicans in the party. And that's on GP. So at the end of the day, it's policy over party. They can get the smoke too. If you ain't passing nothing that's going to help repair our communities, push them damn set-asides in our communities, and if we got to meet, we got to get set up too. We are being so out-organized, it is unreal. When I say out-organized, I mean get you an LLC. Matter of fact, I think over in social, we'll have to do something over in social where we get people like set up so we can get folks to set aside money and get businesses propped up. I mean, every business that we need in a community. And then we have to get people moved to these Black majority states so that we can actually create some sort of barrier around each other to protect each other. It has to happen that way. If not,
I think we don't attack I think we ain't attacking the Black Caucus enough.
Nah, we ain't gonna make it. Yeah, but we're not. It's not enough.
Neck though, because that's an easy target for us.
Unless you're gonna find, but unless you're gonna find some attorneys that think the same way we do and understand the mission, it's not gonna happen. See, the Black Caucus is made up of
Queen. There is a couple of lawyers, and my suggestion is to catch them right before they pass the bar. There are some lawyers that are out there that do have those type of feelings, and do have those type of sentiments. I know a couple of them. The thing is just on how you approach them. I've gotten to the point. I don't even like talking to lawyers who are established because they're not going to take any type of risk. That's just my opinion.
But I'm talking about the Black Caucus. So I called. Let me put it this way. I called the Black Caucus, right, because there were some things going down here in Virginia, and I said I needed to figure out how do I get in touch with the Black Caucus. And a woman told me it's made up of attorneys, right, and other professionals that are in this caucus, and the gentleman Sova was saying that we need to get the Black Caucus, but the people that are in the caucus they're all linked with each other. They are not going to run down the street with reparations and going after the ADL or going after, legislators who pretty much have been benign neglect, whether they're Black or white or whatever. They have not done it thus far. And so that's who I'm talking about when I was talking about the attorneys for...
I would say we need to attack them. We need to publicly humiliate them because they are deliberately undermining our community. And they're supposed to be representing us, but they're doing the total opposite. We need to be at them people's neck for real because it's full of immigrants and, like you said, attorneys and immigrant attorneys. That's all it is. That thing has gotten infiltrated and it's deliberately undermining our communities. We need to blow that shit up for real, in my opinion.
Hey, with that being said, I think
maybe not that term in here.
I think the best lawyer y'all should look for is a jailhouse lawyer at this point because they the only motherfuckers that really know this shit and are in the system like a lot of our political prisoners. You know what I mean? I think we should put our money behind them and have them work from behind the wall in our best interest. Real shit. You know what I mean?
Hey, let me give Sova these election numbers. So 39%, and this is the highest in the history of Hispanic voters voted for the Republicans. So that's a 60-40 split. If you believe that these Republicans that are running around talking about they want to do this and do that, and they're going to give up 40% of the most populated minority vote in the country, which the Mexicans are, they have more voters than we do now. So they are the preferred minority group. If you think they're going to give up 40% of those votes and they're actually gaining votes inside of the Mexican Hispanic population, I got a beach to sell you. You see what I'm saying? But
you got to think though, those were citizens though. You know what I'm saying? They went through the process and they're able to vote. Those illegal citizens aren't able to vote, so they got those numbers just off of the Mexican and the Hispanic whatever actual citizens who went through that process. These motherfuckers that's over here legally, they weren't able to vote. They just over here.
Yeah, but the illegal ones are showing up at the assembly meetings, the council meetings, the community meetings, and they are the ones actually champion that we should have illegal should have the right to vote. That's why
I voted no on issue 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Schumer, and I just read this, I don't know if you're in the room, is running around talking about he want to give amnesty to 11 million illegal immigrants. So do you think think about this. It's probably likely 20 million. Do you think the Republicans who are running around saying they want border this, border that, blah, 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 are going to give up 40% of that vote when they are making inroads into that population and will likely get at least half of the population for votes? And they're going to need those votes in strategic areas around the country. I really think they're just selling us an empty bill of goods, and it's politics as usual, where nothing substantial is going to happen. They're not going to deport these people. They're going to give them full citizenship, and they're going to be voting much sooner than we realize at this point. So that is what it is. Miss the only.
Shout out to y'all in the room. Y'all know the three of y'all, Gary, DJ, Rella, wherever y'all at, I'm trying to be in y'all space because y'all be lit with everything. What made me request the mic is the passion that, I guess it was Sonova, whatever, about, listen, I feel you on that. I feel you on getting up into people's face. But there's a couple of things as far as how I feel. When it comes to anybody that is going to get in the game, put some skin in the game, none of us need to beg no damn body. And I know you didn't use the word beg, but even try to heavily persuade or strongly influence. No, you got to come to this thing ready to get down with the get down. If we have to spend time to convince a new attorney or an old attorney that they need to get in here and fight for justice and equality and equity for us, then we don't need to waste any time speaking with them. This is me speaking from my own position. I'm not begging nobody to do shit when it comes to this reparations. You got to be willing to be shoulder to shoulder and get in this fight. Period. And then when it comes to this immigration, I agree with you, Gary, that it just really sounds like a pipe dream. If they wanted to do something about immigration, they would have done it by now. I don't know what happened with Greg Abbott that he finally decided he's going to take action about, the immigration issue going on in Texas. Finally, you want to do something. And I was thinking earlier today, maybe that's why they were just so really non-responsive with the school shooting in Uvalde. Maybe that was them, code signaling that
we don't give a fuck about y'all. And whatever it is, they just need to do something. So politically, I don't know. I really don't know, because there's a benefit for the Democrats and Republicans to have these undocumented folks over here. So I don't know. I just land my plane there. What y'all think?
Thank you, Mel. You know we love you.
Yeah, Mr. Gation, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I think we need to be tapping into the ICE. Like, they shouldn't be over here, and I really think that we should be supporting them. Like, I'm looking at more and more to get that donation game up, and actually be like, yo, I want these dudes out of my neighborhood. Like, they talk about all this fentanyl drug, quote unquote, and all that stuff, and yada yada yada, and I don't see the urgency in how they're addressing these issues. I think that they're making light of it, and I think that it might be in our best interest to like amplify that conversation a little bit more. Like I think that that's the law enforcement I want to see in my neighborhood. Them clearing them out, like, that's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, and that needs to have been happening yesterday, and like. Yeah. I think Rella said it when Trump did take office. We saw that on the news. They was pulling up and pulling folks up out, and there does need to be more of that. They would quit playing. But the other thing too is, I kind of felt like, I think it's Silvana or something. I'm mispronouncing your name, but Silva. Yeah. So I'm feeling you with this energy towards the Black Caucus. But my thing is they're not, it doesn't matter. If we go in and get in their face, all we're doing is entertaining them, because now they're, we are the receipt that, okay, yeah, this is exactly the impact we wanted it to have, that you guys get screwed over in the game and get discomfort and get, feel like you're being fucked over. Excuse my language, y'all. And so that's So
look what they did to the Haitians. Remember the Haitian migrants that were here? They moved them so fast
with the quickness.
I mean, I ain't never seen. You know what? I said America is not to be effed with, because if they can make a group, an entire group of people just disappear overnight in the course of a few days, they could have made sure these people got back to where they needed to go and work with their country, if that's what you're going to do, to make sure they get the help they need from their country. Why that can't happen?
Right. And Rella, you had made a point about, the young people going to these city county meetings and school board, and I agree with that. And I would add to that, we need to equip them and arm them with a task. So it's just they have to come, just like now they had, and it looks like they tried to roll it back. The guy in Virginia, Youngin, I think is his name, came through with we don't forget all about Martin Luther King. Okay, I got some problems with that. For starters, where in the hell is the King family? I can't remember her name. She used to be on Twitter, but where's
you talking about Bernice? She's on Bernice King.
Yeah, Bernice King. Why the hell?
You got to keep in mind. People got to really keep in mind about the King family. They saw they loved one get gunned down.
Okay.
I look at psychologically, they might not be ready for that.
They ready? No, they've done. Here's the thing. I would get with you on that but for the rest of the King family wasn't out here talking. They were very active. They were very communicative when it came to getting King and a holiday and all those other things. My point is that when the first sign of we're gonna take your daddy first, let's go from there. We're gonna take your daddy's name out the history book, let alone we're gonna take Martin Luther King reference out the history book. They should have been the first ones stepping up with a problem with that. And the rest of us need to be stepping up with a problem with that, because that is part of our history. And if you take, whether we like Obama or not, if you take King up out the history book, then you have to take Obama up out the history book because Obama quoted some king. The point is, the bigger picture is that they're trying to whitewash history. So they're
trying to erase history. So I'm here, and the NAACP chair, she did come out and speak. I was supposed to go. I didn't. I just got off of work, so I didn't go. But at the end of the day, we actually are getting ready to meet. There are a couple of days coming up that we're actually getting ready to meet to make a statement. My organization. The other thing is, when I say it's a lot of work, it is a lot of work because you have people like Winsome Sears, who's a lieutenant governor, and she didn't come out against that at all. She has not said a word. The problem I have with her is, this is the problem I have with people who just say I'm black just to say I'm black, but yet when here he is talking about he wanted to, and I posted it. I posted what Youngkin wants to do. He wants to reindoctrinate the schools here to only look at the Eurocentric part of history. But the caveat is, because there's a full document that people don't even know that came out, that he wants only to focus on the good parts. So my whole thing is, this is how I feel. You want to talk about the Eurocentric parts of history, you can't do that without talking about the degenerate shit that they have that history has done. So I'm from the lens and from the loins of my family to say, you want to go there, let's go there, because I'm going to be petty with you, and I'm going to say, sure, let's talk about the Romans. What did the Romans do? Who did the Romans enslave and kill? And where did a lot of legislation and a lot of legality come from? Colonial Catholics. Like, let's really talk about what happened if that's what you want to do, because you can't skip over that shit and be like, everything was rainbows and butterflies. And he said he want to focus on Robert E. Lee. So you want to go from Romans to Robert E. Lee as if Robert E. Lee did something so great.
Thank you. Well, see, and that's my whole point. It's like, he should be ashamed to even articulate that sentence. And the fact that there's this level of comfort and flexibility and space and room and time to even put together a document, and there's no opposition. Those are the things where we have to spend that energy on. They should be doing that shit undercover for it to get passed. But as soon as we hear wind of it, it should not stand. And so to me personally, we're not attacking it well enough. And just like I just saw, and I'm trying to research it further, but with DeSantis, I know for a fact what DeSantis did with the Stop Woke Act. It looks like that got pushed back, or some pushback on it, where all of that can't be implemented. But one of his things was to whitewash Black history, the truth of our Black history, and now insert this celebration of Cuban and that descent and their struggle over in Cuba. And not that it does, not that it's horrible, but damn it, don't trade our shit for their shit. And you want to tell us we can't have our Black history be taught in its entirety? And then I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna land the plane. I got into some Tariq Nasheed had posted something about that teacher who was talking about, I'm an ethnocentrist, blah, blah, blah. And I had commented, that's why they need to bring CRT back into school, and et cetera. And a lot of people came in on the post and were like, oh, CRT is a college program and so on and so forth. You know what the fuck you're talking about, this and two-thirds. Here's the thing. And I tried to say this, but they couldn't break me down on that particular post. Because here's the thing. They have taken the term CRT and have now utilized it and included it in law. So you got a bunch of law students who aren't paying attention to CRT because what they're doing legally is not the CRT that they're studying in their law course. But what they're doing to our country is, you can't learn about Martin Luther King.
It's a theory. It's just that. So why, I don't know why people get mad when you start talking about it. So let me say this, and people can have their views on it however they want. It's just a theory used in law. However, you can apply it to any any discussion of history on the effects of racism, supremacy, and how it affects the people, the impact. Take the theory. They're trying to use CRT and be like, oh, everything is CRT, and weaponize the term CRT without context. That's the same thing they started doing with with the term woke. Now, all of a sudden, white people talking about woke, using woke like they might as well just be calling us niggas. And that's literally what they want to say, because that's why they're doing it.
And they're using it against us because they're able to make legislation that uses the theoretical term, CRT, critical race theory. And so you have one group of scholars that are like, oh, yeah, that's just, they're not talking about what we're talking about. But essentially they are. And so now under CRT, the way they commandeered that term is you can't talk about Malcolm X. You can't talk about Martin Luther King. You can't talk about this, that. You can't talk about Selma. And you know these motherfuckers up there in Congress, they don't want to march and do a reenactment.
Right, because they don't want you to talk about, the impacts of what the civil rights movement was, the impacts of what was happening, why the civil rights movement happened. If you start to break things down on a theoretical level, they're like, oh no, we don't want our white kids understanding that we were some tyrants and some damn savages, and we have no humanitarian bones in our body.
And if they want their white kids to feel uncomfortable.
That's what it is. Yes. Right. That's what it is. Because the people, the young kids right now who are really starting to get into history and get into what's happening, the reason why they came out and voted, they literally are thinking quicker. They are learning faster. They're being pushed quicker. America is trying to take the next generation after us so fast that they're trying to put us into more of I think in a state of where we evolve so we can evolve technology. All these things are happening. This stuff that Black was talking about with the food and everything, but the kids that are coming up in the technological age, but the piece that was missing was the history. So now they're reading history and stuff, and they like trying to protest, and they shutting down schools and shit, right? So they're like, oh, we got to shut this shit down. We have to find a way to shut this shit down. What do? We're going to take terms like Ron DeSantis tried to shut that college down there. And the judge said, no, you cannot do that. You cannot shut I think he wanted to get rid of the history, something about the courses, the history course. I have to go back and really fully go back and remember the article that I was reading. And so this is what I want to say about Ron DeSantis. He's an immigrant. He's first generation, second generation, I think maybe. I think his dad was an immigrant. But at the end, or grandfather, one of the two. All I'm going to say is, they're immigrants too. That's why Joe Biden got his old ass up there talking about something, this is a nation of immigrants. No, you an immigrant. You're an immigrant. My father, my mother, my grandmother, my grandfather, my greats, they were all here. Right. Born through slavery. You're the immigrant.
Yeah, he announced legislation proposal to stop woke activism and critical race theory in schools and corporations.
Damn.
Yeah, but it was blocked though, right, Trouble?
No, they had advanced it. They had advanced it and actually became law, but some type of way. And this is the recent part where it got challenged, and now the shit has been backfired. That's the part I need to follow up on. Because
that's why we got to vote Trump up in this mug, y'all. Well, we got to get Trump back up in the president.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna say. This is what I'm gonna say. Pause. This is what I'm gonna say. Pause. Is it that we're voting Trump? We're saying Trump because of the fact that Trump is kind of like the anarchy, right? He didn't care about the Republicans, so he wasn't gonna listen to them. He really didn't care about the Democrats. He only cared about money. So the thing is even though people are talking about Trump, we need to vote Trump in. You got to vote your interest. Vote your interest. Forget about the fanaticism of Trump.
No, but I'm saying everybody was Trump is saying the best stuff that pertain to Black Americans. He's not for immigration. He was trying to put that wall up. He was he said, y'all got to go listen to that speech he just did a couple days ago. It's like an hour and a half. One of the best speeches he's done. He said that Ukraine war wouldn't have happened. You know, they sending all that money over there, our tax dollars over there. That's money that could be spent in our communities on anything else. I don't give a damn. It ain't got to go to them fucking racist ass Nazis over there. I'm for Trump. Ain't none of them really talking about our agenda. We're not going to find, unless we handpick and start hand grooming our politicians, like everybody else are doing.
Everybody in this room
like the
gotta
FBI,
crash the board.
we need to start hand vetting our politicians. High school, middle school, elementary, grooming their ass up to be our state.
Over. Everybody in the room has to run for some sort of office. You got to get your asses in government. That is how you get these motherfuckers out of there. And I'm sorry, I'm cussing. You have to be a Republican. You're going to have some of y'all, depending on whatever state you live in, depending on the majority of Black folks in that state, get them policies up there and get them in. You got to get in these. You got to get on city council boards, school boards. Like, everything is happening to us is because we don't have representation.
These rooms be hella deep on Twitter, but then the city council meeting, don't nobody be there. You feel me? Like, just like we be up in here on Twitter, man, take 45 minutes to an hour and find out when that city council meeting is and go on down there and speak your piece to them motherfuckers, man. It don't even matter what you say to them. You pay taxes in that county or city or whatever, so you got a voice there. At least just go in there and see what they talking about. It's the same thing as sitting in these rooms on Twitter and people voice their opinion. Go in there and voice your opinion to them people, man. Same shit.
We got DeSantis because we had
Trump. But we got to get Trump up in there, y'all. Fuck that. We got to get Trump in there
because we had a Trump. We already had a Trump in office. That's why we got DeSantis now, because of the rhetoric Trump was speaking.
And to be honest with you, in trouble, you're right, girl. And to be honest with you, y'all, Trump had one opportunity to try to turn this country into his own.
Trump did good.
But no. I'm just working with. I know, but listen to what I'm saying, because I feel the people that like Trump. I feel the people that don't like Trump. This the only thing I'm saying is, my question about Trump right now is, if Trump gets reelected, is he even going to focus on the governance of this country, or is he? Because I feel like he had one shot to overthrow the democracy of the United States of America, and he failed. So now that he's out and been out and going to be out unless he wins again in the next 2 years, he's got all this time.
I don't think he was going to lose that second. We never really got to see him. You know what I'm saying? No, I didn't think he was going to thought he was going to lose that second time.
This is what I'm saying. This is and this to me tells this is just my own opinion. Lets me know the type of person who's really evaluating this thing from a realistic position. If Trump or anyone, if Obama, if fucking Clinton tried to overthrow the country, no matter what they thought they won and whatever else, all that shit he did, the next in the line, election deniers, whatever. But you tried to overthrow the country and emulate the very leaders like your boy out there.
His ass was trying to hand America over to Russia. No, because if we we gonna be out. No, if we gonna be honest,
we don't talk about Trump.
Can't say that. All the way and we got.
All right, y'all. Let's show some discord and decorum and empathy to this space and all. So one person at a time. Matter of fact, Sister Mel, go ahead. Just work it back around the room, y'all.
All I was trying to say, because listen,
and before you go, sis, all I heard was MAGA, 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 MAGA. That's what that shit sounded like. MAGA, 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 MAGA.
Right. And my thing, and I'm not trying to say, look, all I'm getting at is, let's look at this thing realistically. Trump had an opportunity and damn near was successful with overthrowing our governance as a country. Okay. And if it didn't work this time, So now we're talking about inviting this motherfucker back to try it again. He already had a practice run.
This is a distraction, bro.
So that's what has me skeptical of Trump. Are you even going to focus on the governance of this country, and then put your focus on how you can turn this thing into an oligarchy or whatever type of autocratic or whatever it's called? I can't think of it. Aristocrat, yeah. Is that what you're trying to do? Or so, are you even going to give a fuck about the borders? Or is you Team Trump? So, I mean,
he had governors of other states that was helping him do it. You had Republican governors of other states that was trying to help him overthrow the election.
Exactly.
Here in South Carolina tried.
So I'm gonna say this.
What is y'all talking about? Overthrow the government? What is y'all talking about?
Hold on. So that's what I'm about to give it to you. So at the end of the day, if you're gonna talk about Trump and any other politician, you need to make sure you're talking about it all, not just the fact that he stands for immigration. We can find somebody that stands for immigration and be like, okay, we want to look at what he's talking about. Because at the end of the day, just because one has one thing does not mean they actually have something that's going to benefit us. Bro. Trump did do some deviant shit when he was in office, and he did take his time while he was parading them damn pastors around in office, like he was really worried and concerned about the black peoples, right? At the end of the day, he did pass some legislation for the HBCUs. He did pass some immigrant legislation for Americans, but we did not get our repair. We did not.
He did more than Obama, though. He did more than Obama.
He did more than anybody else. He did more than anybody else, Mom.
Okay, let me make myself clear. Doing something more than everybody else is wonderful. I'm going to say that loud to soothe the audience. But doing something that is actually intentional for a specific group, right? The same thing that we literally were demanding from Obama. You have to make sure that you're not falling in the trap just because we got to deal with these raggedy Democrats. And then we have to sit over here and be sitting over here talking about trying to fight immigration, thinking that, Trump is going to get rid of immigration when they're fucking immigrants too. Their families are immigrants. How much immigration do you really think they're going to be fighting if you're not looking at these bills and what was passed? My point is, don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe because you think he's saying some good things to you. Hell, Stevie Wonder can sing a song to you that feels good. And then at the end of the day,
baby, this man was trying to build a whole wall.
Hold on. Don't we talk about
y'all undermining what that man was trying to do. He didn't even get to finish his presidency though. And we sitting
you
there
don't need a wall. Okay,
he got his 4 years.
You do need a wall. That's what they supposed to do.
Hold on, sir.
It's too many.
We've been living. No.
They came over that. They came past that
wall. First of all, the wall is not the majority place until now. People were actually getting into the country. It was actually through TSA. And then second of all, that's not the only way immigrants get into the country. And so it's not just Latino. Yes, but what I'm telling you is the wall that did not get finished.
But
the wall that didn't get finished.
They said 500. They said an estimate.
Let me finish my thought.
500,000 immigrants that came through Texas, where that wall would have been at.
My point is, you didn't need the president to finish and build no wall. The governors in the states, the state senators, they all can actually get walls put up. The president don't got to do that. Second of all, we have something called agencies. Homeland, ICE.
Border agents. Mm-hmm.
We have Border Patrol, right? Now, they seem to show up.
Would you rather have Biden or Trump? Would you rather have Biden or Trump as president?
Neither one.
No,
neither
if you
one.
had to pick between one, which one would you choose?
Neither one.
No, I'm saying if you had to pick. If you had
neither
to pick,
one.
that's what we got to do.
I'm giving you my answer.
You got to pick one of them at the poll. So which one?
Neither. No, I don't. No, you don't have to pick a president at the poll.
This country is you do not have to vote.
You don't.
I'm saying which one would you rather have? I would rather
neither
have
one. I'm giving you my answer. Neither one.
Okay, that's good for you, but I would rather have Trump. And that's horrible that you wouldn't rather have Trump, considering you saying that he is against immigration. He did donate to HBCUs more than punk ass Obama ever donated. Obama didn't do
not by much.
Right. What you mean by much? He did more.
Listen, when it comes to
y'all being condescending. Y'all being condescending.
No,
he gave you he did the most, but he
Hold on a minute. One person at a time, because all I hear is mega. That's it. You know what I mean? One person at a time.
Y'all sounded like some Democrats up in here.
No, we're not. We're not sounding like no.
Hold on. Hey, so for 60 seconds.
I'm not gonna leave.
Don't leave, though. Don't leave me, girl. Stay with me. You know the song, but so for 60 seconds, and then we'll go back to you, Trouble, and we'll go back to somebody else. And I see ain't nobody raising their hand, but everybody wants to speak. Go ahead, so for 60 seconds, man.
All right, my man, 60 seconds. This all I'm saying.
Listen, and I ain't being a womanizer none of that either, Rella.
I'm not saying
no, it's not about being womanizers. I don't like people in here trying to throw stones. Like, don't be talking about we being Democrats. We're actually being adults.
Come on, let the brother talk.
I was trying to finish my statement, and I couldn't finish my statement. He kept cutting me off.
Pause. Everybody yelling. It sounds like mega.
No, I was trying to finish my statement, and I couldn't finish my statement because he kept cutting me off. And what I'm telling you is
you cut him off too a couple times. Keep it G.
My point is in a conversation, you don't have to start targeting people because you don't like what people are saying. Ain't nobody call him a Democrat and none of that. It's not even about that. It really is about literally looking at everything. From end to end. You can't just sit up here and say, I want to have Trump back in office, but then ignore all the other bullshit that he did. Come on now.
What did Trump do towards the black community, miss? Ask me that. What policy did he do that affected our community?
What policy?
What policy did Trump do to affect our community?
What policy did he do to affect our community? Give me one. Outside of the HBCU, since that's the only one that you seem to know.
I'm talking about negative. What negative did Trump do that affected our community? He didn't do anything negative towards our community. You can't name one thing Trump did.
I think it's mighty funny.
I could. Hold on a second. Actually, I could.
I could too.
But it wasn't really negative towards us, but it was kind of like, looking at us from the inside out when he signed that housing bill, where it was like, those that were in the upper class community wouldn't have to worry about low income housing coming to their particular rich area or middle class type area. So he did sign that, but I don't think that really would affect white and black. I think it just affects us. But go ahead though.
Name one policy that Trump did. Why is y'all acting like Trump is the boogeyman? I'm tired of them acting like he's the damn boogeyman. And he ain't did nothing towards black people. But you got this Joe Biden cat up here, and he directly undermining us. Come on the Breakfast Club and say you ain't even fucking black, and people ain't even mentioning this motherfucker.
Everyone
y'all.
Let me say one. Be for Biden at the same time too. Why are you trying to conflate the two?
Y'all tripping.
Yeah, you sound more like you starting.
But even Obama,
you're not willing to look at.
Fuck the Democrats, period. They ain't never did nothing but undermine our community.
Let me jump in real quick. You're talking about, okay, and I don't mean no disrespect, but that's what I said. We have to make that distinction between being a fan for Trump and then looking at the shit realistically. Yeah, he did some positive things, I guess. And
I'm not being a fan for him, sweetie.
But hold on.
But hold on. Look, Mel, that is the point that a lot of folks be looking at. That we are like these Trump fans. No, I'm not a fan of Trump or anything like that. Let's put the facts on the table. What policy or harm has Trump done that we could totally up on the other side of it?
Okay, all we do is donate the most money ever to HB.
Hold on, man. Hold on. See that everybody can't. You know what I'm saying? It's messing up the flow of the conversation. I don't want to mute because this ain't my room. I'm just here co-hosting with my man Black and shit. So again, you will have to weigh on a legal scale. Like, you know, I understand the lesser of two evils, Rella, and you shouldn't have to choose. And that's great living in a democracy type country where you can pick and choose on your own. But let's face facts. If gas was fucking under $2 a gallon on Trump, and now you paying $4 a gallon, and then it depends what type of car you got, super or regular unleaded, that shit don't affect your pockets. So with that being said, we would have to put everything on the table. And we're talking Biden, Jim Crow Joe, got a 50-year career of just doing a straight up dirty. You know what I'm saying? That's my bell going off. Hold on. Go ahead, though.
Okay, so wait,
you mind if I chime in, guys?
Wait, hold on. He interrupted me, so I just want to answer the question.
Yeah, you can go after Mel.
All right, so here's the thing. This is what Trump did. My understanding, and y'all can check with P. Denise Long right here on Twitter to confirm this, but my understanding is that all that HBCU talk was great and gravy, but when it came down to actually producing, making that materialize, that shit failed. Okay, so the story was told, the advertising was run, but the show never came on. I'm going to definitely look further into that, but you can check with P. Denise Long on Twitter, and she could confirm that for you. Secondly, that tax break that Trump did, the very damn first thing he did when he got in here and all the Republicans was loving him for it, that fucked up a whole lot of independent contractors because they can't file for mileage. And a lot of people, depending on the type of work they do, that was a negative impact and a hard ass hit for them, especially if they use their POVs and they can get that 53 cents per mile reimbursement on their tax return based on being an independent contractor. So those are just two things that I can speak of off the top. But if I research, I'm sure I can find more, and I'll land my plane.
Can I? You know if I chime in? Before you go, fam, Brother Mel, that would technically be a national issue, and I'm a gig worker, so I understand. On the tax write-off level. See, that's a national issue where it affects white and black. We talking specifically what rules.
Specifically about black people.
Hold on, man. Please, can we stop cutting each other off? That shit is stupid, man. And this is why the title of the room, Stop Belittling. Because that's all we've been doing the last 20 minutes. So let's have some decorum here. Again, the topic will be now, what did Trump do or didn't do towards black? We know he didn't do anything really for us, but what did he do against us for real, though? Let's talk about that. That's the narrative, but go ahead.
Well, peace to the room. I just got in. I just want to, I love all you guys having this conversation. I think it's powerful. I'm going to speak from my perspective, and, I'm not saying what I'm saying is true. This is just my opinion, so take it with a grain of salt. I'm 30 years old. Look, man, the reality is that, when Donald Trump got in, they was pumping the fist so hard in the niggas, in my opinion, that, motherfuckers was just rolling with the shit like, all right, whatever. I think in that last year, when all of that, it's just this criminal energy that's in the young community, and our community pushed the line on this social media in a sense, and when all that free fucking wealth and all that shit start hitting, I won't say wealth, but just these little trinkets start hitting our community based on the fact that he's a renegade against his people. Motherfuckers just start saying, we rolling with it. But in reality, though, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of black people fuck with Trump right now because they feel like he's so anti-establishment. He's so, suicide bomber-ish. And when I say that, I mean just like he's not the traditional. Y'all already know this shit, but ultimately, they fuck with that. I can't really pinpoint. Maybe y'all can educate me what he specifically did. You know what I'm saying? Niggas be saying shit like, yo, he let the rappers go and all that. But I'm talking about none of these motherfuckers that gave blacks real tangible. But I will say this is that, just while I'm not playing, I think that we are chugging towards, the end of him because he Frankenstein. And I think that these motherfuckers ain't figured out how to get him out the way. He is the white Obama, bro. Like, he is they motherfucking savior. And they don't want to clip his ass and martyr him out and send this bitch up. So, I understand the conversation was, what have you done? But I think, and not to, juxtapose on that too, because it's y'all room and I respect it. I think another question I would like to see if some of the brothers in here could give me insight as a younger cat is, how you think this is going to end? I mean, we got 24 coming up in 2 years. These motherfuckers want him out. He the hot man. They on his line. He ready to die. You know what I'm saying? He talking crazy. And, it just seemed like this shit ain't gonna end well. And a lot of people been telling me, like, yo, you black, stay the fuck out of that shit. Let them crackers go at it. But what's kind of y'all analysis on that? But I guess for me to answer the question, I think in my generation, when all that PPP and all that shit happened, and people started attributing that to him, and certain, his pop culture image started improving a little more. Shit, you ask the average black person right now, they rolling with him. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't even really know why. And maybe I guess like the baby boomers and all that, maybe Gen X, but as far as the millennials, shit, motherfuckers is rolling with Trump in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Unless you like super politicized, super woke, and all that shit, it's just like that's kind of my piece. So I land my point.
Thank you, DJ. I think I agree with you. I think people are definitely, really behind Trump because the Democrats they are horrible. They have not given us any tangibles other than, telling us stuff we already know. And at the end of the day, they continuously pretty much take us for granted as voters. And at the same time, we blindly don't get involved in the community to make sure that we are getting our demands put on ballots, put on, why, and in the faces of the people who are actually running the show. I'm actually pulling up a couple of things so I can answer Sova's question on what Trump did and didn't do. And there are a couple of articles that actually talked about some of the things that he actually spoke about, which one was only the HBCU initiative, which was the $14 million for HBCUs, which was actually a low amount considering that the PWIs got way more in aid for their endowments in their schools. So doing a little is not the equivalent of actually doing something. It's actually just saying, hey, let me throw you some bones, and that should be enough to make you go away. And so, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say one last thing. I apologize for cutting you off.
No, you're fine.
And one more thing that I forgot to mention is that when he ran in 16 and ran in 20, his whole support system is way different. His whole energy is different. He know, like, when he ran at 16, niggas wasn't touching that nigga. 20, they still wasn't fucking with him. You know what I'm saying? It's other demographics that's rocking with that nigga now. You know what I'm saying? And his approach is different. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, he know that. And that's the thing, like I said, like, really quickly, people gonna do the tit for tat thing, but even if you sitting up there like, yeah, nigga, he did the HBCU shit, you got a large part of the black community that did that PPP shit. Like, a lot of people had that. It was niggas, and I'm not talking from the criminality standpoint. I'm just saying it was a lot of regular people that had never touched no motherfucking money. And that time, and there was a lot of crazy shit at that time, like how the white community judges him for how he handled COVID. Niggas, we've been under them restrictions, period. So, niggas, it was just another, convenient situation for certain niggas. I mean, I lost a lot of people. I'm talking about, but I'm just saying the kid, and like I said, I'm speaking for my generation, but it's just a situation where he know that he the one. And, you know, the Democrats and the left in general, you know, it's like and I'll be saying this on the other rooms, any situation with this dude can kick all this shit off. I mean, I still think middle America love this dude. And,
they do. They
you know, he a voice. And he, like, I just saw him saying, yo, because he dog whistling him now, like, it's a nice he was going. He said, yeah, shit, I'm going to kill the drug. I'm going to put that in death penalty. Well, white folks love that shit, hearing that shit. But niggas, we encounter so much other shit that's going over niggas' heads that he's saying they talk about our community. So, I mean, I'm not pro no white man. You know what I'm saying? I'm pro us. But I will say this. It is very interesting, like I said, to see this nigga going here on some real, you know, shit, on some I won't say Michael Jordan, but just on some real, like, fuck it, I'm just a fucking renegade and just tearing motherfuckers up. And they can't stop him. They didn't try to do everything to this nigga. There's only really two options left. To knock him, hit him in his head, or shit, lock his ass up. And it don't look like the locking up shit gonna happen because the Republicans in charge of that whole little thing. So shit, I mean, because, you know, one thing that Bill Gates is saying, and I ain't trusting him, but, you know, what I'm saying is he's saying, shit, what's gonna happen in 24 when both sides say, man, well, shit, we ain't lose, and the other side will say we ain't lose. You know what I'm saying? What's gonna fucking happen? You know what I'm saying? I'm not no conspiracy theorist, but I think while we, you know, debating policies and what this nigga did, we need to be figuring out, man, what the fuck we gonna, you know, what we gonna do when these motherfucking crackers start shooting, when this motherfucker say, you know, fuck the Republican Party, we the MAGA Party, you know, and all this. It's just a crazy situation. This is historical. We never see no renegade motherfucking president like this. I thought Bush was bad when I was a kid. This the worst shit. Because this nigga don't care. And he ready to die for this shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think the HBCU thing, I mean, we could see that the money didn't go from Trump there because fucking the schools is falling apart. Look at, I got cousins at TSU. Motherfucker go to TSU, you got to stay in a fucking hotel. So whatever he did, quote unquote, send down, you know what I'm saying? That shit ain't get there. Or the niggas misappropriated the money or whatever. Right now, if you go to, man, listen, if you go to, this is facts, bro. This ain't no speculation. You go to Howard or fucking one of them schools, they don't even have dorms for the kids. Deion Sanders up here preaching about the water. So, you know, whatever, you know, he don't gotta even do nothing for the HBCUs for niggas to fuck with him. Niggas fucking with him because they talk about, nigga, you free Lil Wayne. We a silly ass millennial group. Oh, that nigga free Kodak. You know, dumbass niggas. Shit, and you know, in the black community, we champion motherfucking gangsters and crazy motherfuckers. We like the nigga that go knock everybody out and kill us. So we love, you know, we you know, I'm not saying the real conscious. I'm just talking about people that are not knowledgeable of what the fuck is going on. But like, and I'm rambling, but to land my plane, it's gonna be a hell of a thing in 24 to see how they gonna take out Frankenstein. He ain't Frankenstein. They built this motherfucker. They put him on TV every day. They tried to scare niggas and shit. This shit is crazy. He know that. He know that. And it's like, okay, look at Mike Tyson. Yeah, you was beating everybody's ass. And in a minute, you say, take a dive. Nigga say, I ain't taking no dive. You know what I'm saying? I ain't coming out the cell, nigga. Fuck that. Turn up there. Kill me there, nigga. Like, so it's like, and they can't do that. Because if you knock him in, what? Now you make this motherfucker the white Jesus. He died for America. He's our, man, I can see this shit. It's how I know, because it's
let a brother elbow in here, family. Got my hand up for a little minute. I'm about to get in with you.
It's all good.
Yeah, I appreciate it, fam.
It's just a crazy thing, man.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Let me cook for a minute. I definitely hear you. So let's take the HBCU situation.
Hi, Shepard.
Hey, sweetie. So Trump didn't do the most historic HBCU shit. Actually, Biden did. It's called the HEERF, the Higher Education Emergency Relief Bill. It's $2.7 billion. It's passed. The money is already gone towards HBCUs, period. So when you bring up this Trump shit and HBCUs, like the brother said, that money did not.
That's how them immigrants.
Yo, time out. Do not interrupt me, family. Like, that's some bullshit. Dude just cook for like 20 minutes with no interruption. You gonna interrupt me? Nah. Let me cook.
Yeah, nobody come off the mic. Next person come off the mic, you're getting dropped. That's how we're going to roll. But go ahead, Chef.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. The fuck, man? Yo, so Trump money to HBU, that was just a thing in the bucket. Really, it was surprising because people ain't really expect him to do nothing. So getting anything from him and them, that was a bonus. And like my man was saying about all the scamming with the loans, the PPP, a lot of money got pumped into the black community, but a lot of death got pumped in the black community too. We lost a lot of elderly. We lost a lot of people during COVID. A lot of people, like a lot of elderly people, man. I've been to some of the nursing homes. Can't even get in the nursing homes. They bringing bodies out. The black community did not get out of COVID without getting touched. So we got the PPP, and a lot of young cats did a lot of scam. Put a lot of people names that was in jail on the PPP, a lot of money, but we also doing a lot of time behind the PPP. I know like 3 people got fed charges caught up in stealing the PPP, and I know like two kids that caught cases because they had scam rings, and they killed each other over the PPP money. They got greedy. They didn't want to give each other their money. So it was a lot of bullshit that got pumped in the black community behind that Trump PPP shit too. Also, rich people got the majority of that money. So even if you count that they gave the PPP money out, them rich people, fucking Tom Brady and all these rich motherfuckers got the cream of the crop off that PPP. So white people gonna eat regardless, man. And Trump is the epitome of making sure that these white people eat, and that's why he the boss, because he spread a lot of love. Second thing the brother don't understand, I don't know if you pay taxes, I don't know if you got a family, if you go own property, or you really in the mix as far as being a legal citizen while you on this app talking, but I am. And Trump signed a bill that made anybody making under $75,000 a year, your taxes is going up every 2 years. If you making above, which I'm making above that shit don't hit me. But everybody that's poor in the black community, Trump raised your taxes, and they're going to raise every 2 years until 2035. So peep that. He really destroyed the black wealth more than he helped black wealth by giving some little couple nigga pennies to motherfucking HBCUs. So that's a myth. So the shit I'm saying is factual. You can look it up. Anyway, the last thing I want to say about Trump is the whole white supremacist shit. You know, Trump brought out the snakes out the grass. Now, nigga like me, I appreciate that. Like, seeing the snakes, that's a good thing. That we ain't never been able to see them like we seen them. We seen them a little bit when Obama became president. They came out the grass. They was hanging nooses. They was doing a fried chicken. They was doing jokes. They was really at Obama's neck. And we was like, oh, okay. Even if you didn't like Obama, he still was the epitome of a black person. Like, he was the effigy of a black person. They was hanging him by nooses. All the racist jokes were coming out, and we was taking note of that shit. But when Trump came out, that's when the violence came out. That's when they was like, all right, we got this nigga in here, so now we can actually put hands on niggas again. And that's why we was fighting these crackers in Charlottesville. Let me tell you about Charlottesville, right? Because a lot of people just talk on this app, but you ain't bleed for nothing. Charlottesville, them white cops in Charlottesville, they was letting them crackers point guns at us. They was letting them crackers try to run us over, and we was out there fighting the motherfuckers, just like it would be if Trump got back in office. I already know how it's going to be if Trump get back in office, because it's going to be Charlottesville about 3 more times in major cities. And this nigga said that Nazis was very fine people on both sides. They was beating the shit out of black people in Charlottesville because we was outnumbered, but we was getting our licks in too. Also, they was cracking cops upside the head on January 6th. They already showed you that if this motherfucker get back in power, they don't have no respect for police. They don't have no respect for the feds. They had bombs. They had quick reaction forces with guns around the corner, ready to light shit up. And they talking national divorce. They basically saying if they could change the Constitutional Convention and have a national divorce, that's a civil war. That means that the states in the South, where they control all the legislatures, your ass could just get thrown in prison, rounded up like the shit is 1955 all over again. And that's the type of shit they advocating for. So be real careful saying you pro-black, but you pro-Trump to the extent that, you know, you don't realize that this motherfucker is a white nationalist, racist fucking cracker. That motherfucker is more racist than anybody on anywhere. I don't give a fuck what Biden said 25 fucking years ago. He's a cracker racist too. But Trump is a cracker racist too that will fucking kill as many black people and set as many black people to destruction as he can. And that's the difference between him and Biden. Biden may be the slow poison that we don't want to drink either, but Trump is the motherfucking bullet. He's the gun. He will aim these racist crackers. They will buy motherfucking Dylan Roof, fucking McDonald's and Burger King, the Buffalo shooter who can say that, yeah, Trump and these motherfuckers is replacing us. That's why I'm killing all these niggas in Buffalo. He will activate these niggas. And you better strap up. When you praying for Trump, you better strap the fuck up at the same time and have all your ammunition. Because when they think, they make a run on guns. They make a run on ammunition. They getting prepared for something major, like the brother said, and it ain't gonna be pretty. So fuck politics, period. It's what's best for black people. At least I know for a fucking fact, if Biden is controlling the fucking feds and the National Guard and the Army, then he ain't gonna turn them on us in a situation not easily. It would have to be some major shit where we burning down everything like we was doing when they killed one of us. But he not gonna turn them. Trump will turn the motherfucking National Guard. He will turn everything loose on us. And the CIA, the NSA, the Homeland Security, they will kill the fuck out of as many black people as possible. And if you in New York and you know how racist the police is and how they was cheering Trump, you'll never fucking want Trump in office. Them motherfuckers got bold under Trump. They was locking niggas up and they knew there was no federal repercussions. Shit got worse for us if you a street nigga, not better. And that's all I got to say.
Well, basically Trump the goddamn boogeyman. So when y'all go to sleep tonight, look under your bed. You know what I'm saying? He might be under there. You know what I'm saying? I'm so sick and fucking tired of motherfuckers watching the goddamn news and Channel Revolt and all this Democrat FBI ran shit, man. Listen here. Whenever you got white people mad at another white person in public, that white person that they mad at is doing something right and doing something just. Look at that through time. Whenever it's been a white person in the public eye and other white people are mad at him, that motherfucker doing something right. And he's doing something that's gonna even out the playing field. And they want to kill that motherfucker, but they can't. They've been trying to lock him up, even going as far as looking back, talking about he was fucking a porn star. You know what I'm saying? All in this man's bedroom and shit. These people don't like that man because that man got on stage and said the system is corrupt. They said, well, how do you know it's corrupt, Trump? He said, I know it's corrupt because I fucking use the same system that they use. He said, they do that shit on their taxes. I do it too. They don't want him to tell y'all the truth. And they control the media. So they make him look like a goddamn boogeyman. And y'all stupid motherfuckers, excuse me. Y'all people, our people, the majority of us who not being able to read through bullshit, we believe that. Don't believe that that man don't give a fuck. That man is a businessman. He don't got time to be giving a fuck about your skin color. He make business deals. And I know one thing for sure, you can say whatever he did as far as tax-wise, we wasn't in no motherfucking recession when he was in office. And gas didn't cost this much. A carton of eggs didn't cost this much. So gone with all that. He set black people back. This much taxes wasn't being taken out my motherfucking check when Trump was in office. You know, I was born at night, but not last night. I know how to read my check stub. I know less taxes was being taken out when Trump was in office. And I know my shit is big taxes being snatched out my shit. I know we wasn't funding a whole nother motherfucking country's war. You know what I'm saying? So come on, go on with that shit. And then y'all gonna sit up here and act like and try to compare him to Obama. Obama is a puppet, like is the puppet master. That nigga is the Negro whisperer. They bring that motherfucker around and niggas just start dancing and jumping. Man, fuck Obama. He's not even one of us. He's a fucking immigrant. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, he was placed there to handle white affairs. Obama was homegrown, man. Obama was homegrown by the fucking establishment to do what he do. That man sanctioned drones that bomb kids all over the world. Trump didn't do no shit. Man, Obama was the first president to ever sanction drones, man. Them is war crimes. Y'all don't even know that shit. Why motherfuckers sitting up buying hats and t-shirts because they think this nigga black? That man ain't us. He got that shit in his system too. He cruel as fuck. But more so than that, stop thinking that Trump is the boogeyman. I'm going to leave y'all with this because I ain't even about to get into all that shit that's written down in the papers and all of that because it's all lies to make us think that this man is the fucking boogeyman, and he's not. What it is, he's against the establishment because he see what they doing. I don't want my child being raised going to school being taught by no transvestite, period. I don't want that for my child. I don't want my child going to school and it's a fucking man sitting in there with some fake titties out in the library reading a goddamn book to my daughter. But more so than that, all right, I'm gonna leave y'all with this. My mom always told me a long time ago because she was alive when JFK got killed. And I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. Whenever you got a white man and other white people are publicly mad at that white man, and they showing that they mad about him and they writing all in the papers that he's the boogeyman, that white man is doing something just for everybody, for real. He's trying to expose something that they doing crooked. I'm going to leave it at that.
You speaking the truth, gang. They're going to try to knock them for that, though, on my mom.
Can I jump in real quick? And Soba...
Go ahead, man.
Okay, so Soba, yeah, I heard everything you said. And, I want to address your comment about whenever a group of white people are mad, blah, blah, blah. The white folks are mad at Trump because he did not succeed in the January 6th bullcrap. Okay? That's what they're mad at him about. Because he went on ahead and just said, okay, Biden, you're president. That's why they are mad at Trump, period. And then you can't dismiss what the dude, I don't know if he's even still in here, what dude said about how the legislation went down in New York. That is his lived experience, and he's telling you straightforward what happened. So I get looking at it from the big picture and look, just previewing things. But the facts are that tax thing that Donald Trump did as soon as he got into office. Matter of fact, when that law was written, they put clauses and shit in there where it could not be immediately overturned if he were to fail to secure the presidential office on his next reelection. So they can't even overturn that crap. So
they can overturn anything in America. That's false system.
And we in a recession, baby. We wasn't in a recession.
When she's talking about overturn is when they would actually have to have control of the House and the Senate. So unfortunately, when you got people who have different power struggles, it's not that they can overturn anything. It's that you got to have majority vote. So that's why I keep saying when we're going to have conversations about whoever is in office, emotions aside, calling people out, calling people degenerate stuff, that's the second time you did that. And I'm going to say it again.
Ain't nobody called nobody nothing.
You did, and I'm going to repeat it. I'm about to repeat it. I'm about to repeat it, Sova.
What I said?
I'm about to repeat what you said. You literally was about to call people dumb motherfuckers up in here, and I'm going to put it to you like this. I'm going to say it again.
About to call or called?
Yeah, you caught yourself. You and you was like, I'm just... Call. Yeah, but you caught yourself. My point is in the discussion.
Lottery, but I didn't have the right numbers. I was about to win the lottery, but I ain't have.
Well, but you still played some numbers to try to win. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna say it to you like this. But I didn't have the right numbers, so I didn't. At the end of the day, I'm gonna say it like this: when you're talking about politics, you have to put shit on the table about what you're talking about. You asked me, what did he do against Black Americans? I went and looked the information up. And then you started saying you don't want to hear about the stuff that they got out there on Trump. but yet you want people to sit here and listen to the same stuff that we've been talking about these other presidents in their administration. My point is,
Biden signed 94 crimes.
My point is, don't be so quick to be a fan to somebody that you're not literally going to have points of your own of contention when you come in here and start trying to challenge other people for the same stuff that we're trying to have a conversation about. That's my point. And then the second thing is, I'm going to say this. All the presidents, all of them, had the opportunity to pass reparations and tangibles. They have not done it. And just because you give me a little bit of crumbs don't mean that I'm not smart enough to know that the bigger pot on the table, you're still trying to keep me from, because you want me to just say, okay, thank you, Massa. I'll jump and hop and skip because you gave me a little cookie. No. I don't think so. So at the end of the day, I can still say, based on the people who are in my state and local government who are running for office, if they are going to put up ballot initiatives that are going to affect me, I need to be involved and figure out how do these initiatives get on the ballot. Your taxes. If you're upset about the taxes right now, which everybody is, and say, oh, it's inflation, just inflation, then people should be beating down the doors of your senators. You should be writing letters and all those great things, because state taxes and federal are not the same. And then second of all, the other thing is that you cannot just completely wipe off the degenerate shit that Trump's doing because he did one or two things that you can remember off the top of your head. But you can't recall nothing else like nobody else could, because no one else talks about, DJ said it earlier, nobody talks about the stuff that did impact us from all the presidents and what they actually were from actual bills and articles passed. We just know we don't like certain stuff that we see on TV, things that they say, their administration and how they literally been dicking us around from Timbuktu. But you gonna come in here and champion? I would never champion no legislator who has not passed any type of reparative acts in their administration at all. And he put up a Supreme Court Justice, Brett Kavanaugh, who literally voted for police impunity. So at the end of the day, miss me with the everybody else ain't shit because Trump is going to put the immigrants out of here. He an immigrant himself. His wife an immigrant. They children got cases overseas. As a matter of fact, go back and find the information when he was working with Russia. Russia is not our friend. So I don't want to hear this whole, we just gonna just march on down the street and run behind some white man because he gonna put the immigrants out. We can get anyone to do that. We have to demand it. We can't even get the damn Democrats to do it. They've been trying to push us out since the damn since emancipation was passed. So at the end of the day, it's not about nobody being ignorant. It really comes down to if your self-interest is not your own people, and you coming in champion everybody else but your own people and actual things that you're fighting and demanding, then no, I'm sorry. We are not thinking the same. We are not. And I would never run down the street talking about I'm MAGA. No, I am not, because let me see a majority black people at the MAGA convention be able to get on the mic and talk about reparations. Go do it. Show up at them conventions where all the white people at. Get on the mic, talk about we want tangibles. I dare you to go do it. See, I believe in Republican, but the Reconstruction Republican, not Tea Party MAGA Republican. There's a difference.
I'm still a Democrat, by the way, but MAGA, Orella. I'm sorry.
Oh boy.
Hey, you mind if I try? I want to say one thing to what the sister said. And it's another thing that I think a lot of people ain't thinking about. That nigga got up there January 6th and geeked them white folks up to send their ass off to run in there. And when they ass ran in there, he left their ass, and their ass got locked the fuck up.
That shit was fucking amazing. I loved every second of that shit.
No, you're not getting what I'm saying. Hey, you're not getting what I'm saying. He sent them off, bro. He sent their ass off, gang. Like, you gotta understand what he did. He told them motherfuckers, hey, take your country back, all that shit. They ass ran in that motherfucker, bro.
Hell yeah, because he knew they was about to let all them immigrants over here.
No, you not get what I'm saying. The white folks looking at that. You gotta understand, bro. He told they ass do all that shit and left their ass hanging. If he riled their ass up again,
they didn't do nothing to them people, bro.
What do you mean? Them niggas got time. Them people got real time.
People got on probation. Ain't nothing happened to them people.
Anybody? No, you get what I'm saying, brother. What I'm saying is, let's play this shit out. He told everybody, let's have this rally. We finna go up in this motherfucker. They really went and did this shit. That shit got out of control. He fell back, let their ass crash out. Thinking like, oh, well, don't.
And it set a black church on fire at the same time. What's some people? What's the Latino led? Well, the white Latino led groups.
Man, he didn't have nothing to do with that. He didn't control them boys. Y'all acting like he told them people to do that shit, y'all.
No. He did. He was on video. Where have you been?
Like he told them.
He was in a video. Matter of fact,
who told Biden?
Hold up. Allegedly, for the record, y'all, because this shit is being recorded. But go ahead, Rella. Go ahead.
We don't have to. We don't have to. Hold on. We don't have. Hold on. We don't have. We don't have to say. We don't have to say. We don't have to say. Wait a minute, DJ. We don't have to say allegedly because it's actually in court and they have video of him in a tent with a whole bunch. Matter of fact, I still got the video. In a tent. So my point is, all I'm gonna say.
I'm not trying to cut you off. I understand that, but I've been learning a lot from my sister online. So for that meaning, it's two different countries in this America. One for them and one for us. But go ahead, though.
At the end of the day, it's not to say that none of the other people did anything. What I'm saying is, it's like you don't have to be a contrarian to be like, well, he did that, but who told somebody else? They all did bad shit. The point is black people got to get on one accord on what their interest is and when you going to be going out here voting for people. Yeah, like, I'm not running down the street just running after nobody just because they saying something, one thing nice when we need a whole fleet of repair. If you don't have an agenda.
But bro, we shouldn't be rocking with none of their ass, bro. We should be trying to.
But Trump got some of our interests because he's delineating immigrants from us, bro.
Yeah, that's cool. That may help us, but what I'm saying
is major, bro.
But this is what I'm saying. If a nigga killed my enemy, that don't mean that's my homie. He just eliminated some other shit. You know what I'm saying? What I'm telling you is just because I could be GD and you want the Black Peace.
I ain't saying y'all looking at it. Don't look at it I'm saying he's my homie. Nah, he's
but listen what I'm saying. Because this is how
I'm not saying he's my homie,
bro. Look, check it out. Because this is how I feel. He went and said he had these niggas. Look, I'm from Chicago. You probably from LA. You got the accent of California. You know this. You from the streets. Man, he went and pulled a move on them people. He had some send-offs, just like in the hood, to go over there like, hey, bitch, I'll send these motherfuckers in there. Stop playing with me. You know what I'm saying? They dumbass didn't do the shit right. So he had to, let their ass be pawns like they was going to be and got their ass locked the fuck up. He finna try to do it again, but that was just a sign. Now, to me, my thing is, okay, let these white folks crash out on each other and let's fall back. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I'm seeing is finna happen. I'm seeing people get too emotionally invested in this nigga. This nigga is on like, bro, it's like in my hood, it's a nigga like, a nigga got that dirty gun and that dirty car. Man, that nigga on some bullshit, man. Get away from that nigga. Grandma said, man, that boy up to no good. That's how dude coming. And shit. Burn the motherfucking house down. I don't give a fuck. We don't run this motherfucker no way. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, like the sister said, let's not follow this nigga. This nigga. You know, if he could have his way, niggas would be in worse condition. He just going at his own brother. He going at the other side of that bird because he trying to take power. And lastly, it ain't no north-south dynamic. You know, when they talk civil war, it ain't no that, you know, the north and south, and they're not in the traditional sense with just those two factions. It's about 50 different motherfucking factions that want to take power in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? This the Royal Rumble. This is a real situation. You know, it's crazy. Like, how I'm really studying this shit. I'm seeing how these cause I'm listening to the Black Panther, not the Black Panthers, the Black Power niggas, the FBA niggas, the Secure the Tribe niggas. I'm listening to the white supremacists. I'm taking it all in. The you know, what everybody fucking saying. And what I'm kind of deducting from that is this nigga Trump is kind of like he dictating the pace on everything. Now, he could tell all these white folks, let's send it up. Some of them motherfuckers might not even jump because they're going to feel like, hey, man, is this nigga really with us? See, he might not have that power like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just a funny thing, man, because it's like right now this inflation is so heavy on us. And it really affects real. It's like, man, bro, you going to this pump. Like, I got family members. It's Thanksgiving, these turkeys, all this shit, you know, it's really hitting niggas, and niggas is looking for an answer.
Bro, this president got us funding a war for some Nazis, bro. What the fuck is it like? Black people ain't enraged enough about that. As far as hold on, bro. Our community ain't enraged about that shit enough, bro. Our tax dollars is funding, man.
I don't think Biden will make it 2 more years, man.
Our tax dollars. I'm at work right now. Some of my money that I'm making tonight going to some racist motherfucking Nazis over in Ukraine, bro. They over there fighting for some land to where if I stood over there, I wouldn't be shit over there. And my money going over there. And this motherfucker is making that happen, bro. Come on, man.
See, this
and then he going on, I don't know if you've seen, he went over to Saudi Arabia or had them come over here begging them to give him oil. That motherfucker said, hell nah, bro.
Yeah,
this motherfucker got dementia, bro. They not even fucking with him. Other leaders don't even respect him.
You're right. They did
Other leaders don't even respect Joe Biden, bro. You know what Trump got? Trump got respect worldwide, bro. Them motherfuckers listen to that nigga because he's a great businessman, bro. I fuck with Trump because he's a great businessman. I don't fuck with him because he's white, none of that. I fuck with him because he get the deal done. He get the deal done.
Oh my God.
He get the deal done, baby.
Yeah, I put in the mute. So I want to address the DJ L's point about Trump like sort of leaving his pawns out to whatever reap the repercussions of whatever was going on. So I really want us to understand that it doesn't matter north, south, east, west. That's not relevant. White Americans who are in these militias, most of them have gone through military training. They join the military to get the training so that they can be in these militias. They are prepared to die and sacrifice themselves. They just need a leader. And quite clearly, Trump is that leader. General, I'm not gonna remember his name, but they mention him a lot. He's that leader. So all of this could go in whatever direction that they choose it to go, because these people will kill and sacrifice themselves. And this is on a magnitude of scale where it may be several 100,000 initially, but that could actually spread like wildfire. You're going to have some people that are going to hunker down, bunker in, and essentially stay where they are. But they're in law enforcement. They're in the federal law enforcement apparatus, state, county, local, etc. So it's not as if they had, because they really had 4 years to plot and plan and get and come together even more in terms of what may happen, what may come. So it's a credible threat to really, really contemplate and really, really, really think about. And Shepard, before he left, talked about making sure you are armed, you have ammunition, you are prepared to wait it out. Because quite literally, if he is the president and he does have command of the national forces, that would be the National Guard in every state, and he could nationalize them, they're just going to sit around the perimeter of the city and make sure no one comes in or out, but they're not going to engage the situation. So there's a lot of things to really take into account. And I'm gonna just in there, you know what we talk about that puts us in a position to defend ourselves from it. But the other thing I wanted to say that DJ mentioned, DJ L, was about the PPP loans in the streets. So of our population, roughly 13,000 or 13 million, 13 million of our population, 40% actually vote, and they vote Democrat. 20%, which is somewhere around 7 or 8,000, they vote independent, and then everybody else doesn't vote. And likely the people in the streets are a part of like the damn near 40% of us that don't vote at all. So while they may have gotten some benefit out of Trump, they're not voting. They're not voters. So, when we're talking about politics, sometimes we got to know who's actually voting, who's actually going to make a contribution to help Trump get back into office. He understands that quite literally, 15,000 of us are voting. It's strategic. So in certain areas, it may make sense to go after the black vote. But if 80%, 90% of us are voting Democrat no matter what, they're probably not going to put a whole lot of energy and effort into it. So therefore, why would they turn around and then give us anything knowing that 80 to 90% of our population is going to vote Democrat no matter what? That's the political calculation that these people make when they're spending billions of dollars to win these elections. So they know they can pull voters from the Hispanic population because they've already proven it in the last couple of elections. They're pulling Latinos to the right. Until Black Americans make a huge shift, 10, 20% to the Republicans, they're not likely to invest any political capital in the Black population. So you just get benefits as a almost like a residual effect. In other words, they're not going to target the Black population, but you're going to get some of the crumbs that are left over on the table, and you may get more crumbs from the Republicans than the Democrats, or vice versa, depending on how you look at it. But it's not going to be specific to our population. And I'll end with that.
We're going to let Greg Nice. We have someone on the stage named Greg Nice, and I think we have the prop. And so if anybody else wants to speak, raise your hand. That way I know you want to chime in. But go ahead, Greg.
Peace to the host, peace to the co-host, peace to the speakers, peace to the room. Great room. When it comes to Trump, we must understand Trump is for Trump.
Hey, apologize, Greg. I'm not sure if that's your phone. Seems like you maybe have a background on the radio. Turn it down real quick. But go ahead.
Yeah, got you. My bad. Yeah, Trump is for Trump, man. Like, there's, let me get my words right, man. Because this has got me fired up, man. Because we need to understand the system is white supremacy. Now, we got some lenient white supremacists, and we got some hardcore white supremacists. The Republicans are the hardcore white supremacists. The Democrats are the lenient white supremacists. From this point on, I believe there should be no permanent friends politically, no permanent enemies politically, only permanent interests politically amongst our people. At this point in time, we have seen the Democrats don't want nothing but a vote. The Republicans don't see us as anything but some Democrat chills. Let's keep it a buck. Like the brother said, 90% of us vote Democrat regardless. So we're not looking at it from our interest point of view, politically. And that means we have to unite politically as Black people and understand our leverage as voters, because that's the only power we have. Now, you want to scream about taxes, the brother talked about taxes and thing, or the sister, I believe. Your taxes are local and state, bro. Those are the taxes that affect you the most. So we have to find people in our city councils, mayors, and put those people in place so we can get the alleviation for those situations. And that's a state thing. And, you know, you got to vote your interests wherever that lies in your state. But when it comes to this national shit, when it comes to president and all this other shit, we must understand that we are a unit, a block. We got to move as a block. You know what I'm saying? We understand that we all have interests that are the same. And we need to unite behind that and say, Democrats, look here. You want our vote, and we obviously know it's our vote that pushes the needle for them. It's not the Hispanics. It's not the Chinese. It's not the immigrants. It's the Black vote. So why is it that we're not saying to the Democrats as a complete unit, I just don't understand this shit. Look, this is what we want. And if this is not what we're going to get, then we're not voting. And Republicans, if you want our fucking vote, this is what we want. If you want power, because that's what they want. So if they want power, okay, well, shit, we can get you in office too. But this is what we want. And before we vote for you, we want to see you implement these things. But we don't do that. We don't do that. We don't see it. Well, significant showing is dropping the fuck out for a minute, saying, you know what? Let's let the country burn, baby, burn. It's not our system. It's that white boy system. We got to work within it. Absolutely. But we've tried every fucking thing but that. When we gonna wake up? No permanent friends. No permanent enemies. Just permanent interests in our land.
Okay. Greg Nice, I think that's who you're speaking. I tried to follow you. It's pending. Definitely make sure that I get that follow in. I wanna give everybody some sober information about the Democrats. I posted this from the CBC, this letter they put out like a year ago. But now that we had a new election and chairs are shaking up, different people are looking for leadership positions. This is U.S. Rep. Holsford of Nevada. He's a Black man. I'm going to read what he states so that we understand how they think. This is the Congressional Black Caucus. So he says, as a leadership role with the Congressional Black Caucus, part of the job is meeting with the leaders of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus and the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus to identify legislative items to address items of disparity in everything from healthcare to business development. So he is telling you, as the Black Caucus, and they pretty much have the largest minority caucus, although that's going to change very quickly, that they have to meet with these other groups in order to develop legislation. Understand that. And then he goes on to say, we represent 82 million people, referring to the residents in the districts of members of the Congressional Black Caucus. It is not only the interest of the Black community. It is the interest of representing all communities and lifting everyone up. This is the way that they think. This is the way that they operate. They are not there for us, period. And this is how they are going to operate from here on. Now, to Greg Nice's point, not voting, which is something I started doing during the Hillary Clinton election, is a very interesting strategy. However, because only 13,000 of us, or 13 million, I'm sorry, I don't know why I keep saying 1,000, only 13 million of us are voting Democrat, and they're looking at 82 million people that they represent. So if they lose 13 million votes, guess what? They really don't give a damn. They really don't give a damn. So the thought of us not voting, while it sounds really good, it's only going to work in very strategic races. And next in 2024, I think the whole entire house is up. And there's, I mean, it's a much bigger, it's just 2024 is probably going to be the biggest election, to be quite honest, in the last few years. So there's going to be so much on the line. If we could strategically say, in this area, they can't win without us. In this area, they can't win without us. We'd have to apply pressure very strategically. However, if we move and migrate and become Black majority states, when you talked about the local legislation and the county legislation and the state-based control, then we actually have control. We're not looking to red or blue. We're not looking to Trump or Biden. We're looking to the state governor that we elect. We're looking at the state legislators that we elect. We're looking at the senators that we elect. We're actually putting ourselves in a position to have political authority, regardless of whatever happens at the federal level. And so as we formulate strategies and we have these discussions, we gotta all get to that place, because if we don't, nothing else we do. Like I want to mention the boycott, Blood Pack, who puts out this boycott. She created the Anti-Black Defamation League, and she wants us to block a bunch of accounts on here, Nike, Microsoft, a bunch of them. This is in support of Kyrie Irving and by extension, Ye. So that's all well and fine. And that is very productive, and it will have some effect. However, if we had state authority and a state attorney general, we could pull these corporations into to the state and have hearings, and possibly develop hearings at the federal level as well. And so we're talking about a completely different relationship with these people that we must have. We must have this type of relationship if we're going to survive. And it's not about Trump. Trust and believe me, it's not about Trump at all. I get there's an agenda in the space about Trump. I get it. We get it. We got it. However, that's not going to change anything for Black America. It's just not. The president doesn't have the authority to change anything for Black America. Quite literally. I'm not sure if DJ's next, Sova next. You guys got it.
No, I just wanted to build on something you said on a strategic level.
Just real quick. So, dang, can't lost my train of thought that fast. So, just real quick, y'all, just take 5 minutes out, get in a jumbotron. You know what I mean? Hold your thoughts or whatever. And speaking of unity and collective, Greg Nice, we can all take 5 minutes of our time for those that are not up there to come off the social. It's right there. You click the middle of the jumbotron, any of those middle dots, go left and right. You should see the link to social, or see social.com. You know, you ain't got to use my affiliate link. Just come up there. So that way we can start moving our Black selves to another format or another website or another server account network, so that way we don't have to worry about getting banned, losing each other. You feel what I'm saying? Getting locked out of our account because you wanted to add the DNC and add Shannon Sharp and call him a coon. You know what I'm saying? The real tripper in the building. You know what I'm saying? Real rap. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, just take 5 minutes real quick, y'all. Reset the room. Get up here on social. I'm approving y'all and working the network. Well, go ahead, Greg. Nice. Go ahead. And then we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So while we talking, get on the Jumbotron and sign up for social. It's our Black American Network. And that way we can start making some fucking moves instead of talking on Twitter. Go ahead.
Yeah, I hit that retweet so I could hit it up later. Yeah, with the brother, I wanted to build. Like, we have an opportunity right now to show the Democrats, look here, man, you want your man in, you want to control this Senate, then this is what the fuck we want. This is a perfect opportunity to use that strategy I just spoke about, where we have an opportunity to say, hey, we could just fall the fuck back and let this super coon Herschel Walker in. And we know that he ain't nothing but a fucking puppet that the white people is pulling his coon ass strings. You want that motherfucker in? Well then, if you don't meet at least one demand that we have, put a fucking bill on the table to protect us. That's it. That's not anything fucking controversial. You did it for the Asians. You did it for the LGBTQ plus alphabet community. We can give us that if you want our vote. And we want to see something where y'all putting it on the table, bringing it to the thing before we make this vote. I know it's all of a sudden. I know it's quick, but we're just speaking strategy. But just free burden, whatever.
Yeah, let me address the idea.
Y'all do know that the Democrats enslaved our ancestors, right? Y'all know that?
Yeah, let me address the thought.
So what's your point?
Man, I gotta mute this because I want to address this one point. The thought of federal protection for 40 plus million Black Americans from the federal government. The problem is, and we talked about it earlier, discretion. There's discretion at every level of government. So what happens is if the federal government, and there's a lot of these laws already on the books everywhere, the federal government puts out federal protection. Is that going to stop a bullet coming out of an officer's gun? No. These laws, these protections, these are retroactive. So a crime happens, they enhance the sentencing supposedly, but here's the problem with that. They're not required to because there's discretion even in the sentencing. And nobody's going to stand up. No federal court, not the Supreme Court, is going to stand up and say, well, you should have gave this guy, 20 years. And there's quite literally a case that I just read where I think it's a white guy killed a Black person. They ended up with 4 years. It's a year of house arrest and 3 years of essentially supervision. No jail time at all. That's because of discretion that's built into white degeneracy. This is the way the system is designed. So they could write that legislation. They could put it on the books. They can't enforce it. That's the problem. The way the country is set up, the federal government can't make the states enforce the laws that they put on the books. That's because that's the way the country is designed. So we got to understand how the system works so that we can create. And that's a really good idea. I've heard it before. We hear it a lot. However, we don't understand how that would actually work in the real world. And I'm telling you, it's liable to work very, 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 very limitedly. And certainly not in states where Republicans control things like Jackson, Mississippi, where they're just going to sit back and let shit crumble till it collapses. And then the federal government has to come in and try to negotiate some type of settlement. By then, the damage is done. Quite literally.
That's why, and that's the reason why we have situations like Lake Lanier and all the towns that literally were flooded out. The state governments were run by majority white people with interest. I'm not even going to use their party affiliate. They all had an interest in crumbling those towns to actually flood them. Money was pretty much passed hands for that. That's why the issue with Brett Favre in Jackson, Mississippi is it should be highlighted so much so because they've been doing this for years.
Decades.
For years.
Decades.
And so, like, I heard you, Greg, when you said, okay, well, we need to, give them an ultimatum to put, Herschel Walker in. Well, the people in Georgia have to do that. But is Georgia a black majority state where he's running to the point where everybody's on the mentality time of, okay, him and Warnock are running against each other. What is the interest in both of them running? Who's demanding what? Instead, you hear people hollering about they don't like Warnock, they don't like this. What is their agendas? Why aren't you demanding these people who are putting themselves up to have something tangible for you to get your vote? If we're going to operate in that lens, because when you go to a majority white states, like up north, further north, trust and believe them people got organizations. They demanding stuff from the politicians, and the politicians who are in office have the same self-interest. But keep in mind, there's still a level of classism that they play amongst each other. They'll never do that with you. They're poor. They'll make sure their poor is a slightly above you, right? Only enough to say, okay, well, you still better than the black man. That's, the same tropes that they've been playing, because we don't have majority black states, and we don't have majority black state representatives who believe in the American freedom and the repair that we actually need. That's the problem. So that's why I stand on saying that I don't care where you are, the goal has to be to migrate somewhere where we all can take over a state, of course, but also while you're where you're at, either get involved in politics some kind of way. And if it ain't politics, get on the school board, get on somewhere where you can actually be a wedge. Because you talked about, we need to let this stuff crumble around these white folks. Well, in order for the stuff to crumble, you need to be in a position where you're sending and directing all resources to Black Americans. Because now you're in a position where you can put up votes, you can put up legislation from the local all the way up to the state level.
That's why I'm with you.
And then the other thing is, when we talk about the federal, well, who makes up the federal government? The federal government is made of what? The House and the Senate. Those are the senators, House representatives, and the Supreme Court. The president is the commander-in-chief over the military. He can sign laws, veto laws. Right. What else can the president do for states? Outside of that?
Into that, bro.
That's why I believe fully, like, we can deal with the national politics. That's what it is. But the politics that affect you most is your state and your local politics. That's where you make the change. That's where the change really happens for people. We need to really focus on that, man. Because I remember back a few years back, it was always states' rights, states this. Like, understand, if that fucking, I think it's 37% of governors turn Republican. It's a constitutional challenge, which everything that in that constitution can be amended, changed, flipped. Understand that shit. That's heavy. Oh, yeah. That's our politics right there. Your state.
Oh, yeah. Do you know people don't even know that the United States has 2 Supreme Courts?
See, again, like we're infants in some of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you just put me on to something.
So the United States has 2 Supreme Courts. The first Supreme Court is, of course, a part of the 3 branches. The second Supreme Court is the Congress, because the Congress actually is over the state Supreme Courts, and the Supreme Courts actually is over the Supreme Courts over the states. So when you see arguments and stuff going back and forth, before it even leaves the state to reach the federal Supreme Court, it has to go to the state Supreme Court. So people don't even pay attention to even that much. So all I'm saying is, in the conversation and context of who did what and why you should be looking at how we should be trying to migrate to a Black majority state, we still have to figure out how to survive for the next 2 years. For the next 2 years. Right? So that means we don't have time to try to not vote, because whatever's going on in your prospective state, it's going to hit you harder because you're not in a Black majority state. You're wherever you're at. Wherever you are, and wherever you are, if you're not in Maryland or what's the other one? Black? Is it down in is it Georgia or is it Mississippi? Which one is it?
Which one that does?
It's Maryland, and what is the top 2?
Delaware and Mississippi, or the easier ones. Delaware and Mississippi.
The population numbers for is Delaware and Mississippi?
Yeah. Delaware's like a couple 100,000. Mississippi a little over 500,000. Those are the 2 that will happen the quickest.
Okay, so and where is Maryland on that list?
Maryland is probably like 4th or 5th, maybe. It's up there. It's up there. It's like you need a lot of people to move into Maryland. Yeah. So, Arkansas would be 3rd on the list in terms of just numbers.
Yeah, so we gotta run it. We gotta really.
I don't really look at that as realistic. You know what I'm saying? We're never gonna get people to all migrate into one. You know, people ain't gonna pack up where they're from, where they at, and go somewhere where it's a whole bunch of other people at. You know what I'm saying? I know it was like that back in the day. People migrated for better opportunities, but just to leave somewhere, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be overpopulated there if we all move to one state. You know what I'm saying? I think we could do something like that later on down the line. And even a lot of the stuff that we're saying, I think we're trying to put our shoes on before we put our socks on politically, because we are behind educational wise, political wise, financial wise. Our ancestors were slaves, y'all. Slaves. You know what I'm saying? It was illegal for us to read, to learn. And it wasn't that long ago. You know what I'm saying? A little bit over a century ago. That shit ain't that long, for real, considering that a human can live up to, you know what I'm saying, 120 years. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't that long that we were.
Hey, Sova. Have you ever heard of Reconstruction?
Of course.
Okay, so you know what happened during Reconstruction, right?
Most certainly.
2,000 elected officials coming out of Reconstruction. They were quite literally slaves themselves. To say that we can't do anything, I can't agree with that. It's just a matter of.
Saying that don't misinterpret. I'm not saying we can't. I said we're trying to put our shoes on before we put our socks on. I said we moving. We gotta slow down. Like, we're looking at. We want all this shit done. First of all, we gotta come together. We're not gonna get nothing done if everybody is just scatterbrained and out here on their own agenda. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere, our communities ain't intact enough to, you know what I'm saying? We're not on one together as a people enough to be talking as politically savvy as we are. We're not. You know, that's just, I'm being realistic. I ain't Democrat, Republican, none of that. I'm black first. My daughter black first. My family black first. You know what I'm saying? all I'm doing is looking at things in real time. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no agendas. I ain't in no organization. I don't give a fuck about no organization because that shit ain't real. I ain't seen no organization affect my community. You know what I'm saying? All I know is what I can do in my community. And I affect my community by doing shit for the people in my community directly. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's small shit like passing out book bags at my barbershop, you know what I'm saying? Or giving out turkeys at the barbershop. You know what I'm saying? That's what we do. I ain't on no big scale like far as like that. You know what I'm saying? But I think we need to start grooming our young academic scholars to be our politicians, because they never taught us how to become politicians in school. You know what I'm saying? So now that we know we need politicians that's going to have our interests in these seats, we need to start grooming our young scholars coming out of high school and coming out of college to be our political base. You know what I'm saying? Fuck hoping and wishing some motherfucker come out of the fucking left field. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm going to vote for him. He's saying some shit. That shit ain't never going to, like, it's a no-win situation. If anybody think you're going to win in that Herschel Walker and Warnock situation, it's a no-win situation. Close your eyes and punch a button. It don't even fucking matter. Both of them niggas is retarded. You know what I'm saying? And both of them ain't about shit. So, like, there's no need to sit here and act like one of them is going. They both did. That's even what I'm saying with Trump and Biden. They're both evil, but you would want to pick the lesser of two evils. I'd rather get shot in the leg than get shot in the motherfucking face. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta choose the lesser of two evils, but we both know they ain't shit. I think we need to concentrate seriously. If we want to start doing something politically, we need to start grooming our own politician from the grassroots up. If we ain't talking about doing that, we ain't talking about shit for real. And I'm
gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. You don't have to wait till the young people get out of high school and college. You actually can go yourself. You just said that you actually help from your barbershop.
Well, I ain't no politician, baby. I'm gonna be honest with you.
You don't have to be. And don't nobody have to be. Don't nobody have to
swung on one of them motherfuckers. I'll be the guy in the room with the white folks. I ain't got the patience to do it. You know what I'm saying?
But my point is, if it's not you doing that, you can actually start organizations that actually can get set up, and you can actually start receiving set aside money, so you can actually take that money and support people to run. So that's a community effort. And then at the same time, barbershops and salons were very influential in a lot of the bus boycott, as well as a lot of the civil rights movement pushes to get people involved. So to say that you ain't in an organization and you don't join organizations, to me, it's lazy. It's like a lazy way of saying, I'm going to just do the bare basics because that's enough, even though we know we need more. We need to groom young people and old people. You can't groom nobody if you don't know nothing. You can't groom nobody if you're not willing to actually go the extra mile to make sure you're actually able to have a hub around the people that you're trying to actually bring up, because while you're working on bringing them up, stuff still got to happen. So you're saying Black people are behind. Right after emancipation, it was imperative that the slaves actually taught themselves to read. If you go read Ida B. Wells' works, that was the biggest thing that they talked about right after Reconstruction. So it's not that we don't know how to read and we're behind, it's we lazy. We're lazy, and we want to pick the lesser of two evil ideology to think that you can keep using that. That's why we got into the position we in now and switching parties, because the Democratic Party promised some things when we were all voting Republican. Our ancestors voted Republican coming out of Reconstruction heavily. And they were not voting Tea Party MAGA Republican. They were actually putting people in office. The original 33, they were actual legislators who were in office who were massacred out of office. They were in office serving and they were killed. So at the end of the day, I'm going to say it again. We lazy. And we think we should wait for our children and college students to get out of college to get into politics and get working in the community. I don't think so. I think we're already doing it. I think we do a great job in trying to come together, because these rooms, we're finding each other even in social media. For those of us who actually work on the ground, we're finding each other and talking to each other. So if you're not in those spaces and you're not actually among those people, that means you need to do the work to get into that group and figure out how much more you might need to do and utilize your business, especially as a barbershop, because that's the staple. That's one of the core staples of our community, and giving back. And you can set yourself up by getting some set-asides. That means pushing money to organizations in the community that do support politics and reparative issues that you see fit. So a lot can still be done. We just have to, I think, do what we're doing and do it on a larger scale. And I believe we can put our shoes on, and we can put our socks on and shoes, tie our shoes, and then we can help someone put their socks and shoes on at the same time and make these moves. Now, what does that look like? How does that look? That's the next conversation. And I think that's where we should be. That's what we should be doing. And for people who are behind and, you know, who want to take their time and they're afraid, you know what I'm saying, because they waiting for a white savior to put on a cape and pass a veto bill, guess what? Keep waiting. Because Montpelier, Tennessee proved that these corporations that got money will move into your community, and the white folks, if you're not in office, will make sure that no resources get to you, and they'll actually take your charter. So, no, there's a lot of work to be done.
Hey, let me ask Sofa.
I just ain't waiting on no sorority to come do that shit either.
Hey, Sofa. Oh yeah, let me ask you this before you get to that question, because you know, I'm always curious when people, you know, try to say that this can't happen. It'll take forever, whatever.
I ain't saying it can't happen. God damn, y'all, come on, man. I said we putting our socks on. Putting our shoes on before we put our socks on.
Right.
I said pump your motherfucking brakes, man.
Right.
Like she was, and put some work.
Let me ask you this though. No. Yeah, he can look. Let me ask you this.
No,
if I told
just even before you get to that though, great. I'm not trying to be slick, Sofa. You know, this is stuff that we talk about every day. And some of us that are up here on this panel already know what the word is. So don't look at it as somebody going against you. It's just that you need to start coming up here every Saturday at 8:30 to get the same rhetoric. So that way we know we ain't against you either. You feel what I'm saying? But go ahead, bro.
Yeah. No. I'm just curious. So, because I wanna lay a scenario out for you, so that I understand, you know, really where you're coming from. We look at the state of Delaware. It tells us with a couple 100,000 black votes, we can take over that state. We can win in the primaries. We can win in the general election. That's not all of us. That's not all of us moving. That's like less than 1% of our population. Do you think that we are not capable of managing and governing a state where it's going to take a few 100,000 of us to actually get the votes to put the people in position to govern the state? That's the question.
I think that's wonderful if you can get that down. All I'm saying is, if y'all can make that happen, make that happen. I'm talking about the person that you're going to elect. The people that we're going to elect. That's what I'm talking about. We need to be getting our own leader. You know what I'm saying? Searching for our leaders. You know what I'm saying? I don't want just anybody in there, because I don't know if y'all have seen this or this that happened in y'all communities. We've elected people for that was homegrown. Them motherfuckers to superintendent, shit like that, and they was in office. Them motherfuckers
signing off for now. You're probably going to
do
miss some of the conversation, but that's how it goes sometimes. But thank you so much for coming out.
My public school system, me coming up in public school throughout my
appreciate it. Please tell people about them. We do these videos every week.
High school, all got caught for stealing fucking money, bro. You know what I'm saying?
We're doing Twitter. We're doing fan base with their audio rooms. I like that.
We gotta make sure that
nice.
So why don't you run for superintendent?
Good sound quality.
Hell no! I just told you I ain't no politician, baby.
I think we signed up 3 or 4 new people.
I ain't no fighter.
So we're gonna keep that every weekend, and we got the YouTube live, obviously.
But I ain't ever been in that. I wasn't no scholar in school.
Sign up for social SOXCIAL.com.
Like I said, I ain't really
that is our Black-founded, Black American centered
you can speak,
platform.
talk, and read, and it don't take that
probably
much.
gonna have to do a couple of 2-hour videos over there as well.
And that's what I want to do. I want to help find that person.
Advocating
that's what I'm talking about.
for Black American political empowerment, empower in purpose, prosperity, protection, and empowerment for our future generations. So again, thanks for coming out. We're going to sign off here. I'm probably about to go to bed because I got to get off work.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you her information in the background. And you said you got a barbershop and you're working one, so you got to plug to a storefront. So therefore, meaning you need to holler at that sister, and y'all get together and work in the background. But go ahead, though.